Thank you again for taking the time to listen. If there's an archetype you like me to touch, let me know. I spend all the time listening to these style of stories myself. Please support the channel by liking and subscribing. On my wedding night, my new wife didn't ask for love. She asked for my kidney. Not for herself, for the fake heir she actually loved. In the original story, I was supposed to smile, suffer, donate my organs, and forgive everyone who destroyed me. But this time, the moment she demanded my sacrifice, a golden screen appeared in front of me. Ding! Merit system activated. Reject toxic plot, plus 100 points. So I looked at my bride, smiled, and said, wrong male lead. Main story. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was a crystal chandelier. Huge. Expensive. Sparkling like someone had crushed an entire jewelry store and glued the remains to the ceiling. The second thing I saw was a woman in a wedding dress standing in front of me, her face colder than unpaid rent. The third thing I realized was that I was wearing a groom's suit. And the fourth thing, I had transmigrated. Not into a heroic fantasy. Not into a world with dragons. Not even into a farming novel where I could peacefully grow cabbages and make soy sauce until I became rich. No, I transmigrated into a tragedy novel. One of those novels where the male lead has no spine, no brain, no self-respect, and apparently no basic instinct for survival. The title was something dramatic like after I gave her everything, she finally looked back. I remembered reading it last night. I also remembered throwing my phone onto the bed and cursing for 10 straight minutes. Because the male lead, Leon Hart, was a walking donation center. Blood. Donate it. Money. Hand it over. Dignity. Never had it. Kidney. Take one. Heart. Metaphorically first, then almost literally. And now I was Leon Hart, the real heir of the Hart family, the unwanted son, the replacement child, the man who had just married Leela Frost, the female lead, because he was stupid enough to believe that if he sacrificed enough, she would eventually love him. Spoiler, she would not. She would use him. Her childhood sweetheart, Darius Vale, the fake heir raised by Leon's biological family, would use him. His family would use him. Even the family dog in the original novel looked at him like he was furniture. And now the female lead was standing in front of me, raising her hand. Leon, Leela said, voice sharp as broken glass, don't pretend you forgot. I blinked. Forgot what? Oh, right. Wedding night. The scene where she demanded I donate blood to Darius because he had dramatically fainted during the reception. In the original novel, Leon had nodded with tears in his eyes. He had said, as long as you marry me, I'll do anything. Then he donated blood. Later a kidney. Later company shares. Later half his soul. Finally, when he had nothing left to give, everyone threw him away and called him selfish for not dying quietly enough. I inhaled. Deeply. Leela mistook my silence for guilt. You promised me, she said, if I married you, you would save Darius whenever he needed you. She stepped closer. Her eyes were red, but not from love for me. Of course not. Those tears were reserved for Darius, that human porcelain cup. You owe him, she whispered. You took his life, you took his place, you took everything that should have belonged to him. I stared at her. Then I looked around the wedding room. Red decorations. Luxury bedding. Gold-edged furniture. A framed wedding photo on the table where I looked like a man walking willingly into a grave. Then something rang in my head. Not a phone. Not a bell. A system notification. Ding. Merit farming system activated. Host Leon Hart. World type, abusive angst romance. Role, original tragic male lead. Primary objective, break toxic narrative logic. Secondary objective, accumulate merit points beginner mission. Reject the female lead's coercive demand. Reward plus 100 merit. Bonus, first Rebellion X2 I froze. Then I smiled. Leela frowned. Why are you smiling? I looked at the system panel floating in front of me. Then at her raised hand. Then back at the panel. I had only one thought. Wonderful. This garbage world had customer rewards. Leela lifted her hand higher. Leon, answer me. You promised that if I married you, you would give Darius. I slapped her. Not enough to injure her badly. Just enough to interrupt the plot. A clean, loud, deeply educational slap. Smack. The room fell silent. Leela's face turned to the side. Her hair scattered across her cheek. For 3 full seconds, she did not move. Then she slowly turned back. Her eyes widened with disbelief. You hit me. I looked at my palm. Then at her. Yes. You actually hit me. Good, your hearing still works. Ding. Beginner mission complete. Reward plus 200 merit. Additional reward, spine restoration coupon X1 spine restoration coupon. What kind of system was this? Leela trembled with rage. Leon Hart, are you insane? I pointed at the door. Leave. She stared at me like I had just rewritten the laws of physics. This is our wedding room. And now it is my recovery ward from a bad decision. You said you loved me. I also once said instant noodles counted as nutrition. People grow. Her lips parted. She looked wounded. Wronged. Offended. As if the universe itself had failed to obey her. You promised, she said again, but this time her voice shook. You said you would do anything for me. I walked closer. She instinctively stepped back. Good. Learning ability detected. Let me explain something to you, I said. The previous Leon may have been willing to turn himself into spare parts for your precious Darius, but I'm not him. Her eyes darkened. What do you mean, previous Leon? I leaned in and smiled. He died. Her face paled. And I buried him. Ding. Narrative fear induced. Reward plus 50 merit only 50. Stingy. Leela clutched the front of her wedding dress. You're trying to scare me. No, if I wanted to scare you, I would ask why Darius only gets sick when someone else has to pay for it. Her expression changed. Just a flicker. Enough. So even she knew. Somewhere beneath the love brain, there was a dusty brain cell trying to wake up. Unfortunately, it sneezed and went back to sleep. Darius is seriously ill, she snapped. He collapsed because of you. Because of me. You upset him. I laughed. Actually laughed. Leela, if emotional upset requires my blood transfusion, then your Darius should be raised in a medical refrigerator. Her face flushed red. You're cruel. And you're married, but still crying over another man during our wedding night. She froze. I clapped once. Look at that, we both learned something. Ding. Female lead hypocrisy identified. Reward, plus 100 merit. I was beginning to understand. This system rewarded me every time I refused to participate in nonsense. Excellent. In my previous life, I had been raised in a martial arts school, by a father who believed emotional weakness could be cured by horse stance. When I cried as a child, he handed me a wooden staff. When I complained about homework, he made me spar. When I secretly read romance novels, he caught me once and made me hold a plank while reciting fighting principles. So yes, I had read the original novel. But not because I was soft. I was conducting literary research. Very private literary research. If my father knew I had transmigrated into an angst romance novel, he would probably cross dimensions just to ask why I didn't transmigrate into something with more discipline. Leela's phone rang. She looked down. Her face changed instantly. Soft, tender, panicked. The kind of expression she never once gave her husband in the original book, unless he was bleeding for Darius. Darius, she whispered. I rolled my eyes so hard I nearly saw my own soul. She answered, Darius, are you okay? A weak male voice came through the speaker. Leela, don't blame Leon, it's my fault. I shouldn't have come to the wedding, I just wanted to bless you both. I nearly applauded. This man was professional. A green tea master. A sickly lotus blooming in a swamp of manipulation. Leela's eyes filled with tears. No, don't say that, I'll come right away. Darius coughed. Don't, it's your wedding night. Translation, please come faster. Leela looked at me. Leon, come with me to the hospital. I tilted my head. Why? Darius needs blood. Then call a blood bank. He has rare blood. So do pandas, I still don't see them kidnapping me. He has the same blood type as you. I raised one finger. Congratulations, that makes us compatible in paperwork, not obligation. Her jaw tightened. You really won't go? No. Even if he dies? I smiled. Then I'll send flowers. Ding. Refused death-based emotional blackmail. Reward plus 300 merit. Combo activated. Wedding Night Rebellion X3. Total bonus. Plus 450 merit. My total merit was now 800. Not bad for 10 minutes of marriage. Leela stared at me with hatred. You'll regret this. I already regret this. She turned sharply and rushed toward the door. Before leaving, she looked back. You think acting cold will make me care? I gave her a sincere expression. No, I think divorce will. Her face twisted. Then she slammed the door behind her. I stood alone in the wedding room. Silence returned. I checked the system panel. Host status. Name Leon Hart. Role real heir/tragic male lead. Physical strength 82. Combat reflex 91. Intelligence 76. Emotional stability unverified. Merit points 800. Available exchange options. 100 merit minor luck boost. 300 merit injury recovery. 500 merit evidence capture. 1000 merit plot resistance level 1. I stared at the options. Evidence capture. Plot resistance. This system was not just for survival. It was for counterattack. I loosened my tie, sat on the bed and smiled. The original Leon had played the victim. I would play the farmer. And this broken script. It was fertile land. The next morning, I woke up to 43 missed calls. A normal person would panic. I yawned. Then I opened the messages. My biological mother, Celeste Hart. Leon, how could you be so heartless? Darius almost died last night. My eldest sister, Vivian Hart. If anything happens to Darius, I will never forgive you. Second sister, Nora Hart. You were always jealous of him. Now you finally showed your true face. Third sister, Elise Hart. You disgust me. My father, Edmund Hart. Come home. We need to talk about your responsibility to this family. I read them all. Then I replied in the family group chat. Is this a family chat or Darius's funeral rehearsal group? No one responded for 3 seconds. Then the group exploded. Vivian, Leon, Nora, have you lost your mind? Elise, you're unbelievable. Mother, apologize right now. I typed, sorry. They went silent. Then I added, sorry that your education failed this badly. Ding. Group chat counterattack successful. Reward plus 150 merit good. Merit could be farmed remotely. Technology truly improved lives. I washed up, changed clothes, and inspected myself in the mirror. Leon Hart had a good face. Tall, sharp-featured, expensive-looking. The kind of man who should have been arrogant but had somehow been written as a human floor mat. What a waste. I checked his bank account. 8 digits. Then another account. 9 digits. Then investment holdings. More digits. I stared at the screen for a long time. The original Leon had all this money and still chose to be sad. Rich people really invented new ways to suffer. If I had this kind of money in my original world, I would have bought my father a mountain and told him to practice martial arts there alone. My phone rang again. Unknown number. I answered. Leon Hart. A clear female voice. Come. Official. Speaking. This is Officer Maya Vance. We met last night. The policewoman. The one with sharp eyes and even sharper instincts. I immediately sat straighter. Officer Vance, missing me already. There was silence. Then she said, you filed no statement last night. I was emotionally wounded. You looked entertained. People cope differently. Another pause. Then unexpectedly she laughed. A small laugh. Controlled but real. Mr. Hart, I'm calling because your wife reported domestic conflict. Ex-wife candidate, I corrected. You are still legally married. Don't remind me, I just ate breakfast. Are you willing to come to the station and provide a statement? I considered it. Police station meant official record. Official record meant future evidence. Future evidence meant merit. Of course, I said, I am a law-abiding citizen. Somehow I doubt that. Officer Vance, that hurts. You'll survive. Then she hung up. I stared at the phone. Interesting. Very interesting. In the original novel, the police were basically decorative. They appeared only when the plot needed to punish the male lead. But Maya was different. She had appeared too early. She had questioned too much. And she was not charmed by Leela's tears. A deviation. The system popped up. Ding. Key character detected, Maya Vance. Classification, unknown variable warning. Her fate is unstable. Unstable. I narrowed my eyes. Before I could think further, another message came in. From Darius. Brother, please don't be angry with Leela. She only worries about me because I'm weak. If you need someone to blame, blame me. I replied. Okay, I blame you. He did not respond. Ding. Green tea dialogue neutralized. Reward, plus 100 merit at this rate. I could retire by lunch. I drove to the Hart family mansion first. Not because I respected Edmund Hart's command. No. Because if the family wanted to talk about responsibility, I wanted to talk about blood types, inheritance, emotional neglect, and why all of them seemed allergic to common sense. The Hart mansion sat on a private road, lined with trees trimmed so neatly they looked afraid of being fired. A servant opened the gate. When he saw me, his expression changed. Not respectful. Mocking. "Second young master, you finally came back." I stopped. The window rolled down. "What did you call me?" He stiffened slightly. "Second young master." I smiled. "Who is the first?" "Of course, young Master Darius." I got out of the car. He took one step back. "Smart." "Not smart enough." I did not slap him this time. "Growth." Instead, I took out my phone, activated the system's evidence capture feature for 500 merit, and pointed the camera at him. "Say it again." His face changed. "Sir." "Say clearly that the biological heir of the Hart family is second to the adopted son." He panicked. "I didn't mean too late." Ding. Evidence capture activated. Remaining merit, 550. Potential legal social value, moderate. I walked past him. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere was warm. Laughter came from the dining room. A family breakfast. How touching. At the table sat Edmund Hart, my father in this world, dignified and cold. Celeste Hart, elegant and anxious. Vivian, eldest sister, a famous actress with perfect makeup. Nora, second sister, corporate executive energy from head to toe. Elise, youngest sister, soft-faced and spoiled. Darius sat among them, pale but smiling. And beside him, Leela, my newlywed wife, holding a bowl of soup for him. I looked at the ceiling. God, give me strength. Or better yet, give me merit. Everyone's smile vanished when they saw me. Darius looked down. "Brother," I lifted a hand. "Don't call me brother. My blood pressure is normal and I'd like to keep it that way." Celeste stood. "Leon, how can you speak like that?" I looked at her. This was Leon's biological mother. In the original, she cried when Darius coughed, but told Leon to be strong when he almost died from surgery. A magical woman. Very talented. I smiled. "Good morning, Madam Hart." Her face paled slightly. "Madam." "What else should I call you?" "Mother. That title requires emotional labor. I didn't see you clock in." Vivian slammed her fork down. "Leon, enough." I looked at her. "Ah, eldest sister, you sent me a message saying you'd never forgive me if anything happened to Darius." Her expression stiffened. I pulled up the screenshot and projected it onto the dining room screen using the mansion's smart system. Big letters appeared. Huge. Public. Beautiful. Vivian's face changed. Nora frowned. "What are you doing?" "Family education." I swiped. Nora's message appeared next. "You were always jealous of him. Now you finally showed your true face." Then Elise S. "You disgust me." Then Celeste S. "Apologize right now." Then Edmonds. "Come home. We need to talk about your responsibility to this family." I clapped. Wonderful, truly. The Hart family communication style is almost archaeological. Future generations will dig this up and say, "Ah yes, this was when basic decency went extinct." Ding. Public hypocrisy exposure. Reward, plus 600 merit. Darius coughed. A delicate cough. A rich man's cough. The kind that asked for inheritance. "Brother, please don't blame them. They were worried about me." I turned to him. You fainted. He nodded weakly. I didn't want to trouble anyone. Then why did everyone call me? He froze. I continued. If you don't want trouble, why does trouble have my phone number? Ding. Fake fragility challenged. Reward, plus 150 merit. Leela stood suddenly. Leon Darius was in danger. I looked at her. You're here early. She lifted her chin. I came to care for him. On the morning after our wedding. Her expression flickered. The Hart family glanced at her. For the first time, the room noticed the shape of the scandal. Excellent. I smiled wider. Leela, you are efficient. Most people wait until after the honeymoon to emotionally cheat. Her face turned red. Don't twist things. I don't need to, they came pre-twisted. Edmund finally spoke. His voice was low. Leon, sit down. I pulled out a chair. Sat. Crossed my legs. Talk. His eyebrows twitched. In the original, Leon lowered his head whenever Edmund spoke. I did not lower anything. Except my opinion of this family, which had already fallen through the basement. Edmund said, Darius may need long-term treatment. His blood type is rare. Yours matches. I nodded. Yes. So as his brother, I held up a hand. Pause, adopted brother, biological replacement, family spare battery. Please define the role before assigning duties. Nora snapped, why are you being so petty? I smiled at her. Because organs are involved. Celeste's eyes reddened. Leon Darius has suffered enough. I looked around the luxurious dining room. Crystal glasses. Imported fruit. Custom furniture. Darius sitting in designer pajamas like a prince, recovering from the emotional burden of being loved too much. Suffered, I asked. He was taken from his real family, Celeste said. So was I. The room went quiet. It was the first serious thing I had said. Even I felt it land. Leon Hart had been switched at birth. Raised outside wealth. Returned only after the truth came out. But when he came back, everyone acted like he was the thief. Like his existence had stolen Darius's life. Not like Darius had lived Leon's life for over 20 years. For one moment, something heavy pressed beneath my ribs. Not my emotion. His. The original Leon's leftover grief. Anger. Loneliness. A child standing outside a bright window, watching his own family embrace someone else. I exhaled slowly. Then smiled. Because sadness was not useful right now. Fine, I said. You want me to help Darius? Leela's eyes lit up. Celeste looked relieved. Darius lowered his head, hiding his smile. I continued, let's test everyone first. Edmund frowned. What? You're his father emotionally, right? He stared. Vivian, Nora, Elise, you all love him more than me, correct? The sisters looked uncomfortable. I turned to Leela. And you love him so much you forgot you got married yesterday. Her face tightened. I spread my hands. Great, since everyone loves him, everyone can contribute. Silence. I pointed at Edmund. You donate blood first. His expression froze. Then I pointed at Vivian. You prepare for future kidney compatibility testing. Vivian's eyes widened. Nora, you too. Nora's face darkened. Elise, don't hide behind your juice glass. I can see you. Elise almost dropped the glass. I leaned back. What? Why is everyone quiet? Didn't we just establish that Darius is precious? Ding. Mass moral blackmail reversal. Reward, plus 1200 merit. Combo bonus, family pressure reversal x4. Total reward, plus 2000 merit. My merit total jumped past 2,500. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Edmund's jaw tightened. Leon, don't be ridiculous. I tilted my head. Ridiculous. Asking people who love him to help him is ridiculous. Vivian said quickly, I have a film project. My schedule is full. Nora adjusted her glasses. I have a company merger this quarter. Elise whispered, I faint at the sight of needles. Celeste said, your father is older now, his health. I clapped once. Everyone flinched. Perfect, so your health matters, your careers matter, your fears matter, but mine doesn't. Nobody answered. Darius's face had turned ugly. For the first time, the fragile prince looked less fragile and more irritated. Good. There he was. The real one. I stood. Meeting concluded. Edmund's voice sharpened. Where are you going? To the police station. Everyone froze. I smiled. Officer Maya Vance invited me to make a statement. I should mention the organ conversation while it's fresh. Celeste panicked. Leon. Vivian stood. You wouldn't dare. I looked at her. Try me. Ding. Legal threat established. Reward, plus 300 merit. I walked out. Behind me, chaos erupted. Leela called my name. I did not turn back. Because for the first time since entering this rotten story, I felt the plot bend. Not break yet, but bend. And bending was enough. For now, the police station smelled like paper, coffee, and disappointment. Maya Vance sat across from me in an interview room with a notebook open in front of her. Today, her hair was tied back neatly. Uniform crisp. Expression calm. She had the kind of face that made guilty people confess just to end the eye contact. I liked it. Professionally. Mostly. She clicked her pen. Mr. Hart. Leon is fine. Mr. Hart. Cold. Cruel. Attractive. I sighed. You wow me, officer. You seem resilient. Only on the outside. She looked at me for 2 seconds. You are enjoying this. Being questioned by a beautiful officer, slightly. Her pen stopped. Careful. Respectfully enjoying. Him. She wrote something down. Probably, subject lacks survival instinct. Maya asked, did your wife strike you last night? Yes. Did you strike her? Yes. She looked up. At least she appreciated honesty. Why? She tried to slap me first. So you retaliated. I corrected the plot. Her brow moved slightly. The plot. I leaned back. Officer Vance, have you ever felt like certain people act as if the world owes them cooperation? She did not answer immediately. Then she said, often. Exactly, I refused cooperation. That is not a legal defense. But spiritually? No. A pity. She continued taking notes. Your wife claims you threatened her. She threatened my kidney. Maya paused. She what? I pulled out my phone and showed her the messages, the family demands, Edmund's offer of money, the morning conversation clips captured by the system. I did not explain the system, obviously. Saying a floating supernatural menu helped me collect evidence was a good way to get a psychiatric evaluation. Maya listened. Her expression slowly changed. Not shock. Not pity. Anger. Controlled anger. The dangerous kind. They asked you to donate an organ. They framed it as family responsibility. That is coercion. Yes. Did anyone physically restrain you? Not yet. Yet. I smiled. This family likes escalation. She studied me. You don't seem afraid. I was raised by a man who thought fear could be sweated out through martial arts. That doesn't mean you can't be harmed. Her tone shifted on the last sentence. Softer. Not much. But enough. I looked at her. For the first time, I did not joke immediately. Maya noticed. Her gaze flickered. Then she looked back at the file. I'll document this. If they pressure you again, contact me. Directly. For official reasons. Of course. She slid a card across the table. Maya Vance, badge number, contact line. I picked it up. Is this where I say I feel safer already? This is where you leave before I regret giving it to you. I stood. Then paused. Officer Vance. She looked up. Why did you believe me last night? Her pen stopped again. The room went quiet. Outside, phones rang. People talked. Someone complained loudly about a parking ticket. Maya's voice was even. I didn't believe you. I blinked. She continued, not completely. Oh. I believed something was wrong. There's a difference. I smiled slowly. So you're sharp. I'm employed. Same thing. No. I laughed. This time her mouth almost curved. Almost. A near smile. Rare item. Worth farming. Ding. Trust seed planted. Reward plus 400 merit. Relationship variable unlocked. Maya Vance. Current status. Cautious interest. I nearly choked. Relationship variable. Maya narrowed her eyes. You okay? Yes. You look startled. I just realized something beautiful. Should I ask? Probably not. She closed the file. Goodbye, Mr. Hart. I tapped the card lightly against my palm. Goodbye, Maya. Her eyes lifted. I expected correction. Instead, she said, don't make me arrest you, Leon. First name. Progress. I walked out of the station in a good mood. Then the system appeared again. Ding. Hidden identity scan available. Maya Vance. Cost 300 merit. Proceed. I stopped walking. Hidden identity. I clicked yes. Scan complete. Name Maya Vance. Public identity, police officer. Hidden identity, youngest daughter of Victor Vance. Family background, Vance International Group. Social rank, extreme high value. Personal conflict, estranged from family expectations. Warning, approaching her may trigger Vance family attention. Victor Vance. Even in the original novel, his name appeared a few times. Not as a main character. As a mountain. A man so rich and powerful that the Hart family would stand up straighter if his secretary sneezed. And Maya was his daughter. I looked back at the station. At the ordinary building. At the badge in my hand. So the richest man's daughter was working as a police officer under a normal surname, handling domestic disputes and fake fainting incidents. Interesting. Very interesting. The system added one final line. Note, Maya Vance was not supposed to meet Leon Hart this early. My smile faded. Not supposed to. Again that phrase. The plot had changed because of me. But Maya had changed before me. which meant she was not just a reward, not just a love interest. She was another crack in the world. And cracks were where light came in, or where monsters escaped. In this novel, either was possible. Darius called me that night. I answered while eating steak in a restaurant that charged more for water than my old monthly phone bill. "Brother," he said weakly. I cut into the steak. "Wrong number." He paused. "It's me, Darius." "I know." "Then why, you said brother. I assumed you were looking for someone who liked you." Silence. Then he laughed softly. The fake gentleness dropped by half a degree. "Leon, why are you doing this?" "Eating steak, hunger." "You know what I mean." I leaned back. "Do I?" "You're embarrassing the family." "No, I'm broadcasting existing embarrassment, different profession." His voice lowered. "You think this makes you powerful?" I smiled. "There." Finally, the sick prince took off his mask. "Darius, did you call to threaten me?" "No, I called to remind you that you came back too late." I stopped cutting. He continued, voice soft and venomous. "They love me. They chose me. Even after knowing the truth, they chose me." Something cold moved in my chest. Again, not mine. Leon's. Old pain. Darius knew exactly where to press. "You can shout," he said. "You can make scenes. You can scare servants. But in the end, you are still the outsider." I wiped my mouth slowly. Then said, "Are you done?" He paused. I continued, "Good." My steak was getting cold. His breathing sharpened. "You don't care." "About your villain monologue, not much." "You, Darius." "What?" "You made one mistake." He went silent. "You think I want their love." I smiled, even though he couldn't see it. "I don't." For the first time, he had no answer. I hung up. Ding. Emotional weakness attack resisted. Reward plus 700 merit. Original host resentment, reduced by 5% original host resentment. I stared at the panel. So the previous Leon's emotions were still inside me. That explained the flashes. The ache when Celeste looked through me. The anger when Darius called himself chosen. This body remembered. This heart remembered. Even if I wanted to treat everything as a game, Leon Hart had lived this pain. The system was not just rewarding rebellion. It was repairing something. Or trying to. I looked down at the steak. Suddenly, I had less appetite. My phone buzzed. A message from Maya. "If your family contacts you again about organ donation, record it." I replied, "Officer Vance, are you worried about me?" She answered after 30 seconds. "I am worried about paperwork." I smiled. "Paperwork and I both appreciate you." No reply. Then, "Eat properly, you looked pale earlier." I paused. The restaurant noise seemed to dim. For once, no joke came easily. I typed, "Yes, ma'am." She sent, "Don't call me that." I laughed. There it was. Warmth. Small. But real. Ding. Emotional anchor forming. Reward plus 300 merit. I stared at the words. Emotional anchor. Dangerous phrase. In this kind of story, feelings were traps. Love made people stupid. Attachment gave enemies knives. But Maya did not feel like Leela. Leela demanded sacrifice and called it devotion. Maya gave warnings and called it paperwork. That was much better. I paid the bill and walked outside. A black car waited by the curb. A man in a suit stood beside it. Tall, expressionless, too expensive-looking to be a driver. "Mr. Hart," he said. I looked at him. "Depends who's asking. My employer would like to meet you." "Your employer has a name." "Mr. Victor Vance." The mountain moved. I glanced at the car, then at the man, then back at my phone, where Maya's last message still glowed. I smiled. "Tell Mr. Vance I'm busy." The man clearly had not expected that. "Mr. Hart, you may not understand. I understand. Rich, powerful father, secret daughter, suspicious of strange man, classic." His face twitched. I stepped closer. "But if Victor Vance wants to meet me, he can invite me properly. I'm not a lost package to be collected by men in black suits." The man's eyes changed. "You refuse?" "Yes." "May I ask why?" I opened my car door. "Because I'm expensive." Then I drove away. Ding. Refused power intimidation. Reward, plus 900 merit. Vance family attention increased. The system sounded almost amused. Great. Now I had the richest man in the country watching me. A fake heir trying to break me. A wife I wanted to divorce. A family full of emotional debt collectors. And a policewoman who might be the only sane person in the script. I gripped the steering wheel, then laughed. Fine. Let them come. The more pressure they brought, the more merit I could farm. And I was starting to enjoy farming. Divorce, in theory, is not complicated. Two people agree. They sign papers. They leave. Wonderful civilization. Unfortunately, I was married to Leela Frost, a woman whose brain turned into steamed pudding whenever Darius coughed. I invited her to meet at a cafe the next morning. Public place. Cameras. Witnesses. Also good coffee. She arrived wearing white. Of course. Female leads in these novels always wore white when they wanted to appear fragile. I wore black because I was attending the funeral of my patients. She sat across from me. For a moment, neither of us spoke. She looked tired. There was less arrogance in her face today. More confusion. Maybe because the original Leon had changed too suddenly. Maybe because the script no longer whispered the right lines into her ear. Or maybe because she finally realized that marrying a man while loving another man created logistical issues. "Leon," she said quietly. I raised a hand. "Before you begin, if this conversation includes Darius's blood, organs, emotional needs, childhood trauma, or favorite soup temperature, I'm leaving." Her lips tightened. "I didn't come to talk about Darius." Miracle. The system did not ring, but I felt it should have. She looked down at her cup. "I came to ask what happened to you." I achieved consciousness. "You weren't like this before." "I know I was worse." "You loved me." "The previous Leon loved an idea of you." Her eyes flickered. "And you." "I know you." That landed. Her fingers tightened around the cup. "I never asked him to love me." "No, you just accepted everything he gave." She looked up, angry now. "He offered." "Because you trained him to believe sacrifice was the entry fee for affection." Her face went pale. For a second, I thought she might actually understand. Then she said, "You're blaming me for his choices." I leaned back. There it was. The wall. Leela Frost's core defense. If someone loved her, that was their problem. If she used them, that was their choice. If they broke, they were weak. I sighed. Fine, let's talk practically. I took out the divorce agreement, placed it on the table. Sign. She stared at it. Her expression changed in a way I did not expect. Not relief. Fear. You really want a divorce? Yes. You're not saying this to make me jealous. Leela, if I wanted to make you jealous, I would need to care where your attention goes. Her eyes reddened. Is it because of that policewoman? I paused, then smiled. Oh, you looked at her differently. Did I? You did. Interesting. The love brain could observe threats, just not reality. I tapped the agreement. Maya has nothing to do with this. You called her Maya, and you spent our wedding night at Darius's bedside. She flinched. I continued, do not compare names when your actions are carrying luggage. Her mouth opened, then closed. For once she had no good answer. Then she pushed the agreement back. I won't sign. I stared at her. She lifted her chin. If you want divorce, sue me. I laughed. Leela, why would you want to stay married to me? I don't worship you anymore. Her eyes shone. That's exactly why. Oh no. I felt a chill. This was worse than hatred. This was romanticized obsession beginning to rot. She leaned forward. You changed because you're hurt, because you think I chose Darius. But if I prove to you that I can choose you too, I stood immediately. No. She froze. No. No, absolutely not. Return that thought to whatever haunted forest it crawled out of. Her face twisted. You don't believe me. I believe you are experiencing withdrawal from control. That's cruel. That's accurate. Ding. Obsessive attachment identified early. Reward plus 500 merit warning. Female lead route destabilized. Warning. I did not like warnings. I picked up the agreement. You have 3 days. Sign peacefully or I'll proceed legally. Leela stood too. And if I do? I looked at her calmly. Then I will make marriage with me the most inconvenient experience of your life. She swallowed. I smiled. No violence, no threats, just lawyers, tax reviews, public image questions, and daily reminders that your husband does not love you. Her face drained. You're horrible. No, I'm divorced in spirit. I left the cafe. Outside, rain had started. Light rain. The dramatic kind. In the original novel, this would be where the male lead stood heartbroken, watching the female lead cry through glass. Instead, I opened an umbrella. A message arrived. Maya, you met Leela. I looked around. Was she psychic? I replied. Are you monitoring me, officer? She replied. She called the station asking whether emotional abandonment counts as abuse. I stopped walking, then burst out laughing. People nearby looked at me. I did not care. I typed. What did you say? Maya. I told her no. Then another message. I also told her not to waste emergency resources. I smiled so hard my face hurt. Maya, you may be my favorite government employee. She replied. That is not a high bar. Then, be careful. People who lose control sometimes escalate. The rain tapped against my umbrella. I stared at her message. Behind the humor, she was warning me again. Not paperwork this time. Concern. I typed. I know. Then, after a moment. Thank you. Her reply came slower. You're welcome, Leon. There. My name again. Not Mr. Hart. Not subject. Leon. The rain suddenly seemed less annoying. Ding. Emotional bond increased. Maya Vance status. Cautious interest right arrow personal concern. Reward, plus 800 merit. I closed the system panel. For the first time, I did not care about the reward. That was dangerous. Very dangerous. Because I was beginning to care about the person. There are two kinds of people in the world. People who wake up after a disaster and think, how do I heal? And people like me who wake up after a disaster and think, how do I monetize this? The next morning, I sat in the presidential suite of a hotel I definitely did not need, eating breakfast that came under silver lids like it was hiding national secrets. The table had truffle eggs, smoked salmon, 3 kinds of bread, fruit carved into suspiciously emotional shapes, and coffee so expensive it tasted like financial crime. I opened the merit system panel. Host status. Name Leon Hart. Current role, real Heir/script breaker. Merit points, 6,850. Plot resistance, none. Emotional stability, suspiciously functional. Relationship variable, Maya Vance personal concern. Host resentment remaining, 95%. I stared at the last line. Still 95%. The system chimed politely. Notice, original host trauma is deeply embedded. Recommended actions. 1. Resolve family abandonment. 2. Establish independent identity. 3. Reject sacrificial plot events. 4. Avoid becoming emotionally dependent on revenge. I almost choked on my coffee. Avoid becoming emotionally dependent on revenge. What was this? A supernatural merit system, or a therapist wearing a calculator costume? I scrolled down to the exchange shop. Merit exchange shop. 1,000 merit, plot resistance level 1. 1,500 merit, advanced evidence capture. 2,000 merit, injury recovery boost. 3,000 merit, public opinion shield. 5,000 merit, wealth conversion package. 6,000 merit, personal network seed. 10,000 merit, fate rewrite fragment. That sounded important. That also sounded like the kind of item a system offered right before ruining your day. So naturally, I ignored it. I purchased plot resistance level 1 and advanced evidence capture. Ding! Purchase complete. Plot resistance level 1 activated. Effects. Reduces forced plot coincidences. Weakens emotional manipulation scenes. Improves survival during scripted danger events. Ding! Advanced evidence capture activated. Effects. Automatically records hostile conversations. Detects edited footage. Stores verified copies in protected archive. Beautiful. I now had supernatural body cameras. My father from my original world would have called this cheating. Then he would have asked whether the system had a training mode. My phone buzzed. Not Maya. Disappointing. It was my lawyer. Technically, Leon Hart already had 3 lawyers. Of course he did. Rich people had lawyers the way normal people had umbrellas. I called the sharpest one, Rowan Pierce, divorce and corporate litigation specialist. His voice was smooth enough to sell poison as herbal tea. Mr. Hart, I reviewed the divorce documents. Mrs. Hart has not signed. Shocking, my faith in humanity remains wounded. Would you like to proceed with a formal filing? Yes. Grounds. Emotional misconduct, marital abandonment, coercive medical pressure and being annoying. There was silence. Then Rowan said, "The first three are usable. Fine, put the fourth in spirit. I'll draft accordingly." I liked Rowan. He understood that the law was a sword, and invoices were the whetstone. After hanging up, I checked my messages. The Hart family group chat had been quiet since yesterday. Too quiet. When a toxic family becomes quiet, it does not mean they have reflected. It means they are holding a meeting without you. Sure enough, 15 minutes later, Edmund Hart called. I answered. "Good morning, Father. Have you donated blood yet?" A long silence. Then Edmund said, "Leon, come home tonight." "Why?" "We need to talk." I heard that yesterday. It lowered my lifespan. This is serious. It usually is when people want my organs. His voice hardened. Do not make me repeat myself. I leaned back in my chair. Then improve your first attempt. Another silence. Excellent. The old Leon would have trembled. I did not tremble. I buttered toast. Edmund said slowly, "Victor Vance's people contacted me." My hand paused. "Lo." "So the mountain sent weather reports." "Don't joke. Why is Victor Vance asking about you?" "Maybe he enjoys my personality." "No one enjoys your personality right now." "Officer Maya might." The silence changed. Colder. "What did you say?" I smiled. There it was. Fear. Not because of Maya herself. Because of what her name represented. The Hart family was wealthy, but the Vance family was power. Real power. The kind that made other wealthy families speak in lowercase. Edmund's tone became cautious. "Leon, what is your relationship with Maya Vance?" "Currently, citizen and officer." "And privately?" "Father asking about my private life. We're growing so fast as a family." "Do not provoke the Vance family." "Then tell them not to provoke me." "You are not in a position to say that." I looked out the hotel window at the city below. Tall buildings. Morning traffic. A world where money moved like blood through invisible veins. And for the first time since transmigrating, I felt something clean. Not rage. Not mockery. Possibility. "Edmund," I said. His breathing stopped. I had not called him father. Good. Let him notice. I am not the old Leon. I'm not waiting for your approval, your affection, or your inheritance. If you want peace, stop feeding Darius with my life. Then I hung up. Ding. Parental authority rejection successful. Reward plus 850 merit. Original host resentment, reduced by 3%, only 3%. Fine. One brick at a time. I picked up my coffee. Then my phone buzzed again. This time, Maya. "Did my father contact you?" I smiled. "Not directly. He sent a suit with cheekbones." "Maya. Did you get in the car?" "Me. I enjoy living." "Maya. That's new information." "Me. Officer Vance, your concern is becoming obvious." A pause. Then, "My father is not someone you should treat casually." I looked at that message longer than the others. There was no sarcasm in it. Only warning. And maybe fear. Not fear for herself. For me. I typed slowly. "Are you worried he'll hurt me?" Maya replied. "I'm worried you'll insult him before realizing what kind of man he is." I laughed. Then wrote. "Too late, I already told his man I'm expensive." This time she called. I answered cheerfully. Maya. Her voice came through tense. You told my father's assistant you're expensive. Technically, I told the assistant to tell your father. Leon. I. The full name tone without the full name. Powerful. I'm serious, she said. So am I if Victor Vance wants to meet me. He can invite me properly. He doesn't invite, he summons. Then he can learn a new verb. She was silent for so long I wondered if she had hung up. Then she sighed. You're impossible. Frequently. My father doesn't like people getting close to me. I lowered the coffee cup. There it was. The real issue. Because you're his daughter. Because I'm his daughter, his weakness, his failed heir, his unfinished project, and according to him, his biggest disappointment. Her voice remained calm. Too calm. The kind of calm that had practiced standing upright while being hurt. I understood that tone. Not because of me. Because of Leon Hart. The body remembered. Maya, I said quietly. She did not answer. If you're his biggest disappointment, he must have terrible taste. A faint breath. Almost a laugh. You don't know him. No, I said, but I know people who confuse control with love. The line went still. Then she said softer, so do I. For once, neither of us joked. No system notification rang. No reward appeared. Good. Some things did not need points. Then Maya cleared her throat. I have to work. Of course. And Leon. Yes. If my father approaches you again, call me. I smiled. Worried about paperwork. No, she said. Then she hung up. I sat there for a while. The breakfast got cold. But strangely, I did not mind. Darius made his next move through public opinion. Of course he did. When fake saints lose private control, they go public. That afternoon, a gossip account posted a blurry photo of me leaving the police station. The caption read, Wealthy Hart heir investigated after wedding night violence. Sources say newlywed wife left injured while adopted brother was hospitalized. Very dramatic. Very inaccurate. Very useful. The comments came fast. Rich men are terrifying. Poor bride. I heard he was jealous of his adopted brother. Did Darius Vale collapse at the wedding? Leon Hart looks like the villain type. Villain type. Finally, someone recognized my effort. Within an hour, 3 more accounts reposted it. By evening, Hart wedding scandal was trending. The Hart family did not call me. Leela did. I declined. She called again. I declined again. She sent a message. Leon, things are getting out of control. Please don't say anything publicly. I replied. Why afraid of accuracy? She did not answer. Then Darius sent one. Brother, I'm sorry. I don't know who leaked this. I'll clarify if needed. I smiled. This was not a clarification offer. This was bait. If I responded angrily, he would screenshot it. If I stayed silent, the rumors would grow. If I begged, he would win. Unfortunately for him, I had advanced evidence capture and a personality disorder called confidence. I opened my protected archive. The wedding room audio. The family messages. The servant calling me second young master. The dining room organ conversation. The cafe divorce refusal. All time-stamped. All verified. I did not release them. Not yet. Instead, I posted a simple public statement through Leon Hart's verified account. Regarding recent rumors, I welcome legal review of all events. I also invite anyone discussing my supposed violence to explain why my wife spent our wedding night at another man's hospital bed while her family pressured me for blood and organ donation. Evidence has been preserved. Choose your next words carefully. Short, clean, menacing. Within 5 minutes, the internet exploded harder. The comments changed flavor. Organ donation. Wait, what? Wedding night at another man's hospital bed. Evidence preserved. That sounds serious. Darius Vale was hospitalized. Is this about him? Why would they pressure Leon? Then the first anonymous insider account posted. Everyone in elite circles knows the Hart family favors adopted son Darius over biological son Leon. This has been going on for years. Then another. Leela Frost and Darius Vale were childhood sweethearts. Her marriage to Leon was arranged by her grandfather. Then another. Heard Leon was asked to donate blood during his own wedding. The tide turned. Not completely, but enough. Ding. Public opinion counterattack successful. Reward plus 1500 merit. Public opinion shield efficiency increased. My phone rang. Edmund. I answered. He did not bother with greetings. Delete it. No. Leon, do you understand what you're doing? Yes, winning. You are damaging the Hart family. Then the Hart family should have behaved less damageably. You ungrateful, careful, I said lightly. Calls are recorded. His breathing stopped. Are you threatening me? Yes. Honesty saves time. He hung up. Then Vivian called. I answered because I was curious whether celebrities cried in surround sound. Leon, she said, voice tight, do you know how many reporters are calling my agency? Congratulations, your relevance increased. This isn't funny. Correct, it was funnier when you told me you'd never forgive me if anything happened to Darius. She inhaled sharply. I was worried. About him. He was sick. And I was your biological brother. Silence. There. Another brick hit the old wall. Vivian said nothing. For the first time, she had no sharp line ready. I almost hung up. Then she said quietly, you never used to talk back. People complained. I didn't mean, yes, you did. Her breath shook. I could picture her. Perfect makeup. Perfect posture. Perfect public image. No idea what to do when the neglected brother stopped cooperating. I said, Vivian, I'm not asking you to love me. Relax. That's not. I'm asking you to stop acting like I owe you obedience because we share blood. Another silence. Then she asked very softly, do you hate us? What a question. The original Leon had asked himself that for years. Did he hate them? Or did he love them too much? Was resentment just love that had been left outside in the rain until it rotted? I looked at the city lights. I don't know yet, I said honestly. Then I hung up. Ding. Honest emotional response detected. Reward plus 500 merit. Original host resentment, reduced by 4%. I rubbed my chest. That one hurt. Damn it. I preferred slapstick farming. Emotional growth was inefficient. A message arrived from Maya. Your statement was reckless. I typed. Effective though. Maya. Reckless and effective are not opposites. Me. Are you impressed? Maya. I am annoyed. Me. That's your love language. No reply for 1 minute. Then. I'm off duty at 8. There's a noodle shop near the station. Don't be late. I stared. Read it again. Then again. Was this a date? No. Maya would call it an interview. Or a safety review. Or a noodle-based legal consultation. I typed, "Yes, officer." Maya. Wear something that doesn't look like you're attending your own villain trial. I looked down at my black suit. Rude. Accurate but rude. At 7:58, I arrived at the noodle shop. Small place. Plastic stools. Steam fogging the windows. The kind of restaurant where food was better because the owner looked like she would personally fight inflation. Maya was already there. No uniform this time. Simple gray sweater. Dark jeans. Hair loose over her shoulders. She looked younger. Softer. Still dangerous, but now in a way that made me forget several jokes before they reached my mouth. She glanced up. "You're early." I feared arrest. "You should." I sat across from her. She pushed a menu toward me. "Order." "What's good?" "Everything." "Then why have a menu?" "To test decision-making." I nodded solemnly. "I'll have what you're having." Coward. Strategist. The owner came over. Maya ordered 2 bowls without looking. The owner smiled at her. Little Maya bringing a boyfriend. Maya's face changed. Not red. Not exactly. But her calm cracked. "Auntie." The owner laughed and walked away. I leaned forward. "Little Maya." "Don't." "I would never." "You already are." "Only internally." Her eyes narrowed. "You enjoy danger." "I enjoy discovery." She looked away, but I saw the corner of her mouth move. A real almost smile. Worth at least 1,000 merit. The noodles arrived. Hot broth. Hand-pulled noodles. Beef. Chili oil. Green onions. I took one bite. Then froze. Maya watched me. "Well." I pointed at the bowl. "This is better than wealth." "That's because wealth has no broth." "Deep." "I try." We ate in comfortable silence for a while. That surprised me. With Leela, silence had always been a courtroom. With the Hart family, silence was punishment. With Darius, silence was calculation. With Maya, silence was just space. No demand. No performance. Just steam rising between 2 people. Eventually she spoke. "My father knows we met." I assumed. "He asked for a report." "Did you give one?" "No." I looked up. Maya stirred her noodles. "He hates not knowing things." "Then I am happy to contribute to his personal growth." She gave me a look. "Leon." There it was again. Her warning voice. I set down my chopsticks. "Maya, why did you become a police officer?" She stopped. The question hit something real. For a moment, the noise of the restaurant filled the space between us. Then she said, "Because everyone expected me to become a Vance." "That's not an answer." "It is." "No, that's why you didn't do something, not why you did this." She looked at me. Really looked. Most people glanced at others. Maya examined. As if truth left fingerprints. "My mother died when I was young," she said finally. "After that my father became careful." Careful. Controlling. I said nothing. He decided every part of my life needed protection. School, friends, hobbies, future, marriage, even grief. Her voice stayed even, but her fingers tightened around the spoon. He wanted me safe so badly that I stopped feeling alive. I understood. Not from my old life. My father had been strict but never cold. He made me train until my legs shook, but when I fell, he stood nearby pretending not to worry while holding medicine. That was love wearing ugly clothes. Victor Vance sounded like fear wearing a crown. Maya continued, "When I joined the police academy, he cut off my cards." I blinked. "Victor Vance cut off your money?" "Yes." "What did you do?" "I got a roommate and ate instant noodles for 3 months." I stared, then respectfully placed one hand over my heart. "Officer Vance, your suffering has been profound." She kicked me under the table. "Not hard. Enough." I grinned. She continued, "He thought I'd come back, I didn't. And now he pretends he allows it. But he watches." "Yes." The word was quiet. Heavy. I leaned back. "So when he hears about me, he sees a threat. To you. To control." I nodded. That made sense. Victor Vance and Edmund Hart were different species of the same beast. One neglected. One smothered. Both called it family. Maya looked at me. "Why did you ask?" I thought about lying. Making a joke. Saying I was gathering intelligence before meeting the final boss. Instead, I said, "Because when you warned me about him, you sounded scared, not of him for me. And I wanted to know what kind of cage you climbed out of." Her eyes changed. Softened. Just slightly. "You're more observant than you act." I act foolish to lower enemy guard. You act foolish because you enjoy it. Both can be true. This time she smiled. Not almost. Actually. Small, brief, beautiful. My brain paused like a cheap computer. The system rang. Ding. Maya Vance's emotional trust increased. Relationship status, personal concern guarded trust. Reward, +1200 merit. I ignored it. Maya's smile had already paid better. After dinner, we walked outside. The night air was cool. Streetlights reflected off wet pavement. For once, I did not feel like the protagonist of a bad novel. I felt like a man walking beside a woman who had chosen her own life with both hands. Maya stopped near the curb. "Leon." "Yes." "My father will test you." I assumed. "You should take it seriously." "I will." She looked skeptical. "I mean it." "So do I. You don't have to fight everyone." That sentence landed strangely. Not because it was profound. Because no one in this world had said it to me yet. The Hart family said obey. Leela said sacrifice. Darius said lose. The system said farm. Maya said, "You don't have to fight everyone." I looked at her. For once, I had no immediate joke. She seemed to realize it too. Her gaze shifted away first. "I'm not saying forgive them," she added. "I'm saying don't let them decide what kind of person you become." I smiled faintly. "Too late, I'm delightful." She shook her head. "You're impossible." But she looked back at me, not hopeless. The words were simple. But something inside Leon Hart's chest loosened. Not much. A thread. A knot. A wound remembering it could close. Ding. Original host resentment reduced by 6%. Emotional anchor strengthened. Maya's ride arrived before I could answer. A plain car. Not Vance luxury. She opened the door, then paused. Good night, Leon. Good night, Maya. She got in. The car drove away. I stood there for a while, smiling like an idiot. Then my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered. A deep male voice spoke. Mr. Hart. I already knew. Victor Vance. The mountain had called personally. I looked at the empty street. Mr. Vance. You refused my invitation. No, your assistant failed to deliver one. A pause. Then a low chuckle. Interesting. Frequently. I want to meet the man causing trouble around my daughter. Causing trouble is vague, professionally or emotionally. Another pause. This one colder. Tomorrow, 7 o'clock, Vance Tower. I smiled. Is that an invitation? It is an instruction. Then I decline. Silence. The air itself seemed tense. Victor Vance said very softly, people rarely decline me. They must be busy agreeing with everyone else. You're either brave or stupid. My father says both. Tomorrow, he repeated, 7. I looked in the direction Maya's car had gone. Then said, send a proper invitation, include dinner. Victor was silent. Then he laughed. Not warm. Not friendly. But real. Fine dinner, 7. Excellent, I don't negotiate hungry. I hung up. Ding. Direct confrontation with apex authority initiated. Reward, plus 2000 merit warning. Vance trial event activated. I slipped the phone into my pocket. A trial event. Good. I had always tested well. Except in math. And obedience. Before meeting Victor Vance, I needed more merit. Not because I was afraid. Because preparation is just paranoia with better branding. The problem was, obvious conflict had temporarily slowed. The Hart family was avoiding me. Leela was refusing divorce, but also refusing public exposure. Darius was hiding behind weak health rumors. So I needed a new farming method. The system had said merit came from breaking toxic narrative logic. But it had also rewarded charity in the earlier item description. So I tested it. I went to a children's hospital. Not with cameras. Not with reporters. Just a donation transfer. 10 million. The hospital director nearly cried. I felt awkward. In my original world, I was not poor, but I was not randomly donate 10 million before lunch, rich. This body's money still felt unreal. Like game currency. But when I saw the pediatric ward, saw parents sleeping in chairs, saw a little boy dragging an IV pole while racing another child down the hallway, something in me shifted. Money stopped looking like numbers. It looked like time. Treatment. Relief. Breathing room. The system rang. Ding. Charitable act completed. Reward, plus 2500 merit. Additional effect. Public fate stabilization plus 1% public fate stabilization. Interesting. I donated again. This time to rural schools. Then road repairs in the county, where the original Leon had grown up. Then a fund for families resisting forced medical coercion. That last one felt personal. By evening, my merit had exploded. So had the internet. Because privacy is an illusion, especially when rich people do anything generous. A hospital employee leaked the donation. Then a school posted a thank you. Then someone connected the dots. The same Leon Hart accused of wedding violence had donated millions in one day. Public opinion did another backflip. Wait, villain rich guy is funding hospitals. Maybe the Hart family story is more complicated. He started a medical coercion legal aid fund. That's pointed. Is this a revenge charity arc? I support revenge charity. Revenge charity. I liked that. By midnight, people had given me a nickname. The Merit King. They did not know how accurate that was. Ding. Public persona established. Merit King. Reward plus 3000 merit. Public opinion shield upgraded to level 2 the next morning. Rowan Pierce called. Mr. Hart, your divorce petition has been filed. Excellent. Mrs. Hart's legal team requested mediation. Translation delay. Correct. What do you recommend? Pressure. I like you more every day, Rowan. I bill hourly. And honestly, he continued, also, your charitable fund attracted attention from regulators, advocacy groups, and several journalists. It may become larger than expected. Good. There is one issue. Only one. We're improving. Someone has anonymously submitted medical privacy documents claiming Darius Vale has a severe renal condition. I stopped. Finally, the organ plot was moving. Are the documents real? Partially, some appear edited. Advanced evidence capture pulsed in the background. The system displayed an analysis. Document check. Medical documents contain inconsistencies. Detected edits. Timeline altered. Severity exaggerated. Donor urgency fabricated. I smiled coldly. Darius was not just playing victim. He was preparing the kidney trap. Rowan, I said, preserve everything quietly. Already done. Good man. Again hourly. After hanging up, I checked my schedule. Victor Vance tonight. Darius plotting organ fraud. Leela delaying divorce. Hart family pretending to be innocent. Maya probably telling herself dinner, with me, had only been community safety outreach. Busy week. I bought personal network seed from the Merit shop. Ding. Purchase complete. Personal network seed. Effect creates probability pathways toward useful allies. Ethical journalists. Independent doctors. Legal advocates. Financial investigators. Whistleblowers, probability pathways. So not direct control. Just doors opening. That was fine. I liked walking through doors dramatically. The first door opened 20 minutes later. A journalist emailed me. Subject line. Inquiry regarding forced donation allegations and Hart family treatment name. Selene Cho. Investigative reporter. Known for destroying corrupt hospitals, fraudulent charities, and one mayor who tried to hide 3 apartments under his dog's name. Useful. Very useful. I forwarded the email to Rowan. Then I sent a message to Maya. If a powerful family manipulates medical documents to pressure someone into organ donation, how illegal is that? She called immediately. No greeting. What happened? I smiled. Good morning to you too. Leon. Darius may be preparing a fake urgency case. Do you have proof? Partial. Send it to me. Officially. Yes. And unofficially. A pause. Leon. I softened my voice. I'm not going alone on this. Silence. Then she said, good. That one word warmed me more than it should have. I sent her the documents through secure channels. A minute later, she spoke again. These are serious. I know. If they escalate, people could get hurt. I know. Do not confront him alone. Maya, I am deeply moved by your faith in my impulse control. You have none. Not none decorative. She sighed. But I heard the worry beneath it. Victor invited you tonight. Yes. He told you. No, my father tells me nothing. His assistant panicked after you demanded dinner. I grinned. Excellent. Leon, behave. I'll be charming. That's what I'm afraid of. Vance Tower was less a building and more a statement. It rose above the city like capitalism had discovered architecture. Glass. Steel. Security so tight even the lobby plants looked background checked. I arrived at 6:58. Not early. Not late. Precision is dominance. A receptionist guided me to a private elevator. At the top floor, the doors opened into a dining room with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Victor Vance stood by the glass. Tall, silver at his temples, perfect suit. A man who looked like he had never apologized without acquiring something in return. He turned. Leon Hart. Victor Vance. His eyes moved over me. Assessment. Measurement. Threat calculation. I smiled politely. A long table had been set for two. The food smelled expensive and emotionally distant. Victor gestured. Sit. I sat. He sat opposite me. No small talk. Good. I hated fake warmth. Victor poured tea. You've caused considerable noise. I prefer impact. You embarrassed your family. They contributed heavily. His mouth curved slightly. You speak boldly for someone with unstable standing. I stand fine. For now. Threat appetizer. I picked up my cup. Mr. Vance, are we eating dinner or measuring shadows? He watched me, then laughed once. Maya said you were reckless. Maya talks about me. She warned me not to crush you. I paused. That was interesting. She used the word crush. No, she was more polite. Sounds like her. Victor's gaze sharpened. You are fond of my daughter. I met his eyes. Yes. No joke. No dodge. No performance. Victor noticed. His expression did not change, but the room grew colder. She is not a prize for a wounded man rebelling against his family. I agree. She is not a shield against the hearts. I agree. She is not a ladder into power. I agree. His fingers rested lightly against the teacup. Then what is she to you? A trap. Obviously. If I said love too soon. If I said friend cowardly. If I said interest shallow. So I told the truth. She is someone who makes me want to become less reactive. Victor did not move. I continued. When everyone else tells me who to be, she asks whether I want to be that person. That is rare. Silence. Heavy. The city glittered behind him. Victor's voice lowered. You have a good tongue. I've been told it causes property damage. Words are cheap. Not from lawyers. He ignored that. What can you offer her? I smiled faintly. Nothing she cannot buy. That surprised him. Good. I leaned back. You are Victor Vance. If Maya wanted wealth, status, protection, convenience, influence, she was born drowning in them. Offering her those things would be like gifting water to the ocean. Victor's eyes narrowed. So I offer what she actually seems to want. And that is respect for her choices. For the first time, Victor Vance looked away. Only for a second. But I saw it. A crack. Small. Human. Then it vanished. You think I don't respect her. I think you love her through fear. His face went still. Very still. The kind of stillness that came before storms. The guards by the wall shifted. I did not look at them. Victor said softly, careful. No. His eyes hardened. I set down the cup. If you wanted flattery, you invited the wrong abandoned heir. If you wanted honesty, here it is. Maya is not weak because she rejected your path. She is strong because she built her own. And if you keep treating her independence like betrayal, one day she will stop trying to prove herself to you and simply leave emotionally. Maybe she already has. The room was silent enough to hear the city hum. One guard's hand moved slightly. Victor raised 2 fingers. The guard stopped. Victor looked at me for a long time. Then said, "You speak as if you know family disappointment." I laughed. Not happily. Mr. Vance, I could teach a masterclass. Something shifted in his expression. Not sympathy. Recognition. He picked up his chopsticks. Eat. That was all. So we ate. The food was excellent. Annoyingly excellent. Halfway through, Victor spoke again. Darius Vale. I looked up. What about him? He has approached one of my medical subsidiaries. My expression cooled. For what? Priority transplant consultation. There it was. Victor continued, his documents are inconsistent. I smiled. Funny, mine said the same. You have a source. Several. Good. Why tell me? Victor looked at me like I had asked why knives cut. Because if Darius commits medical fraud through a Vance institution, I will remove him. Simple. Terrifying. Efficient. I liked him more than I wanted to. Victor added, but if you use my daughter as bait in this conflict, I will remove you. And there it was. Balanced. Fair in a predatory way. I nodded. I won't. I'll decide whether I believe that. Take your time. He studied me again. You're either very brave or very damaged. Both. We covered this. For the second time that evening, Victor laughed. At 9:12, dinner ended. As I stood to leave, he said, Leon. I turned. If Maya chooses to see you, I won't stop her. I raised an eyebrow. That sounds almost like approval. It is not. Permission. Temporary tolerance. I'll treasure it. His mouth twitched. Don't. Ding. Vance trial event completed. Result, conditional tolerance achieved. Reward, plus 5000 merit. New ally pathway opened. Vance medical oversight. As I left Vance Tower, my phone buzzed. Maya. Are you alive? I smiled. Physically, yes. Emotionally evaluated. Maya. Did you insult him? Me. Constructively. She called. I answered. Her voice was tense. Leon. He tolerated me temporarily. A pause. What? His words. She went quiet. Then softly, almost disbelieving, he said that. Yes. Another pause. Then she laughed. Not controlled. Not restrained. A real laugh. The sound hit me harder than any system reward. You're unbelievable, she said. I've been promoted from impossible. Don't get arrogant. Maya, I was born arrogant in another world. What? Nothing. She sighed, but she was still smiling. I could hear it. Thank you, she said. For what? For saying something to him that I couldn't. I stopped walking. The night wind moved around me. The city lights blurred slightly. Maya, I said, you don't have to thank me for telling the truth. I know. But she said it anyway. And I understood. Sometimes gratitude was not about the act. It was about finally being seen. The next day, Vivian Hart came to see me. Alone. No parents. No Darius. No Leela. Just her, oversized sunglasses, luxury coat, and a face that looked like she had slept badly for the first time since becoming famous enough to outsource stress. We met in my hotel lounge. She sat across from me, removed her sunglasses, and revealed tired eyes. I looked at her carefully. Did your agency send you? No. Did father? No. Did Darius faint in your handbag? Her lips tightened. Can you not? I can, I usually don't. She looked down. Her fingers gripped her coffee cup. I came to ask about something. Ask? When you were younger, before you came back, were you happy? I did not answer immediately. Because I did not fully know. My memories were a strange blend. My original life had been loud, disciplined, sometimes exhausting but warm. Leon Hart's childhood had been poorer, rougher, but not loveless. His adoptive parents had not been elegant people. They had been farmers. Simple, blunt, tired, but they had fed him first when food was short. His adoptive older brother had fought boys who mocked him. His younger sister had saved candy for him. They had not known he was not theirs. And when the truth came out, they had cried like they had lost a son while still standing in front of him. The Hart family had wealth, but Leon's first home had warmth. So I said, sometimes. Vivian's eyes flickered. Were they good to you? Yes. She swallowed. You thought I crawled out of misery and should be grateful you let me stand in your mansion. Her face went pale. I didn't, you did. She lowered her head. For once, the glamorous actress looked small. I was angry, she said. At me. At the situation. But I was easier to punish. Her eyes reddened. She did not deny it. That surprised me. I loved Darius, she whispered. He was my little brother, then suddenly everyone said he was. And you came back, and I felt like if I accepted you, it meant betraying him. I stared at her. There it was. Not an excuse, but a reason. People loved reasons because they made cruelty look less ugly. Still, reason mattered. You could have loved both, I said. Her tears fell. Quietly. She wiped them fast, angry at herself. I know that now. I said nothing. She looked at me. Is it too late? That question was heavier than I wanted it to be. The original Leon inside me stirred. Pain. Hope. Rage. A child's voice asking why no one came sooner. I inhaled slowly. I don't know. Vivian nodded as if she deserved that. Maybe she did. I'm not asking you to forgive me, she said. I just wanted to know if there was anything I could do. I leaned back. Stop protecting Darius blindly. Her face changed. He's sick. He's also manipulative. She flinched. You don't know. I know more than you think. I took out my phone and sent her one file. Darius's altered medical documents. Not all. Enough. She opened it. Read. Her expression slowly collapsed. What is this? A question you should ask him. Her hand trembled. This could be a mistake. Yes. You think he edited these? I think someone did, and I think every time he is cornered, someone else bleeds. Vivian closed her eyes. For the first time, she looked not defensive but afraid. Not of me. Of what she might discover. She stood unsteadily. I need to go. Vivian. She stopped. If you ask him directly, he'll cry. Her face twisted. You really hate him. No, I said, I understand his method. She left without another word. Ding. Family member doubt seated. Reward plus 1800 merit. Original host resentment, reduced by 5%. I watched her disappear through the lobby doors. I expected satisfaction. Instead, I felt tired. Revenge was easy when people stayed monsters. It became annoying when they started acting human. My phone buzzed. Maya. My father said you were less stupid than expected. I laughed. That's practically adoption. Maya. Don't push it. Me. Too late, I'm calling him father-in-law in my head. Maya. I will arrest you myself. Me. Worth it. She did not reply for 30 seconds. Then. Dinner tonight. I stared. Then typed. With noodles. Maya. Know my place, I cook. My brain stopped. Then restarted badly. Me. Officer Vance, are you inviting a suspicious man into your home? Maya. I have a gun and better judgment than you. Me. Fair. Maya. 7. Me. I'll bring dessert. Maya. Bring honesty. I looked at that message for a long time. Then smiled. Dessert would have been easier. When Maya said, my place, I had imagined many possibilities. A luxury penthouse. A hidden Vance family villa. A guarded apartment with facial recognition, bulletproof glass, and a butler named Sebastian who secretly knew 12 martial arts. Instead, Maya lived in a normal apartment building. Not poor. Not shabby. Just normal. The kind of place where the elevator made a suspicious sound on the 3rd floor, the hallway smelled faintly of someone else's garlic, and the doorbell button had been pressed so many times it looked emotionally exhausted. I stood outside her door holding dessert. Not expensive dessert. I had learned my lesson. If I brought a gold-plated cake, Maya would probably write me a warning ticket for emotional bribery. So I brought mango pudding from the noodle shop auntie. Safe. Sincere. Affordable enough to not look like a hostage negotiation. I knocked. The door opened. Maya stood there wearing a loose sweater, black pants, and an apron that said, "Don't test me." I stared at the apron. Then at her. Then back at the apron. I feel welcomed and threatened. That means it's working. She stepped aside. Come in. I entered. Her apartment was neat. Very neat. Not cold, though. There were books stacked near the couch, a half-finished puzzle on the coffee table, 2 small plants on the windowsill, and a row of framed photos on a shelf. One photo showed a younger Maya in a school uniform, unsmiling, standing beside Victor Vance. Victor looked exactly the same as now, just with slightly less silver hair and slightly more emotional constipation. Another photo showed Maya with a woman who had warm eyes and a gentle smile. Her mother, probably. I didn't stare too long. Some memories had fences around them. Maya noticed anyway. "My mother," she said. I nodded. She looked kind. She was. No more. I did not push. That was the difference between curiosity and cruelty. Maya took the dessert from me. Mango pudding. From Auntie. Her eyebrow lifted. You went back. I wanted to make a good impression. On me. On Auntie, she controls the noodles. Maya almost smiled. Good. Progress. Then I smelled something from the kitchen. Something burning. I turned slowly. Maya. What? Is dinner supposed to smoke? Her expression changed. She spun around. Damn it. She rushed to the stove. I followed, because I was a gentleman, and also because I wanted to witness the police officer lose a fight against vegetables. Inside the pan was something that may once have been chicken. It now looked like evidence. Maya turned off the stove with the grim expression of someone arriving at a crime scene too late. I leaned beside the counter. Should I call backup? Don't. Was the chicken armed? Leon. I'm just asking. You seem to use force. She pointed a spatula at me. Say one more word. I raised both hands. Officer, I respect the deceased. She closed her eyes. For a second, I thought she might throw the spatula. Instead, she laughed. A short, helpless laugh. The kind that escaped before pride could stop it. I looked at her. Really looked. Maya Vance, daughter of one of the richest men in the country, officer of the law, terror of false reports, standing in her small kitchen with a ruined pan and smoky chicken. Somehow, this felt more intimate than any grand confession. She was not performing here. Not Officer Vance. Not Victor's daughter. Just Maya. Trying. Failing. Laughing anyway. My chest softened dangerously. The system rang. Ding. Domestic trust event triggered. Reward plus 900 merit. Relationship status. Guarded trust right arrow private familiarity. I ignored it. Mostly. Maya opened the window. Don't look so pleased. I'm not pleased. You are visibly pleased. I'm touched. That's worse. I walked to the stove. Move. She narrowed her eyes. You cook. I was raised in a martial arts school. If you cannot cook, you either starve or eat whatever my father calls training soup. What's training soup? Water, salt, regret. Maya stared. I can cook, I said. She stepped aside, suspicious. There's rice, eggs, some vegetables. Chicken is dead. Chicken was dead before. Now it is historically dead. Leon. Sorry. I rolled up my sleeves. The kitchen was small but workable. Rice. Eggs. Green onions. A few vegetables. Soy sauce. Garlic. Good enough. I made fried rice. Simple. Vast. No drama. Well, minimal drama. Maya watched from the side with her arms crossed. You're efficient. I am many things. Don't ruin the compliment. Yes, ma'am. She glared. I smiled. 10 minutes later, we sat at her small dining table with 2 plates of fried rice and mango pudding waiting like a peace treaty. Maya took one bite. Paused. Then took another. I leaned forward. Well, it's edible. High praise from the woman who cremated poultry. It's good, she admitted. I placed a hand over my heart. I'll treasure this forever. Please don't. We ate quietly for a while. Again, that easy silence. It frightened me a little. Not because silence was bad. Because it was good. Too good. I was used to noise. Insults, system alerts, family guilt, Darius coughing like a Victorian ghost. But here the world slowed down. Maya's apartment had no script. No dramatic lighting. No forced misunderstanding. No female lead bursting through the door. Just two people eating fried rice. It was almost suspicious. Maya set down her spoon. Leon. Yes. Can I ask you something? I may lie if it's about my skincare routine. She didn't smile. So I straightened. Ask. Why do you act like nothing hurts you? There it was. A knife but clean. Not meant to wound. Meant to open. I looked down at my plate. I don't. You do. Maybe I act like hurting me is expensive. That's not an answer. It's a brand strategy. Leon. Her voice was softer now. I leaned back. The apartment felt warmer than before. Or maybe I had just run out of places to hide. I woke up in a life where everyone expected me to bleed politely, I said. If I stopped joking, I might start taking them seriously. Maya watched me. And if you take them seriously, then I might remember that this body already did, for years. Her brow furrowed slightly. This body. I froze. Too much. Careless. I smiled quickly. I mean this life, the old me, before I changed. Maya did not look convinced. Of course she didn't. She was a trained investigator and annoyingly smart. But she did not press. Instead, she said, you don't have to tell me everything today. That made it worse. If she had demanded, I could resist. If she had accused, I could joke. But she gave me room. Room was dangerous. Room made people want to step forward. I looked at her. Maya. Yes. If one day I tell you something impossible, will you believe me? She studied me for a long moment. Then said, I'll listen first. Not yes. Not no. Better. Honest. The system rang softly. Ding. Truth pathway opened. Reward. +1000 merit warning. Revealing world truth prematurely may trigger fate distortion. I nearly sighed. Of course. Even honesty came with a trapdoor. Maya noticed my expression. What? Just realized my life has bad user interface design. Sometimes I really don't understand you. That may be why this works. Her gaze softened. Maybe. That one word stayed between us. Maybe. Not a promise. Not a confession. But a door left unlocked. After dinner, I helped wash dishes. Maya tried to stop me. I said I cooked, you burned, we both contributed, let me wash. She said that logic is offensive. I said but balanced. She allowed it. While drying a plate, she asked, did my father scare you? No. Really. He worried me. That surprised her. Why? Because he loves you. Badly but genuinely. People like that are harder to defeat than villains. She looked down at the towel in her hands. He wasn't always like this. I know. When my mother was alive, he laughed more. I stayed quiet. She used to say he looked at business like a battlefield and at home like a place to surrender. Maya smiled faintly, but it hurt. After she died, he stopped surrendering. That sounds lonely. For him. For both of you. Her fingers tightened around the plate. Then she set it down carefully. "You're dangerous when you stop joking." "I'll try not to make a habit of it." "Don't," she looked at me. "Maybe make a small habit." My heart did something inconvenient. The system did not ring. Good. If it had, I might have punched it. When I left that night, Maya walked me to the door. She held the container of leftover mango pudding. "I'll return this. It's disposable." "I know." "Then why? It means you can come get it." I blinked. Maya's face remained calm. Too calm. But her ears were slightly red. Victory. Massive victory. I smiled slowly. "Officer Vance, are you creating an excuse to see me again?" "Good night, Leon." She closed the door. Gently. Not slammed. I stood in the hallway smiling like an absolute fool. Ding. Romantic progression event complete. Reward plus 2000 merit. Relationship status. Private familiarity right arrow mutual interest. I looked at the panel. Then at her door. "System," I muttered, "for once you are late." Vivian Hart did not sleep that night. I knew because she called me at 4:16 a.m. No sane person calls at 4:16 unless someone is dead, dying, or emotionally collapsing. Given the Hart family, all three were possible. I answered, voice rough. "If this is about Darius needing my bone marrow, I'm hanging up." Vivian's voice shook. "Leon." I sat up. The tone was wrong. No arrogance. No performance. Fear. "What happened?" I asked him. I became fully awake. "Darius." "Yes." "And?" He cried. I rubbed my forehead. "I warned you." "No, listen to me." Her breath trembled. At first he cried. He said he didn't know anything about the documents. He said maybe the hospital made mistakes. Then I asked why the timeline didn't match his earlier reports. "And?" He changed. There it was. I stood and walked to the window. The city before dawn was dark and quiet. "What do you mean?" He looked at me like, Vivian swallowed, like he hated me. I said nothing. "He said I was choosing you over him. He said after all these years, even I was abandoning him. He said if he died, it would be because I doubted him." Classic. Emotional blackmail. Vintage Darius. Then Nora came in, Vivian continued. She heard us arguing. Darius collapsed. "Of course he did." I thought he fainted, but Leon, her voice dropped. I saw him lower himself before he fell. I smiled coldly. Professional victim, sloppy execution. "Where is he now?" "At the Hart house. Mother is crying, father called the doctor. Nora is furious at me." "And Elise?" "Hiding." That sounded right. Vivian whispered, "Was he always like this?" That question mattered. Because the answer would hurt. "Yes," I said. She went silent. I continued, "But he probably wasn't always aware of it. People become what others reward." Vivian let out a broken laugh. "So we made him worse." "You helped." She did not defend herself. "Good. Progress." "What do I do?" she asked. I looked at the system panel, which had appeared automatically. Ding. Family doubt event escalated. Available choices. 1. Comfort Vivian. Reward plus 500 merit. Effect, relationship repair plus 1-2. Use Vivian to expose Darius. Reward plus 1500 merit. Effect, Darius stability. 3. Encourage independent verification. Effect, Family Awakening Pathway +5 for once. The system was offering me a clean, selfish option. Reward +1000 merit. Use Vivian. Turn her guilt into a weapon. It would work. It would be satisfying. It would hurt Darius. But Maya's words came back. Don't let them decide what kind of person you become. Damn her. Making me decent at inconvenient times. I chose option 3. Vivian, I said, don't believe me. What? Don't believe Darius either. Get independent verification. Ask for original hospital records. Talk to doctors without the family present. Check dates. Check signatures. She breathed slowly. You think I can? You're a celebrity who survived entertainment contracts. You can read documents. A weak laugh. Leon and Vivian. Yes. Don't confront him alone again. She was quiet, then said, okay. The call ended. Ding. Independent verification encouraged. Family Awakening Pathway increased. Reward +1000 merit. Original host resentment reduced by 4%. I lowered the phone. Resentment reduced. Good. But the number still had a long way to fall. I wondered what would happen when it reached 0. Would the original Leon disappear completely? Would I? Unpleasant thought. So naturally, I ignored it. At 8:00, Maya messaged. You awake? I replied. Since 4:16, the Hart family discovered consequences. Maya. Vivian. I paused. How did you know? Maya. She requested hospital document verification through a public channel this morning. My department got flagged because of the earlier coercion report. Efficient. Vivian was moving faster than expected. Good. Maya continued. This may become formal. Me. Darius will panic. Maya. Then be careful. Me. That's becoming your favorite sentence. Maya. Because you keep needing it. Me. Are you free tonight? I have a disposable container to retrieve. No reply for almost a minute. Then. 8. Don't bring trouble. Me. Trouble follows me independently. Maya. Then lose it. I smiled. She was getting funnier. Or I was getting softer. Possibly both. By noon, the Hart family had split into invisible camps. Edmund wanted silence. Celeste wanted peace, which meant everyone pretending nothing was wrong. Vivian wanted records. Nora wanted efficiency. Elise wanted to evaporate. Darius wanted control. And Leela wanted me. Unfortunately, Leela appeared at my hotel at 1:00 p.m. I had instructed the front desk not to send her up, so she created a scene in the lobby. Of course she did. When I arrived downstairs, she was standing near the reception desk, sunglasses on, looking pale and dramatic. 2 staff members hovered nervously. Several guests pretended not to watch while absolutely watching. Leela saw me. Leon. No. She froze. I haven't said anything yet. I'm improving efficiency. Her lips trembled. I just want to talk. You could text. You don't answer. Self-care. She stepped closer. You filed for divorce. Yes. You really want to end us. There is no us. There is you, me, and Darius's medical bills haunting the hallway. Pain flashed across her face. Why do you keep saying his name like that? Because every conversation with you arrives carrying him. She looked around, lowering her voice. Can we speak privately? No. Leon, please. Please. A new weapon. The original Leon would have shattered under that word. I felt the echo in my chest. Hope. Longing. A stupid little part of the old host wanting her to mean it. The system flickered. Warning: female, lead, emotional pull detected. Original host attachment, residue active. I inhaled. Leela reached for my sleeve. I stepped back. Her hand froze in the air. Don't, I said. Her eyes filled. You used to want me to touch you. Tragic. She flinched. I know I hurt you. That was new. I studied her carefully. Was this sincerity? Strategy? Both. Leela continued. I was confused. Grandfather forced the marriage. Darius was sick. You were always there, always saying you'd do anything. I thought. She swallowed. I thought your love didn't need anything back. I laughed once. Cold. That is the most honest, cruel thing you've ever said. Her tears fell. I didn't mean it like that. Yes, you did. You thought love meant I would empty myself and still be grateful you noticed the bowl. She covered her mouth. For a second, she looked genuinely shaken. I almost felt bad. Almost. Then she said, but now I understand. I can learn. We can start over. No. Absolutely not. That road led back to the grave. I leaned in slightly. Leela, listen carefully. I do not want you to become better for me. Her face went pale. I want you to become better far away from me. The lobby was silent. Even the staff were invested now. Leela's expression cracked. Is it Maya? There it was again. Her pain needed a rival. If I left, another woman must have stolen me. It could not be because she broke something. Don't bring her into this. So it is her. My voice cooled. Leela. She stepped back. Fear flickered. Good. Not because I wanted her afraid. Because she needed to understand boundaries existed. If you harass Maya, I said, I will treat it as a legal matter. Her expression twisted. You're protecting her. Yes. That answer escaped before I could decorate it. Leela stared at me. Something ugly moved behind her eyes. Jealousy. Obsession. Humiliation. A dangerous mixture. You never protected me like that, she whispered. I almost laughed. The absurdity was too much. I tried to give you my life. She had no answer. I turned to leave. She called after me. Leon, if I sign, will you stop hating me? I stopped. The question was small. For once, not arrogant. I looked back. I don't know if I hate you. Her eyes widened. I continued, but I know I don't love you. That was worse. Her face crumpled. I walked away. Ding. Female lead attachment severed further. Reward, +1500 merit warning. Leela Frost obsession risk increased. Of course. No clean victories in this garbage novel. Upstairs my phone rang. Nora. Interesting. Nora rarely called unless she wanted something solved or someone blamed. I answered. Nora. Her voice was clipped. What did you send Vivian? Reality. Don't be dramatic. That's rich from this family. She ignored that. Darius is in distress because of you. He lowered himself before fake fainting, didn't he? Silence. Small. But there. Nora saw something too. She recovered quickly. You don't understand his condition. Then explain it. I'm not a doctor, yet you're confident enough to assign my kidney. She exhaled sharply. Leon, this isn't productive. No, it's educational. Nara's voice lowered. Darius told me you threatened to ruin him. I smiled. He said that. Yes. Did he mention the edited records? He said you fabricated them. Did you verify that? Another silence. Good. Nora was logical. Cold but logical. Unlike Vivian, who was emotional first, Nora needed inconsistencies. I gave her one. Nora, ask yourself something. If I fabricated documents, why would Vivian request official verification instead of releasing them publicly? She said nothing. I continued, and if Darius is innocent, why is he scared of original records? Her breathing changed. A crack. Small but clean. Then she said, I'll look into it. The line went dead. Ding. Second sister doubt seeded. Reward, +1200 merit family awakening pathway increased. Excellent. Darius was losing audience members. A performer without audience becomes desperate. And desperate people make mistakes. The Merit King Fund was supposed to be symbolic. A public shield. A way to farm points through social good, while annoying everyone who thought I was selfish. But by the third day, it became something else. Something bigger. Selene Cho, the investigative reporter, met me in a quiet office Rowan arranged. She was in her 30s, sharp-eyed, with short hair and the exhausted confidence of someone who had seen too many rich men lie badly. She placed a folder on the table. Mr. Hart, your fund opened a door. That sounds expensive. It is. She slid the folder to me. Inside were cases. Not one. Not 5. Dozens. Families pressured into voluntary medical donations. Employees coerced by bosses. Poor relatives manipulated by wealthy ones. Hospitals bending rules because donors were powerless and recipients were influential. My smile faded. This was not just my plot. This world had a pattern. Selene watched me. You look surprised. I thought my family was uniquely disgusting. No, they're just well-branded. I flipped through the pages. A young man pressured to donate part of his liver to a cousin who inherited the family business. A woman threatened with disownment unless she donated bone marrow. A driver fired after refusing a private medical request from his employer's son. My stomach tightened. The original novel had treated organ coercion like romance fuel. But outside the main plot, this world had copied that logic everywhere. The system appeared. Ding! World corruption node detected. Corruption type, sacrificial love logic. Manifestation, medical coercion network. Primary narrative anchor, Darius Vale organ plot mission available. Expose systemic coercion. Reward, +10000 merit. Bonus, Fate Rewrite Fragment, X1 Fate Rewrite Fragment. There it was again. Selene tapped the folder. I want to investigate, but I need protection, access, and verified evidence. I looked at Rowan. He nodded. Legally risky, but possible. I looked back at Selene. Do it. She blinked. That quickly. Yes. This could implicate people far above the Hart family. Good, I was worried I'd get bored. Selene smiled for the first time. You're either reckless or useful. That seems to be a theme. Rowan sighed. I'll structure the fund to support legal aid, whistleblower protection, and independent medical review. Excellent. Selene leaned forward. One more thing. Darius Vale's name appears in a consultation chain connected to a Vance medical subsidiary. I nodded. I know. Her eyes sharpened. You know. Victor Vance told me. For the first time, Selene looked impressed. You have interesting dinner companions. You should see his table settings. She closed the folder. If this goes public, Darius becomes the face of a much larger scandal. Then let's make sure the lighting is good. Ding! Systemic exposure path initiated. Reward, plus 3000 merit world fate stabilization, increased to 5%. After the meeting, I stood alone near the office window. Below, people moved through the city unaware that their lives were being shaped by invisible scripts. Love means sacrifice. Family means obedience. Weakness means entitlement. Kindness means availability. I had been treating this world like a personal revenge playground. But maybe the system had chosen me, because the whole world needed someone rude enough to say no. My phone buzzed. Maya, are you free? I replied. For you, suspiciously often. Maya, don't flirt, this is work. Me. Devastating. Maya. Darius Vale just filed a complaint claiming you are harassing him and interfering with his medical treatment. I smiled. There it was. Desperation. Me. Should I come in? Maya. Yes, bring your lawyer. Me. Should I bring pudding container too? Maya. Leon. Me. Fine, lawyer first, pudding later. Rowan Pierce arrived at the police station wearing a charcoal suit and an expression that charged by the minute. I arrived wearing dark blue because Maya had criticized my villain trial wardrobe. Growth. Maya met us in a conference room. Professional face on. Officer Vance mode. Still, when she saw the blue suit, her eyes paused for half a second. Worth it. She placed Darius's complaint on the table. Darius claims you threatened him, fabricated medical documents, and pressured Vivian and Nora into turning against him. Rowan read silently, then said poorly drafted. Maya looked at him. Rowan added, emotionally compelling, legally weak. I nodded. That's Darius. Maya slid another document over. He also claims your charity fund is targeted harassment. I brightened. Can charity be harassment? Rowan, write that down. Sounds innovative. Rowan ignored me. Maya did too. Very rude. She said this complaint forces a review, which may actually help if your evidence is solid. It is. Then submit it formally. Rowan nodded. We will. Maya's eyes met mine. For a moment the room shifted. Not personal. Not exactly. But she was worried. I could see it beneath the professionalism. Darius was creating legal fog. Not to win. To slow everything down. To make himself look like a victim before the real evidence surfaced. Maya said, Leon, until this is resolved, avoid direct contact with him. Gladly. And Leela. Trying. And your family. That may be harder. They reproduce conflict indoors. Rowan coughed. Maya's mouth twitched. Then the door opened. A senior officer stepped in. Maya, a word. Her expression changed. Professional tension. She stepped outside. Through the glass, I saw the senior officer speaking sharply. Maya's face remained calm. Too calm. Rowan leaned toward me. Internal pressure. From. Could be heart, could be Frost, could be someone connected to Darius's complaint. I watched Maya. Her shoulders were straight, her chin level, but her fingers curled once at her side. Anger. Controlled. The senior officer left. Maya returned. Everything okay? I asked. Yes. Lie. I tilted my head. Maya. Her eyes warned me not here. So I shut up. Growth again. After statements were filed, Rowan left to make expensive phone calls. Maya walked me to the hallway. Quietly, she said, Leela submitted a separate complaint. My expression cooled. Against me. Maya hesitated. Against me. The air changed. What? She claims I am biased because of personal involvement with you. My smile disappeared. There are many kinds of anger. Loud anger. Hot anger. Performative anger. This was none of those. This was clean. Cold. A blade leaving its sheath. Maya saw it immediately. Leon, don't. What did she say? It's being handled. What did she say? Maya exhaled. She implied I manipulated the investigation because of an improper relationship. For a second, I heard nothing. Not the station noise. Not footsteps. Nothing. Leela had aimed at Maya. Not me. Maya, who had done her job. Maya, who had already fought for her own life outside Victor's shadow. Maya, whose reputation mattered because she had built it herself. The system rang. Warning, host anger spike detected. Potential actions. 1. Immediate retaliation. 2. Legal counterclaim. 3. Strategic evidence release. 4. Emotional support. Recommended, 4 before 2 or 3. Recommended. The system had recommendations now. I looked at Maya. She was watching me carefully. Not afraid. Concerned. Maybe she expected me to explode. Honestly, I wanted to. But her job was not a battlefield for my ego. So I breathed. Once. Twice. Then asked, "Are you okay?" Maya blinked. She had expected many things. Not that. I'm fine. No, are you okay? Her expression shifted. The professional wall cracked. Just slightly. I'm angry, she admitted. Good. Good. Means you know you didn't deserve it. She looked away. Her jaw tightened. My father warned me this would happen, that people would use my choices against me. Your father is not always wrong. Her eyes returned to mine. But he's not always right either. No, I said, he is. I took out my phone. I'll have Rowan file a response, clean, legal, no drama. She raised an eyebrow. You, no drama. For you, I can try. The words came out too honest. Maya heard it. The hallway seemed to narrow. Her voice softened. Leon. Yes. Don't make me the reason you become worse. I looked at her. Then said, then be one reason I become better. Her eyes widened slightly. No system chime. No reward. Just silence. Then Maya looked down first. I have to go back. I know. She turned. Then stopped. Without looking back, she said, "Ate my place container." I smiled faintly. Understood. She walked away. I stood in the hallway, anger still burning but now shaped. Not wildfire. Forge. Leela had made a mistake. A very serious mistake. She thought attacking Maya would make me reckless. Instead, it made me careful. And careful men are much harder to stop. By the time I returned to the hotel, Victor Vance was waiting in my suite. Not metaphorically. Literally. He sat in the living room drinking my tea with 2 guards near the door. I looked at him, then at the guards, then at the tea. Mr. Vance, breaking into hotel rooms seems beneath you. I own the hotel. Of course you do. He set down the cup. Maya was accused today. I know. His gaze sharpened. You know because she told you. Yes. Good. That surprised me. Good. If she hides things, she intends to handle them alone. I walked in and sat opposite him. If she tells me she trusts me. Victor's expression remained unreadable. She is considering it. High praise. Probably. He gestured to the table. A folder lay there. What's this? Information. On Leela. On the Frost family. I opened it. Financial pressure points. Internal disputes. Grandfather's control over inheritance. Leela's dependence on family approval. Communications between Frost legal staff and someone connected to Darius. Very useful. Very dangerous. I looked up. You're giving me ammunition. I'm giving you a map. Why? Because Leela Frost involved my daughter. There it was. Victor's love language, strategic annihilation. I understood him better than I wanted to. He said, use it legally. I plan to. Do not embarrass Maya. I won't. Do not force her to choose between badge and personal loyalty. I won't. Do not make promises you cannot keep. I closed the folder. Mr. Vance. He waited. I care about her. His face went still. I continued. That does not mean I own her time, her choices, or her risks. If she tells me to step back, I will. If she asks for help, I will give it. If your concern is that I'll drag her into my chaos for selfish reasons, then watch me. Judge by results. Victor stared at me for a long time. Then said, you speak well. You've mentioned. That is not praise. I choose to receive it warmly. His mouth twitched. Then his expression cooled again. There is something else. I did not like his tone. What? Darius Vale's consultation request was not only for transplant priority. Victor's eyes darkened. He asked whether an incapacitated donor's pre-signed consent could be honored after traumatic injury. For 3 seconds, I did not understand. Then I did. An accident. A forged consent. A kidney removed while I was unconscious. The parking garage attack from the original ending had arrived early in shadow form. The system flashed red. Ding! Major plot event detected. Forced donor accident scheme. Threat level high. Primary actors. Unknown / Darius Vale / potential Frost connection. Suggested action. Increase plot resistance. Victor watched my face. Now you understand. I smiled slowly. Not happily. Oh, I understand. Victor stood. I have increased oversight at all Vance medical facilities, but if they use another hospital, another doctor, another route, I know. Do not move carelessly. For once, there was no dominance in his voice. Only warning. Almost concern. I looked at him. You sound like Maya. His expression darkened. Don't insult her. I laughed despite myself. Victor walked to the door. Before leaving, he said, Leon. Yes. If you hurt my daughter, I will destroy you. I nodded. If I hurt her, I'll deserve it. He paused, then left. Ding. Victor Vance relationship updated. Hostile observer right arrow reluctant strategic ally. Reward, plus 3500 merit. I looked at my merit total. Enough. I opened the shop and purchased plot resistance level 2. Ding. Plot resistance level 2 activated. Effects. Reduces forced accident probability. Increases hostile intent detection. Weakens forged consent plotlines. Improves survival odds during major narrative attacks. Good. Because the story was no longer playing for embarrassment. It was playing for blood. And this time, I would not be the donor. At 8:00 p.m., I stood at Maya's door again. This time holding nothing. The container was my excuse. I knocked. Maya opened the door. She looked tired. Not physically. Emotionally. The kind of tired that came from having your integrity questioned by people who had none. She stepped aside. Come in. I entered. The apartment was quiet. No burning smell. Improvement. She handed me the disposable container. Washed. Neatly dried. Completely unnecessary. I accepted it like a sacred artifact. I'll cherish it. Please throw it away. Mixed signals. She sat on the couch. I sat beside her, leaving respectful space. For a while, neither of us spoke. Then Maya said, My father came to see you. Yes. He told me. Did he report my behavior? He said you were tolerable. I smiled. I'm collecting compliments. She looked at me. Leon. There was something in her voice. I turned toward her. Her hands were clasped loosely in her lap. I don't want to become a weakness people use against you. I frowned. Maya, no, let me finish. I shut up. She looked toward the window. I chose this job because I wanted my life to belong to me. But because of my father, because of my name, people already assume things. That I got special treatment. That I'm rebelling for attention. That I'll eventually go back to the Vance family when things get hard. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were not. And now, because of you, they'll say I'm compromised. I said quietly, because of Leela, not because of me. Because I care. The words landed between us. Maya froze slightly, as if she had not meant to say them so plainly. I did not move. Did not joke. Did not breathe too loudly. She looked at me. I care, she repeated quieter, and that makes things complicated. My chest tightened. In the original story, love was a chain. A transaction. A weapon. But here, Maya said care like an admission of risk. Not ownership. Not demand. Risk. I said I care too. Her eyes softened. I know. Do you? You are not subtle. That startled a laugh out of me. The heaviness eased but did not vanish. I leaned back. I won't ask you to risk your career for me. I know. I won't use your father's power through you. I know. I won't drag you into things you choose to avoid. She looked at me carefully. And if I choose not to avoid them? I turned my head. Then I'll stand beside you. Not in front. Not above. Beside. Maya noticed. Her gaze dropped briefly to my hand resting on the couch. After a moment, she placed her hand near mine. Not touching. Close. A question. I answered by turning my palm upward. She hesitated, then placed her hand in mine. No music. No system. No dramatic thunder. Just warmth. Her fingers were cool, strong, real. For a long time we sat like that. Then she said, "This is probably a bad idea. Most worthwhile things have terrible paperwork." She laughed softly. I looked at her. She looked back. The distance between us narrowed. Slowly, carefully, not rushed, not forced. A choice moving 1 inch at a time. Then my phone rang. Because the universe hated me. Maya closed her eyes. I looked at the screen. Vivian. At 8:47 p.m. Bad sign. I answered. Vivian. Her voice was panicked. Leon Elise is gone. I sat up. Maya's hand tightened around mine. What do you mean gone? She left the house after arguing with Darius. She sent me a message saying she was going to prove everyone wrong, and now her phone is off. Maya was already standing. Officer mode engaged. I put the call on speaker. Vivian continued. Before she left, she said Darius told her if she really cared about him, she'd help him get proof you were dangerous. My blood went cold. Maya looked at me. Where would she go? Vivian sobbed. I don't know. The system flashed. Ding. Major side character danger event triggered. Target Elise Hart. Threat manipulated into staged evidence plot. Potential outcome. Injury/framing/escalation to forced donor accident. I stood. The almost confession vanished. The war returned. Maya grabbed her jacket. Send me Elise's last message, location history, everything. Vivian cried, okay. I looked at Maya. She looked back. No hesitation. No question. Whatever we almost said could wait. Elise might not have time. Maya opened the door. Leon. Yes. Now you can bring trouble. I smiled coldly. Good. Because trouble had already brought itself. And this time I was bringing backup. Elise Hart was the kind of girl who survived by being small. Not physically. Physically, she was 20 years old, pretty in the polished Hart family way, with soft eyes and expensive clothes and a social media account full of cafe photos, skincare products, and captions like today's mood. Healing. But emotionally. Small. She made herself small whenever the family fought. When Edmund raised his voice, she lowered hers. When Celeste cried, Elise apologized even if she had done nothing. When Vivian dominated the room, Elise nodded. When Nora explained things coldly, Elise agreed quickly. When Darius smiled sadly, Elise rushed to comfort him. And when Leon Hart came back into the family, Elise did what small people often do around storms. She hid behind whoever looked safest. At first, that had been Darius. Because Darius was gentle. Darius was sick. Darius needed protecting. Darius always knew how to make Elise feel useful. That was the trap. People like Darius did not need chains. They handed you a role, then convinced you that leaving the role meant becoming cruel. Tonight, Elise had finally tried to step out of hers. And now she was missing. Maya drove. Fast. Legally fast. Mostly. I sat in the passenger seat, reading Elise's last messages from Vivian's forwarded screenshots. I can't take this anymore. Darius said Leon is trying to destroy us all. He said if I help prove Leon is dangerous, everything can go back to normal. I just want everyone to stop fighting. I'm going to meet someone who has proof. Don't tell Dad, don't tell Leon. I stared at the last line. Don't tell Leon. Smart. Darius knew exactly what name to attach to fear. Maya's hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. Location history. Last ping near East River Warehouse District. Maya's jaw shifted. That area has old parking structures, storage units, abandoned loading docks. Perfect place for a heartwarming family misunderstanding. Leon. I know. My voice sounded colder than I intended. Maya glanced at me. Not long. Just enough. Stay with me when we get there. I was planning to. No solo heroics. I'm more of a solo villain. Leon. Yes, officer. She did not smile. So I stopped. The city blurred past us in streaks of yellow and red. Rain had started again, light but steady, turning the road slick and reflective. The kind of weather novels loved, because it made every bad decision look cinematic. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. I answered on speaker. A distorted voice came through. Leon Hart. Maya's eyes sharpened. I said, depends who's asking. If you want your sister safe, come alone. I looked at Maya. She mouthed, keep him talking. I leaned back. Which sister? I have three. Two are loud and one is portable. A pause. The caller clearly had not prepared for that. Elise Hart. Ah, the portable one. Maya shot me a look. I continued, let me guess. You want me to confess to something, sign something, walk into a dramatic warehouse with bad lighting. The voice hardened. You think this is funny? I think your script is stale. Another pause. Then faintly, I heard something in the background. A muffled sob. Elise. My amusement died. The caller said, come to Dock 17. No police, no bodyguards. If you bring anyone, she gets hurt. Maya's expression went flat. Professional. Dangerous. I said, you know, people always say, no police like police don't have phones. The call ended. Maya immediately tapped her comm line and relayed the location. Short, precise, controlled. Then she looked at me. You are not going in alone. Obviously. You're saying obviously, but your face says otherwise. My face is handsome and misunderstood. Your face is planning something stupid. I looked out the windshield. Dock 17. The original novel had several kidnapping scenes. Most were emotional traps. A supporting character would be endangered. The male lead would rush in, get blamed, lose evidence, and somehow end up apologizing. This time, Darius had used Elise. Not because she mattered to him. Because she mattered enough to others. A pawn with a pulse. The system flashed. Ding. Trap event confirmed. Scenario type, framing/hostage manipulation. Target Elise Hart. Secondary target, Leon Hart hidden objective. Create evidence of Leon's violence and instability. Recommended strategy, preserve witness, expose manipulator, avoid direct escalation. Potential reward, +8000 merit. I stared at the panel. Avoid direct escalation. That was system language for please, don't slap everyone immediately. Fine. Probably. Maya said, what are you thinking? I answered honestly. That Darius is more dangerous when cornered. Yes. And Elise may not understand she's bait until it's too late. Yes. And if I rush and angry, he gets what he wants. Maya glanced at me again. Good. Did you just praise me? I acknowledged temporary brain function. I'll take it. Her mouth almost moved. Almost. Then she turned onto the industrial road. The warehouse district rose ahead. Dark shapes. Broken lights. Wet asphalt. A place built for bad choices. Dock 17 looked like every crime scene had agreed to share rent. An old loading warehouse sat near the river, metal siding rusted in streaks, windows cracked, security lights flickering like they wanted to resign. Maya parked 2 blocks away. Backup was coming, but not close enough to spook whoever held Elise. She checked her sidearm. I checked my phone, my merit count, and whether my shoes had enough traction. Priorities. Maya saw me looking down. Shoes. If I die because of slippery pavement, I'll haunt the manufacturer. You're not dying. Bossy. Correct. She pulled out a small earpiece and handed it to me. Keep this on, I'll hear everything. Backup will stage behind the south access road. You go visible, I go shadow. I blinked. Maya Vance, are you letting me be bait? You were already bait. I'm making you useful bait. My heart is moved. Your mouth is exhausting. I put in the earpiece. Her voice came through, low and clear. Test. Officer, your voice in my ear is dangerous. Focus. Yes, ma'am. Don't call me that. Even now. Even here. I smiled, then stepped out into the rain. The warehouse entrance was half open. Yellow light spilled through the gap. I walked toward it slowly, hands visible, posture loose. Not scared. Not aggressive. A difficult balance, since every cell in my borrowed body wanted to find Darius and rearrange his confidence. Maya disappeared somewhere to my left. Silent. Efficient. A shadow with a badge. I reached the entrance. Hello, I called. I brought myself, sadly no gift receipt. A man stepped out from behind a pillar. Not Darius. Mid-30s. Broad shoulders. Cheap black jacket. Nervous eyes. Hired muscle. Behind him, another man stood near a chair. Elise sat tied to it. Her face was wet with tears. Her mouth was taped. Her eyes widened when she saw me. Not relief. Shame. Fear. Good. She understood at least part of it now. The first man pointed a metal pipe at me. Phone, toss it. I held up my phone. Can I at least finish my podcast? Now. I tossed it. Not far. Just enough. The phone slid across the floor. Advanced evidence capture kept recording automatically through cloud archive. Thank you, supernatural subscription plan. The man said, walk forward. I did. Slowly. Elise, I said lightly, you picked a terrible place for family therapy. Her eyes filled again. The second man ripped the tape from her mouth. She gasped. Leon, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Darius said. The first man snapped, shut up. I looked at him. My smile faded. Don't yell at her. He lifted the pipe. What are you going to do? Maya's voice in my ear. Leon, don't. I inhaled. Right. Avoid direct escalation. I looked back at Elise. What did Darius say? She sobbed. He said you were unstable, that you were going to hurt him and ruin the family. He said if I helped get evidence, he could stop you legally. Evidence how? The man with the pipe stepped closer. You don't ask questions. I ignored him. Elise cried harder. They told me to call you, to make you angry. They said you'd hit them. They said cameras would record it. I glanced around. Yes. There. 2 cheap cameras placed on crates. Angles facing the center floor. Not Elise. Not the men. Me. A stage. Badly built, but a stage. The system chimed. Ding. Framing setup identified. Reward, plus 1500 merit evidence capture enhanced. The first man frowned. What are you smiling at? Production quality. What? Nothing. He raised the pipe. You're going to say what we tell you. Oh. You admit you threatened Darius Vale. You admit you forced your sisters to lie. You admit you attacked your wife. I nodded thoughtfully. Anything else? Moon landing, inflation, bad weather. His face twitched. Do it. And if I do? The second man moved closer to Elise. She flinched. My blood went cold again. Maya's voice came sharp. Leon, hold. I held. Barely. The man said, then your sister gets hurt. Elise shook her head, sobbing. I'm sorry, Leon, I'm sorry. I looked at her. Small Elise. Spoiled Elise. Cowardly Elise. A girl who had helped ignore the original Leon's pain because it was easier than challenging the family. And now she was shaking in a chair, realizing that being useful to Darius did not make her safe. The old Leon inside me stirred. Anger. But beneath it, something else. A memory. Elise as a teenager, standing outside his room after he first returned to the Hart family, holding a plate of fruit. She had wanted to knock. She had not. She had turned away. Small people fail quietly. Sometimes those failures still cut. I said, Elise. She looked at me. Listen carefully. She nodded shakily. This is not your fault. Her eyes widened. The system pulsed. Ding. Protective response triggered. Original host resentment reduced by 7%. I continued, your stupidity helped, but this is not your fault. Maya exhaled in my ear. Leon. What? I'm balancing compassion and accuracy. Elise actually let out a broken little laugh through her tears. Good. Fear loosened. The man with the pipe did not appreciate the emotional healing. He rushed forward. Fast enough for an amateur. Slow enough for me. I stepped aside, caught his wrist, turned with his momentum, and guided him face first into a stack of empty plastic crates. Not bone-breaking. Not heroic. Educational. The crates collapsed loudly. The second man grabbed Elise's chair. Maya moved. 1 second, he was reaching for Elise. The next, Maya appeared from the shadows like justice with good posture. Police, hands where I can see them. He froze, then made the poor career choice of running. Maya swept his leg with clean precision and pinned him before he completed 2 steps. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I looked at her. Officer Vance, that was attractive. Secure Elise. Right, less flirting during arrests. I moved to Elise and untied her hands. She was shaking so badly I had to slow down. You're okay, I said. I'm sorry, she whispered again. I know. I believed him. Yes. I thought you hated us. I'm still deciding. She flinched. I sighed. Elise, if I hated you completely, I'd have let your kidnappers handle the family meeting. She stared at me, then cried harder. Not my best comfort line, but sincere. Maya cuffed the second man and moved to the first, who was groaning inside the crate pile. Backup flooded in seconds later. Lights, voices, orders. The warehouse became a real police scene instead of Darius's amateur theater. Maya approached me. "You okay?" "Yes." "Hands." I showed her. One knuckle scraped. "Minor." She frowned anyway. "That's not nothing. It's barely something." She took my hand and checked it. In front of officers. In front of Elise. In front of the universe. The touch was professional. Mostly. My brain, unfortunately, did not care. Elise looked between us, eyes red. "Oh." I looked at her. "What?" She sniffed. "You really like her." Maya let go of my hand immediately. I smiled. "Elise, trauma has made you observant." Maya shot me a look. But her ears were red. Victory amid crisis. Ding. Hostage event resolved. Reward, plus 5000 merit. Elise heart, awakening path opened. Framing plot neutralized. Not the full 8,000. Because I did throw a man into crates. Fine. Worth it. Then one of the officers called out. "Officer Vance, you need to see this." Maya turned. I followed. On a crate behind the cameras was a folder. Inside, a printed confession. For me to sign. A medical consent form. Also for me to sign. And a pre-drafted emergency donor authorization. My name. My details. My forged signature already copied on several pages. The warehouse fell silent. Maya's face changed. The kind of anger that made everyone nearby straighten. I looked at the documents, then smiled. Very slowly. Elise whispered, "What is that?" I picked up one page carefully by the edge. That, dear sister, is the part where Darius stops being family drama and becomes a prison sentence. Elise insisted on giving her statement immediately. Maya tried to have her checked medically first. Elise refused. For once in her life, the youngest heart sister did not fold. Wrapped in a police blanket, sitting inside the warehouse office, she spoke in a trembling but clear voice. I stood outside the room behind the glass. Maya sat across from her, recording. Elise said everything. How Darius had cried. How he told her Leon wanted to ruin the family. How he said Vivian and Nora had been infected by Leon's lies. How he suggested Elise could save everyone by helping gather evidence. How he gave her a number to call. How the men picked her up. How the evidence plan changed once they arrived. How she realized too late that she was not helping family. She was bait. When Maya asked whether Darius mentioned medical documents, Elise hesitated. Then nodded. He said Leon was selfish. That if Leon became incapacitated, at least something good could come from him. The room went cold. Even through the glass, I felt it. Maya's hand paused over the file. Her voice remained steady. Exact words. Elise swallowed. He said, if he won't give willingly, fate may still make him useful. The original Leon inside me went silent. Not angry. Not hurt. Silent. There are sentences that kill illusions. That was one. Darius did not just resent me. He did not just manipulate. He believed I existed to be used. The system flashed. Ding. Primary antagonist intent confirmed. Darius Vale threat level upgraded. Severe organ plot evidence chain established. Reward, plus 4000 merit. Maya finished the statement. When she stepped out, her face was calm enough to scare people. Leon. Yes. Do not go near Darius tonight. I know. I mean it. I know. She studied me. Do you? I looked through the glass at Elise, who had finally broken down after finishing her statement. Vivian had arrived and was now holding her. For the first time, Vivian was not performing. No cameras. No makeup shield. Just an older sister clinging to a younger one with terror in her face. I know, I said again. Maya's expression softened slightly. Good. I smiled faintly. You expected me to rush out. Yes. I'm offended. You threw a man into crates 20 minutes ago. He had poor manners. Leon. I sighed. I won't go near Darius tonight. I'll let the evidence work. Maya nodded. Thank you. For behaving. For trusting the process. I glanced at her. I trust you. She looked away first. Good. Even in police mode, that landed. Vivian came out of the office then. Her face was pale. She looked older than she had 2 days ago. Elise wants to talk to you. I went in. Elise sat with the blanket around her shoulders. Her eyes were swollen. When she saw me, she tried to stand. I waved her down. Don't. If you fall, this family will accuse me of gravity manipulation. A tiny laugh escaped her. Then she cried again. Leon, I pulled a chair and sat across from her. Say it once, I said. She blinked. What? Apologize properly once, not repeatedly like you're trying to drown me in guilt. Her lips trembled. Then she bowed her head. I'm sorry for believing Darius, for ignoring you, for calling you disgusting, for acting like you were the problem because it was easier than admitting we were unfair. Her voice cracked. I'm sorry I never knocked. I froze. That memory. The plate of fruit. She remembered. Elise cried harder. I wanted to when you first came home. I stood outside your door. I had fruit. I heard Mom telling Darius not to worry, that your return wouldn't change his place. And I thought if I went in, Darius would feel abandoned. So I left. The original Leon's chest hurt. Sharp. Old. Stupidly old. A plate of fruit. Something so small. But sometimes small kindness withheld becomes proof that you were never worth the risk. I looked at Elise. She was still small, but maybe finally trying not to be. I said, I remember. She covered her face. I'm sorry. I know. Can you forgive me? There it was. The question everyone wanted eventually. Forgiveness. As if it were a receipt that erased the purchase. I leaned back. No. She went still. Vivian, standing by the wall, closed her eyes. I continued, not today. Elise nodded painfully. But I said, I can accept that you're sorry. She looked up. I smiled faintly. Start there. Her tears fell again, but this time they were quieter. Vivian looked at me with an expression I did not want to name. Gratitude. Regret. Maybe both. The system rang softly. Ding. Forgiveness boundary established. Reward, plus 2000 merit. Original host resentment, reduced by 10%. Elise heart relationship updated. Avoidant sister right arrow repentant witness 10%. That one mattered. I stood and left before the room became too emotional. Outside, Maya waited. "You okay?" I looked at her. "No." Her expression softened. "Do you want to leave?" "Yes." "Come on." She did not ask more. She just walked beside me. And somehow that was enough. By morning, Darius Vale was no longer just the beloved adopted son of the Hart family. He was a person of interest. Not publicly. Not yet. But the machinery had started moving. The two hired men confessed faster than expected. People like that are loyal only until prison becomes personal. They admitted they were paid through an intermediary. They admitted the plan was to scare me, record me attacking them, then release the footage. They claimed they did not know about the medical forms. That part came from the person who hired them. The intermediary disappeared. Naturally. But he had made one mistake. He used an account connected to a shell company. That shell company had once paid for Darius Vale's private medical consultant. Rowan Pierce called me at 9:30 a.m. His voice was the verbal equivalent of polished knives. "We have a chain. Strong. Developing. Enough to freeze him. Enough to make him sweat. Excellent. There is another issue. Of course. The Hart family is requesting a private meeting." I laughed. "No." They included Vivian and Nora's names. I paused. "Nora too?" "Yes, Elise is recovering. Celeste is allegedly sedated. Edmund is furious. Darius is not included." Interesting. Very interesting. The family was splitting around him. I agreed to meet Vivian and Nora only. Public place. Lawyer nearby. Maya informed. Because I was learning. Slowly. The meeting took place in a private room at a tea house. Vivian arrived first. Nora arrived 2 minutes later. Nora looked as she always did. Composed, precise, dressed like she had a hostile merger at 3 and emotional damage at 4. But her eyes were tired. She sat. No greeting. I verified the records. I poured tea. And she stared at the cup. They were altered. Vivian closed her eyes. Nora continued, not by the hospital, at least not officially. Someone submitted edited summaries to the family doctor and to outside consultants. Someone, I repeated. Nora's mouth tightened. I am not ready to accuse Darius without complete proof. Of course. Her eyes flashed. Don't mock me. I'm not. I'm recognizing your speed limit. Vivian said softly, Nora. Nora inhaled. Then looked at me. I owe you an apology. I nearly checked under the table for explosives. Nora Hart apologizing. The plot really was collapsing. She spoke stiffly. I judged you based on convenience. Darius was familiar. You were disruptive. I chose the familiar and called it fairness. That was probably the most Nora apology possible. Dry. Structured. Accurate. I nodded. Accepted. She blinked. That's it. I'm not forgiving you yet, but apology accepted. Vivian gave a tiny smile through her exhaustion. Nora looked oddly relieved. Then she placed a folder on the table. These are financial records from Darius's personal accounts that I could legally access through family office summaries. I opened it. Payments. Consultants. Transfers. One line stood out. A payment to a company called Silverline Patient Advocacy. I looked at Nora. What is this? A medical facilitator, high-end, discreet, often used by wealthy families to arrange specialist care. Vivian's voice was quiet. Or transplant access. Nora's jaw tightened. Possibly. The system flashed. Ding. Corruption network node identified. Silverline patient advocacy connection to world corruption node confirmed. Mission progress, 35% Silverline. There was the larger enemy. Not just Darius. The machine that made people like him possible. Nora said there's more. Of course. She slid another document over. Darius contacted Leela several times last night. I looked up. When? After Elise was taken, before police arrived. Vivian's face tightened. She may be involved. I leaned back. Leela. Was she foolish enough? Obsessed enough? Yes. But did she know about the full plan? That was the question. Nora looked at me. Leon, whatever is happening, it's bigger than family conflict. I know. What are you going to do? I smiled. Farm. Nora blinked. Vivian sighed like she was already becoming used to me. Farm what? Justice. Neither sister knew how to respond. Good. Mystique restored. Leela found Maya before I found Leela. That was her second mistake. Her first mistake was believing jealousy made her righteous. Maya called me at 2:12 p.m. Her voice was calm. Too calm. Leon. I stood immediately. What happened? Leela came to the station. My grip tightened around the phone. What did she do? She requested to amend her complaint. Against you. Yes. I was already reaching for my coat. Maya continued. She claims I used my position to seduce you, manipulate your divorce, and frame Darius. I stopped. For 3 seconds, the world became very quiet. Then I smiled. A terrible smile. Maya. No. I haven't said anything. I can hear your expression. That's impressive. Leon. I'll handle it legally. You said that too quickly. I'll handle it legally after emotionally imagining several illegal options. She sighed. Better. Are you okay? A pause. I'm angry. Good. And embarrassed. That part is unnecessary. It's still there. I softened. Maya, Leela's accusation says more about her than you. I know that intellectually. And emotionally. Emotionally, I want to throw her into paperwork until she suffocates. I grinned. My influence is positive. This is not funny. No, but your phrasing was excellent. Another pause. Then she said, my supervisor placed me under temporary review for conflict concerns. My smile vanished. What? It's procedure. It's retaliation wearing procedure. Yes. Her honesty made it worse. I said I'm coming. No. Maya, no. If you come here angry, it strengthens her claim. I knew she was right. I hated that she was right. Then what do you need? She went quiet. Not because she had no answer. Because she was not used to being asked. Finally she said, trust me to handle my part. I closed my eyes. Hardest request so far. Okay. And handle yours cleanly. Okay. And Leon. Yes. Don't become cruel because someone was cruel to me. I opened my eyes. There she was again. Pulling me back from the edge without asking me to be harmless. I won't, I said. The system appeared. Ding. Emotional control under provocation. Reward, plus 3000 merit Maya Vance bond strengthened. I ignored the reward. Called Rowan. Then Selene. Then Victor Vance. Victor answered on the second ring. Leon. Leela filed against Meyer again. I know. Of course he knew. What are you doing? What are you doing? He countered. Legal response, evidence submission, public restraint. A pause. Good. I need Silverline patient advocacy records. Victor was silent. Then you found Silverline. Yes. That organization is protected. By who? People who dislike exposure. How poetic. How reckless are you planning to be? I smiled coldly. Strategically reckless. Victor exhaled through his nose. Almost amusement. I'll send what I can legally send. And illegally. I don't commit crimes on recorded calls. Prudent. Leon. Yes. If Leela's complaint damages Maya's career, I will be tempted to act as her father. I know. You should hope I continue acting as a businessman. I'm working on it. Work faster. He hung up. I stood in my hotel suite, looking at the city. The pieces were connecting. Darius. Leela. Silverline. The organ plot. Maya's career under attack. The Hart sisters cracking. The world's corruption node. This was no longer a revenge comedy. It was becoming a war against the story's logic itself. And the story did not like losing. That evening, Selene Cho released her first article. Not the full exposé. Just the opening shot. Headline. When voluntary isn't voluntary. Wealth, family pressure, and the hidden crisis of medical coercion. No names. No Hart. No Darius. No Leela. Just stories. Patterns. Experts. Legal gaps. Anonymous victims. The article went viral in 3 hours. People began sharing their own stories. Employees. Siblings. Spouses. Children. All pressured to sacrifice their bodies for someone more important. The Merit King Fund received thousands of requests. Law firms volunteered. Doctors spoke up. Ethics boards issued statements. The world moved. Just a little. But it moved. The system filled my vision with gold light. Ding! World corruption exposure milestone reached. Mission expose systemic coercion. Progress 50%. Reward plus 10000 merit. Bonus acquired. Fate rewrite fragment X1, a small glowing shard appeared in the system interface. Not physical. Not exactly. It looked like broken glass made of sunrise. I selected it. Fate rewrite fragment, a crystallized piece of corrected narrative law. Current quantity, 1-3. Collect 3 fragments to unlock. Final rewrite authority. Potential effects. Break protagonist halo corruption. Restore autonomy to key characters. Sever forced tragedy loops. Rewrite host fate. Warning, final use may require equivalent exchange. Equivalent exchange. There it was. The price hiding behind the prize. What exchange? I asked aloud. The system did not answer. Of course. Cowardly vending machine. My phone buzzed. Maya. I read the article. Me. And. Maya. It will help people. I looked at those words for a long time. Not it will help your case. Not it will hurt Darius. It will help people. That was Maya, always seeing the human center. Me. That matters to you. Maya. It matters to you too. You're just pretending it doesn't. I smiled faintly. God. Me. My image is being ruined by your accuracy. Maya. Good. Then another message. I'm still under review. My smile faded. Me. I'm sorry. Maya. Don't be, just win cleanly. I typed. Come over. Then deleted it. Too much. Too selfish. Before I could write anything else, she sent. Can I come over? I stared. Then answered immediately. Yes. 20 minutes later, Maya arrived at my hotel suite. No uniform. No makeup. Hair tied loosely. Tired eyes. She stepped inside, and for once she did not make a sharp comment about the luxury. I closed the door. For a moment, we just looked at each other. Then she walked forward and hugged me. I froze. Not because I did not want it. Because I wanted it too much. Then I wrapped my arms around her carefully. She exhaled against my chest. Not crying. Not breaking. Just resting. I lowered my head slightly. You okay? No. Do you want to talk? Not yet. Okay. So we stood there. No system notification. No reward. No jokes. Just Maya holding on. And me realizing that somewhere between kidnapping plots, legal filings, burned chicken, and supernatural merit farming, I had become someone she came to when she was tired. That terrified me more than Darius ever had. Because enemies could be defeated. Trust had to be deserved. After a long while, she pulled back. Not far. Just enough to look at me. Leon. Yes. If this becomes too much, tell me. I almost laughed. Not because it was funny. Because no one had asked that before. Not in this world. The old Leon had been expected to endure until empty. But Maya asked where the edge was. I said, same to you. She nodded. Then slowly, she reached up and touched my cheek. A light touch. A question. I answered by leaning into it. Her eyes softened. The space between us disappeared. This time, no phone rang. No sister vanished. No system interrupted. Maya kissed me. Softly at first. Careful. Like crossing a line both of us had seen coming and still respected. Then I kissed her back. Not desperate. Not claiming. Just choosing. When we parted, she rested her forehead against mine. This is still complicated, she whispered. Yes. And probably a bad idea. Most worthwhile things have terrible paperwork. She laughed quietly. I smiled. Then the system finally rang. Ding. Primary emotional bond confirmed. Maya Vance relationship status. Mutual interest right arrow chosen partner. Reward plus 5000 merit. Effect emotional anchor stabilized. Original host resentment reduced by 15%. I closed my eyes. 15%. The old Leon inside me shifted. Not gone, but calmer. As if some part of him, the part that had once begged to be chosen by people who never would, had finally seen someone choose him without demanding blood. Maya pulled back slightly. What? I smiled. Nothing. You look sad. Not sad. What then? I looked at her, relieved. She took my hand. Good. One word. Simple. Enough. For that moment the war waited outside. Darius could scheme. Leela could accuse. Silverline could hide. The Hart family could fracture. The system could demand its mysterious price. But inside that room under city lights, Maya Vance held my hand. And for once, I did not feel like a man trapped inside a broken script. I felt like someone writing over it. Line by line. Choice by choice. The morning after Maya kissed me, I woke up alone. That sounded tragic. It was not. She had left a note on the hotel desk. Not a romantic note. Of course not. This was Maya Vance. The note said, "Eat breakfast. Do not confront anyone without legal counsel. Do not post anything reckless. I mean it." I held the paper with both hands. Read it twice. Then smiled. A love letter. Police edition. I took a picture of it. Not to post. I was not suicidal. I just wanted proof that somewhere in this terrible world, a woman cared enough to threaten me into proper nutrition. The system appeared. Ding. Emotional anchor stable. Current partner, Maya Vance. Bond type, chosen trust. Effect, host emotional volatility reduced by 12%. Side effect, increased protective instinct. I narrowed my eyes. Increased protective instinct sounds like a warning. The system did not answer. Coward. I checked my messages. Maya. I'm at internal review this morning. Don't worry. I replied. Don't worry is not a command you can enforce. She answered 3 minutes later. Watch me. I laughed. Then another message arrived. Rowan Pierce. Darius Vale has retained criminal defense counsel. Excellent. The fragile prince had lawyered up. That meant fear had entered the bloodstream. Vivian messaged next. Father wants everyone home tonight. He says the family must present a united front. I replied. Against crime. Vivian. Against scandal. Of course. In the Hart family, morality was optional. Image was mandatory. Nora added me to a smaller chat. Members, Vivian, Nora, Elise, Leon. No parents. No Darius. Interesting. Nora wrote. We need to talk before tonight. Elise. I don't want to go home. Vivian. You don't have to. Nora. Father will insist. I typed. Father can insist into a pillow. Elise sent a crying laughing emoji. Progress. Nora replied. Leon, be serious. Me. I am. Pillows are excellent for muffling nonsense. Vivian. We need a plan. I looked at the chat. A plan. With my sisters. Not against me. With me. The original Leon inside me went very still. Not happy. Not trusting. Just listening. I typed. Fine, meet at Rowan's office at noon. Bring documents. Bring courage. Leave guilt at home unless it has evidence. Elise. Do I have to bring courage? I'm low. Me. Borrow Vivian's. She has celebrity-grade surplus. Vivian. I deserved that. Nora. Noon. The chat went quiet. I set the phone down. Something had shifted. Not healed. Not forgiven. But shifted. The Hart daughters were no longer orbiting Darius. And Darius would feel that. People who live by attention notice when the room stops facing them. Rowan's office looked exactly like a place where emotions went to be notarized. Glass walls, dark wood, expensive silence, a receptionist who could probably smell unpaid invoices. Vivian arrived first, sunglasses on despite being indoors. Nora arrived second, carrying a laptop and 2 folders. Elise arrived last, wearing a hoodie large enough to hide from generational trauma. She hovered near the door until Vivian gently pulled her inside. I sat across the conference table. Rowan stood at the head like a priest of litigation. "Before we begin," Rowan said, "this meeting is privileged. Speak honestly. Do not exaggerate. Do not conceal relevant facts. Do not commit crimes in my office." I raised a hand. "What about emotionally?" Rowan looked at me. "Especially not emotionally." Vivian almost smiled. Nora opened her laptop. Elise sat very close to Vivian. Rowan began. "We have several overlapping matters. 1. Mr. Hart's divorce proceedings. 2. Allegations of medical coercion. 3. The warehouse incident involving Ms. Elise Hart. 4. Possible fraud connected to Silverline patient advocacy. 5. Complaints filed against Officer Maya Vance." At Maya's name, Nora glanced at me. "Elise told us Maya saved her." "She did," I said. Elise nodded quickly. "She was amazing." I smiled. "Yes, she is." Vivian looked down, hiding a faint expression. Nora cleared her throat. "Leon." "What?" "You're smiling." "I have facial muscles." "You look," she struggled. "Happy." The room went quiet. That word felt too exposed. I leaned back. "Don't worry, it's probably temporary." Elise whispered, "I hope it is." I looked at her. She immediately stared at the table. The old Leon inside me stirred again. "That hurt." "Not badly. Just enough." Rowan, being mercifully allergic to sentiment, moved on. "Ms. Nora Hart, your documents." Nora connected her laptop to the screen. Financial charts appeared. Payments from Darius's personal account. Transfers through consultants. Invoices labeled. Emergency compatibility assessment. Donor consent review. Private ethics consultation. Crisis scenario planning. I stared at that last one. Crisis scenario planning. Nora's voice was tight. That invoice came from Silverline. Rowan leaned forward. "Date." 3 days before the wedding. Vivian covered her mouth. Elise whispered, "Before." "Before the wedding." Before Leela demanded blood. Before Darius collapsed. Before I woke up in this body. Meaning the organ plot had not been improvised. It had been prepared. The system flashed. Ding. Pre-planned sacrificial plot confirmed. Reward plus 4000 merit. Darius Vale narrative shield, reduced by 15% narrative shield. So he still had protection. A protagonist halo, but secondhand. Nora continued, "There are also messages." She hesitated. Vivian looked at her. "Nora." Nora clicked another file. Screenshots appeared. Darius and Leela. Not romantic. Worse. Strategic. Darius. "Leon won't refuse you if you cry properly." Leela. "He changed, he scares me now." Darius. "Then make him angry. Once he hurts you again, your family will force him to sign whatever we need." Leela. "I don't want him hurt badly." Darius. "You still care about him." Leela. "No, I just need him to stop looking at her." Darius. "Then help me. Once I'm safe, I'll help you get him back." The room went still. Elise's hands began trembling. Vivian looked sick. Nora closed her eyes. I stared at the screen. Not surprised. But even expected poison smells bad when opened. Rowan's expression remained professional, but his pen stopped moving for half a second. That was the lawyer version of screaming. I said calmly, "Where did you get these?" Nora replied, "Darius synced his old phone to the family cloud. He forgot." I looked at her. "Nora." "Yes." "You terrifyingly competent woman." She blinked. Vivian let out a broken laugh. Elise wiped her eyes. Nora looked away. "Focus." "I am focused. Compliments are part of morale." Rowan said, "These messages significantly strengthen our position." "Against Darius?" Vivian asked. "Against Darius, potentially Leela, and anyone connected to the attempted coercion." Elise whispered, "He used her too." I looked at her. Yes. Leela had made choices. Bad ones. Cruel ones. But Darius had been feeding every insecurity she had. Her love brain, her jealousy, her fear of losing control. He turned people into tools by telling them they were special. The original Leon had been one tool. Leela another. Elise nearly another. Vivian and Nora had been audience props. Celeste and Edmund. Funding and authority. Darius did not love family. He loved function. Nora said, "There's more." Everyone groaned internally. She opened one final file. A voice recording. Darius's voice filled the room. Soft. Weak. Perfect. If Leon becomes a danger to himself or others, Father can authorize emergency intervention. If something happens and he's medically incapacitated, the prior consent documents may still be accepted. Silverline said timing matters. Another voice. Male. Unknown. Consent must be clean. Darius. Then we make it clean. The recording ended. Silence. Then Elise started crying. Vivian reached for her. Nora stared at the screen like she wanted to burn it. I felt cold. Very cold. Not angry yet. Something deeper. The original Leon's resentment surged. For a moment I saw flashes. Hospital lights. Leela crying beside Darius. Edmund signing papers. Celeste saying, "Leon, just help him this once." Vivian turning away. Nora saying it was logical. Elise sobbing but not stopping them. A body on a bed. A consent form. A missing piece. A life hollowed out for someone else's survival. The room tilted. Maya was not there. Her hand was not in mine. The old plot pressed close. The system blared. Warning, original host trauma surge. Emotional stability dropping. Recommended, grounding anchor. My phone buzzed. Maya. A message. Breathe, whatever you just found, breathe first. I stared. How did she know? She knew me. That was all. I inhaled. Once. Twice. Slowly. The room returned. Vivian was watching me with horror. Not fear of me. Fear for me. "Leon," she whispered. I looked at the screen again. Then smiled. Small. Controlled. Terrible. Good. Nora frowned. Good. Yes. My voice was calm. They finally gave us a knife with their fingerprints on it. Rowan nodded. We moved carefully. Legally, I said. Rowan's eyebrows lifted. Very good. I looked at my sisters. Tonight, when father asks for a united front, we give him one. Vivian frowned. What? We unite. Nora studied me. Against Darius. I smiled. Against lies. Elise wiped her face. I don't know if I can face him. You don't have to speak, I said. But I want to. That surprised me. She looked small still. But not hiding. Not completely. I want him to know I saw him, she said. The original Leon inside me, softened by another fraction. Good girl. Late. But good. Leela called before the Hart family meeting. I answered because Rowan told me to preserve communications. Also because sometimes you need to let snakes hiss on record. Leon, she said. Her voice sounded tired. Frayed at the edges. What do you want? Can we meet? No. Please. No. She inhaled shakily. I know you're angry about Maya. Leela. I didn't mean to hurt her. You filed a complaint accusing her of misconduct. I was emotional. You were malicious. Silence. Then smaller, I was jealous. At least she had discovered one honest word. I said nothing. She continued, you look at her like she matters. She does. Leela's breath hitched. You never looked at me like that. The absurdity almost made me laugh, but her voice was too broken. So I said, I looked at you like you were salvation. That was worse. She went quiet. Worse? Yes, I didn't see you clearly. I worshipped someone who didn't exist. Maya matters because I see her as a person. Leela said bitterly, and I'm not a person. You are, that's why your choices count. Another silence. Then she whispered, Darius said if I helped him, you'd come back to me. There it was. Not an excuse. A confession beginning. I sat straighter. What did you help him with? I didn't know everything. Leela. I did. Her voice cracked. I knew he wanted evidence that you were unstable. I knew he wanted me to pressure you. I knew he said if you signed certain medical documents, everything would calm down. My hand tightened around the phone. Did you know about the warehouse? No. Did you know Elise was involved? No, I swear. Did you know about forged consent? A pause. Too long. Leela. She sobbed. He said it was only backup. He said you had promised before. He said legally it was just making sure your original promise was honored. My eyes closed. The original Leon's old promise. The stupid, desperate, lovesick promise made before I arrived. Darius had planned to turn that into legal poison. Leela cried harder. I didn't think he'd actually hurt you. I opened my eyes. But you were fine if I was cornered. She had no answer. Good. Let silence testify. I said listen carefully, send everything, messages, calls, documents, anything Darius gave you. If I do, her voice trembled. Will you forgive me? There it was again. Everyone wanted forgiveness like it was a vending machine. Insert evidence. Receive absolution. No, I said. She sobbed. But it may reduce the damage you caused. That's cruel. That's consequence. She cried quietly. Then whispered, do you love her? I thought of Maya's note. Her burned chicken. Her hand near mine on the couch. Her telling me not to become worse because of her. Yes, I said. Leela went completely silent. I did not soften it. She needed the truth more than comfort. Finally, she said, "I'll send the files." The call ended. Ding. Female lead confession path opened. Reward +2500 merit. Leela Frost obsession reduced by 10%. Leela Frost guilt increased by 25%. I stared at that. Guilt increased. Good. Guilt properly used becomes accountability. Improperly used, it becomes another performance. We would see which one Leela chose. 5 minutes later, files began arriving. Screenshots. Voice notes. A PDF. A scanned donor consent form with my signature. Forged badly. Insultingly badly. I forwarded everything to Rowan. Then to Maya through official channel. Then I messaged her personally. Leela cracked. "Maya, are you okay?" "Me? You keep asking that." "Maya, you keep needing it." I smiled faintly. "I'm okay enough." "Maya, that is not reassuring." "Me? I'm going to the Hart House tonight." "Maya, with Rowan." "Me? Yes." "Maya, with evidence." "Me? Enough to ruin dinner." "Maya, be careful." "Me? Always." "Maya, liar." "Me? Chosen partner privileges include accurate insults." There was a pause. Then, chosen partner. I froze. The system had used that phrase. I had typed it without thinking. Oops. Me. Too much. Maya. No. Another pause. Just unexpected. I stared at the screen. Then she added. Not unwanted. My heart did something ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I typed. I'll come see you after. Maya. Come back clean. Me. Legally or physically. Maya. Both. The Hart mansion looked the same. Bright windows. Perfect lawn. Servants moving quietly. A palace built on denial. But tonight the air was different. The servants did not smirk when I entered. The gate guard called me Mr. Leon with the tone of a man who had learned from history. Good. Education matters. In the dining room, everyone waited. Edmund at the head. Celeste beside him, pale and anxious. Darius sat near her, wrapped in a cardigan like a tragic poem. Vivian, Nora, and Elise sat together on one side. That alone made Darius's eyes flicker. They were not beside him. They were not surrounding him. They were together. Across from him. I entered with Rowan Pierce. Edmund's expression darkened. Why is your lawyer here? I smiled. Family bonding. Rowan inclined his head. Legal observation. Edmund slammed his hand on the table. This is exactly the problem. You keep escalating. I pulled out a chair and sat. No, Edmund, I keep documenting. Celeste flinched at his name. Darius coughed softly. No one moved. Beautiful. He noticed. His fingers tightened on his napkin. Brother, he said weakly, I don't know why things became like this. I looked at Vivian. She looked back. Then at Nora. Then Elise. Elise was trembling, but she lifted her head. Darius noticed. Elise, he said gently, I was so worried about you. She stared at him. For a moment, she looked like she might collapse back into old habits. Then she said quietly but clearly, No, you were. Celeste gasped. Darius's face froze. Elise, you used me. His eyes reddened instantly. Professional. Elise, how can you say that? I would never. You told me Leon was dangerous. You told me I could help save the family. You sent me to those men. I didn't know they would hurt you. So you admit you sent her? Nora asked. Darius's mouth opened. Closed. Nora's trap. Elegant. Vivian looked at him with tears in her eyes. Darius stopped lying. He turned to her. The betrayed saint. Vivian, even you. She flinched, but did not look away. Yes, she said, even me. The room shifted. Darius's mask cracked. Just for a second. His eyes sharpened. Cold. Ugly. Then the tears returned. I see, he whispered. Leon finally turned you all against me. I clapped once. Everyone looked at me. Excellent, we've reached the villain line. Edmund's face was livid. Leon. I turned to him. No, you listen now. Rowan placed the first folder on the table. Mr. Hart, Rowan said evenly, we have evidence indicating Darius Vale participated in attempts to fabricate medical consent, manipulate family members, and create staged evidence against my client. Celeste shook her head. No, Darius wouldn't. Rowan placed copies of messages down. Nora opened her laptop and projected the financial records. Vivian displayed the altered medical documents. Elise played her statement. Then I played Darius's recording. If he won't give willingly, fate may still make him useful. The dining room became a tomb. Celeste's hand covered her mouth. Edmund stood frozen. Darius's face had gone white. Not sick white. Caught white. I leaned forward. Still coughing. Darius looked at me. For the first time, no softness. No brother. No fragile smile. Only hatred. You ruined everything. Celeste gasped like he had struck her. Darius realized too late. The mask had slipped in front of the wrong audience. I smiled. There he is. Ding. Primary antagonist mask break achieved. Reward plus 6000 merit. Darius Vale narrative shield reduced by 30%. Edmund slowly turned to Darius. Is this true? Darius stood. His eyes darted around the room. Calculating. Vivian crying silently. Nora cold. Elise shaking but firm. Celeste breaking. Edmund demanding. Me smiling. Rowan documenting. No audience remained. So Darius changed tactics. You all did this to me, he said. His voice rose. All of you. You brought him back and expected me to smile while losing everything. Vivian whispered, no one asked you to lose us. Darius laughed. Harsh. Ugly. You think love can be split equally. Don't be childish. Elise flinched. Nora's eyes narrowed. Darius pointed at me. He came back and suddenly I was fake. Fake son, fake heir, fake brother. Do you know what that feels like? I stood slowly. Yes. The word cut through the room. Darius froze. I walked around the table. Not close enough to touch. Close enough that he had to face me. You lived my life, I said. My room, my parents, my sisters, my inheritance, my name. And when I came back, you still had their love. His jaw tightened. I was afraid. So you tried to take my body too. He had no answer. Celeste started sobbing. Darius, he looked at her, eyes red. You said I was your son. You are, she cried. No, not when it mattered. Edmund's face hardened. Enough. Darius laughed again. Enough, now it's enough. When Leon was the one suffering, it was family responsibility. When I fight back, it's enough. The worst part. There was truth inside his poison. That was why people like Darius were dangerous. They mixed real pain with cruelty, until others choked on both. I said, you were hurt. That does not give you ownership of everyone else's blood. Darius looked at me with pure hatred. You don't deserve them. I smiled. I stopped asking. That hit him harder than anger would have. Because he understood then. This was not a competition anymore. He was still fighting for the center of a family I had already stepped away from. Darius grabbed his coat. Edmund snapped, "Where are you going?" "Out." Rowan said calmly, "Mr. Vale, law enforcement may wish to speak with you soon." Darius turned. For a second, I thought he might attack. Instead, he smiled. A terrible, broken smile. "You think you've won." I sighed. People keep asking me that before making terrible decisions. He looked at me, then said softly, "If I'm going down, I won't go alone." He left. The door slammed. Celeste collapsed into her chair. Edmund remained standing, face gray. Vivian held Elise. Nora closed the laptop with trembling hands. I looked at the door. The system flashed red. Warning, antagonist desperation event triggered. Darius Vale narrative shield critical but unstable. Potential next event. Flight/public smear/self-harm frame/attack on emotional anchor. Maya. My blood went cold. I pulled out my phone immediately. No new messages. I called her. She answered on the second ring. "Leon. Where are you?" "At home, why?" "Lock your door." Her voice sharpened. "What happened?" Darius broke. He threatened not to go down alone. "I'm calling it in." "I'm coming." "No, wait for I'm coming." This time she did not argue. "Be careful." I looked at Rowan. He was already calling someone. Vivian stood. "Leon." I turned. Her face was frightened. "I'm sorry." I nodded once. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But acknowledgement. Then I left. Because the story had lost its fragile prince. And cornered princes become monsters. I did not reach Maya before the internet exploded. Halfway to her apartment, Selene Cho called. "Leon, pull over if you're driving." Not a comforting opener. Darius posted a video. I switched to speaker and opened the link at a red light. Darius appeared on screen. Pale. Tearful. Perfectly lit. Of course. He sat in what looked like a hospital room. His voice trembled. I never wanted to say anything. I endured because I loved my family. But Leon Hart has spent weeks threatening me, turning my sisters against me, and using his wealth to destroy my medical treatment. If anything happens to me, please know I tried to survive. Comments were exploding. Poor Darius. Leon is terrifying. This is too much. Why is a sick man being bullied? Didn't Leon start a medical coercion fund? Is that just PR? Selene cursed softly. He's trying to seize victim narrative before we publish. Can you counter? Yes, but we need something simple, public, undeniable. I smiled coldly. I have something. The dining room recording. Darius saying, "You ruined everything. And if I'm going down, I won't go alone." But better than that. The earlier recording. If he won't give willingly, fate may still make him useful. I sent it to Selene and Rowan. Verify, release with context. Selene said, this will detonate. Good. Rowan texted simultaneously. Approved for controlled release. Use legal framing. Do not editorialize. I posted one line. I will not respond to performance. I will respond with evidence. Then Selene's article dropped. Headline. Leaked recording raises questions in Hartvale medical coercion scandal. The audio was embedded. The screenshots followed. The Silverline payments. The forged consent draft. Elise's statement excerpt, anonymized at first. Then Vivian publicly reposted it. With one sentence. I heard the evidence myself. I believe Leon. Nora reposted next. The documents were altered. I verified them. Then Elise. I was used. Leon saved me. That was the killing blow. The public tide turned so fast it nearly made noise. Comments shifted. Wait, what? Fate may still make him useful is insane. That sounds like organ coercion. His own sisters are backing Leon. Darius is cooked. Leon wasn't the villain. This is horrifying. Darius's video stayed up for 12 minutes. Then disappeared. Too late. Screenshots were everywhere. The fragile prince had shown blood. Not physical blood. Truth. And the internet smelled it. Ding. Public antagonist collapse initiated. Reward plus 8000 merit. Darius Vale narrative shield reduced to 10%. World corruption mission progress 70% good. Not done. But good. Maya called again. I saw. Door locked. Yes. Stay inside. Leon, I'm not helpless. I know. Then don't talk to me like I am. I exhaled. She was right. Fear had grabbed my voice. Sorry, I said, that came out wrong. Her tone softened. I know. I'm on my way. Police are sending a patrol by my building. Good. And Leon? Yes. Don't speed. I looked at the speedometer. Reduced speed. Barely. You have no proof. I know you. That warmed and wounded at the same time. I'll be there soon. When I arrived, 2 patrol officers were already outside Maya's building. Good. I went up. Maya opened the door before I knocked. She looked calm. Too calm. Then she saw my face inside. You were worried. Yes. I'm okay. I see that. Do you? I stepped inside. She closed the door. For a moment, we just stood there. Then I pulled her into my arms. Not dramatically. Not desperately. Just enough to confirm she was real, warm, safe. She let me. Then she said against my chest, Leon. Yes. You're shaking. I looked down. My hands were steady. But inside, not so much. I thought he might come after you. He might still try. I stiffened. Maya pulled back and looked at me. That's why we handle it properly. We. Yes, she said, we. One word. A blade and a promise. The system rang softly. Ding. Partner alignment achieved. Effect, emotional anchor resistance increased. Reward, plus 3000 merit. Maya touched my cheek. You don't have to protect me by panicking. I wasn't panicking. You drove here in 11 minutes. It was 12. Leon. Fine, mild panic. She smiled faintly, then kissed me. Short. Grounding. Better. No. Her eyebrow lifted. I may require several treatments. Don't push it. I smiled. The smile faded when my phone rang. Victor Vance. I answered. Mr. Vance. His voice was cold. Darius Vale tried to access a private airfield account 15 minutes ago. Maya's eyes sharpened. I put the call on speaker. Victor continued, he may attempt to flee. Maya grabbed her jacket. Location. Victor gave it. I looked at her. Maya, I'm going. You're under review. And still a sworn officer until told otherwise. Victor said through the phone, Maya. Her face hardened. Don't. A pause. Then Victor said, quieter, be careful. She froze. So did I. Victor Vance, mountain of capitalism, had just given a father's plea without wrapping it in command. Maya's expression shifted, softened by one painful degree. I will, she said. Victor hung up. I looked at her. She looked back. Don't say anything, she warned. I wouldn't dare. You absolutely would. I am demonstrating growth. Then get your coat. We left together. Not me charging ahead. Not her pushing me away. Together. The way we promised without saying it. The private airfield sat outside the city, surrounded by dark roads and expensive silence. By the time we arrived, police units were already moving into position. Maya coordinated with them, even under review, because competence has gravity. People listened. I stayed back. Mostly. Rowan was on call. Victor had frozen enough financial routes to make fleeing difficult. Selene was holding publication of Darius's possible flight until confirmed. The sisters were safe at Vivian's apartment. Leela was being questioned. The net tightened. Darius was found near Hangar 4. Not running dramatically across the runway. No. That would have been too honest. He was sitting in a black car, arguing with a man in a suit. The intermediary. Silverline's man. Maya approached with officers. I stood near a patrol car, watching. Darius saw me. Even from a distance, I saw his face change. Hatred. Relief. Desperation. He pushed past the man and shouted, Leon. Maya lifted a hand. Stay back. Darius laughed. You brought police again. Of course you did. I walked forward despite Maya's glare. Not too close. Just close enough. Darius. His hair was disheveled. His cardigan gone. No fragile prince now. Just a young man stripped of stage lighting. You think you're better than me, he shouted. No. That stopped him. I think I'm luckier, I woke up. His face twisted. You stole everything. I shook my head. No, you were given what was mine. Then you tried to keep it by cutting pieces off me. He trembled. I was scared. I know. You don't know anything. I know fear doesn't forge consent forms. He flinched. The officers moved closer. The Silverline man tried to step back. Victor's security, apparently cooperating with police, blocked him. Darius looked around. The net visible now. No mother to cry. No father to command. No sisters to comfort. No Leela to manipulate. No audience. Only consequences. His eyes landed on Maya. You, he said. My body tensed. Maya did not move. Darius smiled bitterly. You ruined him. Leon used to be obedient. Maya's voice was calm. No, he used to be alone. The words struck harder than any insult. Darius stared at her, then laughed brokenly. So touching. Maya stepped forward. Darius Vale, you need to come with us for questioning regarding conspiracy, coercion, falsified medical documentation, and the warehouse incident. He looked at me again. If I die, it's on you. The old weapon. Still trying. I looked at him. No. He froze. If you die, that will be tragic, but it will not make me your organ bank. It will not erase what you did. And it will not turn your fear into my guilt. Silence. Then the system rang. Ding. Death guilt manipulation fully rejected. Reward plus 5000 merit. Original host resentment reduced by 12%. Darius Vale narrative shield reduced to 0%. Darius's face changed. Not because he heard the system. Because something invisible had left him. The halo. The narrative protection. The strange gravity that made people excuse him. Gone. He suddenly looked ordinary. Sick maybe. Scared definitely. But ordinary. A man who had made choices. Maya nodded to the officers. They moved in. Darius did not fight. Not really. As they cuffed him, he looked at me one last time. I really did love them, he whispered. That was the cruelest part. He probably did. In his way. Possessive. Fearful. Hungry. But love twisted by entitlement becomes a mouth that never stops eating. I said, then you should have loved them without trying to own them. He looked away. They put him in the car. The Silver Line man was detained separately, loudly insisting he had done nothing wrong. People who have done nothing wrong rarely explain it to 5 officers at once. Maya stood beside me as the cars pulled away. The night wind moved across the airfield. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then she said, "You okay?" I laughed softly. You really only have one question. I keep hoping for a better answer. I thought about it. The old Leon inside me was quiet. Not gone, but less like a wound. More like a memory. I'm not okay, I said, but I'm better. Maya nodded. That counts. The system appeared. Ding. Primary antagonist route broken. Rewards. Plus 10000 merit. Fate rewrite fragment X1. Current fate rewrite fragments 2-3. World corruption mission progress 85%. 2 fragments. 1 left. I should have felt triumphant. Instead, I felt the story inhale. Because Darius had fallen. But Silverline remained. The world corruption node still pulsed beneath everything. And Leela had not yet chosen whether guilt would save her or destroy her. Maya touched my hand. I looked down. She linked her fingers with mine. In public. In front of officers. Under review. I looked at her. You sure? No, she said. Then squeezed my hand. But I choose it. My chest tightened. Dangerous woman. Making me believe in choices. Behind us, the runway lights glowed like a path. Ahead, the war was not over. But for the first time, the ending felt less like fate, and more like something we could take apart. Together, Darius Vale was arrested before dawn. By breakfast, the Hart Mansion had become a museum of emotional collapse. Celeste Hart sat on the living room sofa with a blanket around her shoulders, even though the room was warm. Edmund Hart stood by the fireplace, unmoving, one hand gripping the mantel so tightly his knuckles had gone white. Vivian sat beside Elise. Nora stood near the window, arms crossed, face unreadable. And I sat in the largest armchair because, if this family insisted on staging another tragic scene, I intended to be comfortable. Rowan Pierce sat beside me with a folder on his lap. He looked calm. Lawyers always looked calm when other people's lives were catching fire. Maya was not there. She had gone directly to the station after Darius was taken in. Internal review or not, the case had grown too large for anyone to pretend she was simply personally involved. Victor Vance had already moved too. Quietly, brutally, the Silver Line intermediary was in custody. Vance's medical oversight had frozen all related consultation files. Selene Cho was preparing the second article. And the internet had started doing what the internet does best. Digging. By morning, people had found old photos of Darius and Leela together, inconsistencies in Darius's illness timeline, medical coercion stories tied to Silverline, and one extremely unfortunate video of Darius at a luxury ski resort during a period when he had claimed to be bedridden. The fragile prince had gone from tragic victim to suspicious rich boy in less than 12 hours. Impressive speed. I almost respected the collapse. Celeste finally spoke. Her voice was hoarse. Leon. I looked at her. She swallowed. Did you know? What? That Darius was like this. I smiled faintly. Madam Hart, I was the target, not the fortune teller. She flinched. Vivian lowered her eyes. Elise held her sleeve. Nora said quietly, Mother, that's not fair. Celeste looked at Nora, as if her second daughter had spoken a foreign language. Nora turned from the window. No, don't ask Leon to explain why Darius became this way. Ask why none of us wanted to see it. The room went silent. That was new. Nora Hart, queen of logic and emotional tax avoidance, had just pointed the blade inward. Celeste's lips trembled. I loved him. Vivian's voice broke. We all did. Then what were we supposed to do? Celeste cried. Throw him away when Leon came back. I leaned forward. No one asked you to throw him away. Celeste turned to me. Her eyes were red. For the first time, she looked less like a wealthy mother and more like a woman who had built her whole heart around the wrong defense. I continued, you were asked to make room. She opened her mouth. Nothing came out. You treated love like a throne, I said. Only one son could sit there. Darius panicked because he believed that too. And when I came back, you all acted like I was an invader instead of the child who had been missing from the table. Celeste covered her mouth. Edmund finally moved. Enough. I looked at him. Is that your favorite word? You use it every time truth becomes inconvenient. His face hardened. Do not speak to your mother like that. I laughed. Cold. Small. Now she's my mother. The blow landed. Edmund's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Good. For once, silence had him by the throat. Rowan smoothly placed a document on the table. Mr. and Mrs. Hart, we need to discuss potential legal exposure. Celeste paled. Legal exposure. Rowan nodded. There are messages from Mr. Edmund Hart offering financial compensation in exchange for organ donation. There are family communications pressuring Leon. There may be civil liability if coercion can be established. Edmund's face darkened. I never forced him. I smiled. No, you just put a price tag on my kidney and called it family. Ding. Parental coercion named directly. Reward plus 2500 merit. Original host resentment reduced by 6%. Celeste began crying quietly. Vivian rubbed her back, but her own face was pale. Elise whispered, "We really did that." Nora said yes. The honesty almost made the room colder. Edmund looked at me. For the first time, he did not look angry. He looked old. Not physically. Structurally. Like a pillar realizing the house above it was rotten. I thought, he said slowly, if I kept Darius secure, the family would not break. I leaned back. And his throat moved. It broke anyway. No one spoke. That was probably the closest Edmund Hart had ever come to confession. The system did not ring. Good. Some failures were too human for points. I stood. Everyone looked at me. I'm not here to repair this family. Celeste's face crumpled. I continued, I'm not here to destroy it either. Darius did enough of that. What happens next depends on whether you keep protecting the lie or start protecting the truth. Edmund asked, and you? What about me? What do you want? That question. Late. So late it almost became comedy. But it still reached something old. The original Leon had waited years for someone in this room to ask him that. Not what he could give. Not what he owed. Not what he would sacrifice. What he wanted. I looked at Edmund. Then Celeste. Then my sisters. I want my divorce finished. I want Darius prosecuted fairly. I want Silverline exposed. I want Maya cleared. I want the people you all harmed with your silence to stop pretending silence is neutral. Celeste whispered, and from us. I paused. The old Leon inside me stirred. Anger. Hope. Exhaustion. I answered honestly. I don't know yet. Her tears fell harder. But I did not comfort her. Not because I was cruel. Because comfort was not mine to give on demand. Forgiveness had to grow somewhere real. This family had only just stopped poisoning the soil. Maya's internal review hearing took place that afternoon. Officially, I was not invited. Unofficially, Victor Vance owned enough buildings, donated to enough municipal programs, and terrified enough administrators that he could probably get a chair placed inside the moon. Still, Maya refused to let him interfere directly. So I waited outside. With Victor. Which was worse? The hallway outside the review chamber was painfully quiet. Victor stood near the window, hands behind his back. I leaned against the wall. Two men. One in a suit worth more than a car. One in a suit also worth more than a car, but with less emotional repression. Neither of us spoke for 5 minutes. Then Victor said, "Stop tapping your foot." I stopped. For 3 seconds. Then started again. He turned his head slightly. "Leon, I'm demonstrating concern rhythmically. You're demonstrating poor discipline. You sound like my father." Victor's eyebrow lifted. "Your heart father." "No, my real one." He looked at me then. Too sharply. I had slipped again. Damn it. Victor noticed everything Maya noticed, but with less kindness. "Your real one," he repeated. I smiled. Long story. I dislike unclear statements. I gathered. Before he could press further, the chamber door opened. A senior officer stepped out. "Mr. Vance." Victor did not move. Is my daughter finished? She is presenting her final statement. Then why are you outside? The officer stiffened. I almost laughed. Victor Vance did not ask questions. He rearranged posture. The officer cleared his throat. The panel requested a short recess. Why? They are reviewing new evidence. I stood straighter. What evidence? The officer glanced at me. Then at Victor. Victor's expression cooled by 1 degree. The officer answered quickly. Evidence connected to Ms. Frost's complaint and the Darius Vale case. The door closed again. Victor looked at me. What did you submit? Everything. That is not a legal category. It should be. His mouth tightened. You care for her? Yes. You are angry? Yes. Do not confuse the two. That annoyed me because it was good advice. I said nothing. Victor looked back at the door. When Maya was 12, he said suddenly, she ran away from a private school interview. I blinked. This was not the direction I expected. She was supposed to attend the academy where every Vance heir had studied, Victor continued. I had arranged everything, the recommendation, the board meeting, the future. What did she do? She climbed the rear wall and took a bus across the city to a public library. I smiled despite myself. That sounds like her. Victor's eyes softened. Barely. She called her mother from a librarian's phone. His voice changed on the word mother. Not much. Enough. She said, I don't want to be trained into someone else. The hallway felt quieter. Victor looked at the closed door. I thought I was protecting her from uncertainty. I did not realize I had become the uncertainty she feared most. I studied him. This man could freeze corporations with a phone call. But here, outside a plain review chamber, he looked like a father who had lost arguments years before understanding the question. Did you ever tell her that? I asked. His eyes returned to cold. No. Maybe try. He gave me a look. Do you advise everyone recklessly? Only emotionally constipated billionaires. A long silence. Then Victor huffed. Not a laugh. But its rich cousin. The door opened again. Maya stepped out. Uniform crisp. Hair tied back. Face calm. But I knew her now. Her shoulders were tight. Her jaw was set. Her eyes found mine first. Then Victor S. The senior officer followed. The panel has concluded there is insufficient evidence of misconduct by Officer Vance. In light of the emerging evidence suggesting the complaints were retaliatory, she will return to full active duty pending final case review. Maya exhaled. So did I. Victor's face did not change, but his hand at his side loosened. The officer left quickly. Wise man. I walked to Maya. Stopped before touching her. Public hallway. Her career. Her choice. She saw the restraint. Something soft crossed her face. Then she reached out and took my hand herself. Victor saw. Said nothing. Progress. I smiled. Officer Vance, cleared of being seduced into justice. Her eyes narrowed. Do not ruin this moment. Yes, ma'am. Don't call me that. Victor cleared his throat. Maya looked at him. For a second, father and daughter faced each other like two countries after a ceasefire. Victor said, You handled yourself well. Maya froze. So did I. That sentence was apparently rare enough to be historic. Maya's expression shifted. Guarded, then uncertain, then carefully neutral. Thank you. Victor nodded once. He looked like he wanted to say more. He did not. Coward. I glanced at him. He ignored me. Maya noticed both of us. What? Nothing, I said. Victor said nothing. Maya's eyes narrowed. You both look suspicious. Impossible, I said. I'm charming. Victor said he is suspicious. I pointed at him. Temporary tolerance revoked. Under review. Maya looked between us. Then unbelievably smiled. The system rang. Ding. Maya Vance professional integrity restored. Reward, plus 4000 merit Victor Maya relationship repair pathway opened. Emotional anchor stability increased. For once, I welcomed the ring. Maya deserved that win. Not because of me. Not because of Victor. Because she had stood in that room and refused to bow. Leela Frost disappeared for 6 hours. Not legally. Not dramatically. Just socially. Her family could not reach her. Her lawyer could not reach her. Her grandfather called me 3 times, which I ignored because I had already survived one toxic family and did not need a guest subscription. At 7:40 p.m., Leela sent me a location. No message. Just a location pin. An old church courtyard near the river. I stared at it. Maya stood beside me in my hotel suite, reading over my shoulder. No, she said. I haven't said anything. You're thinking of going. Yes. No. Maya, she filed against me, helped Darius and may still be unstable. You do not go alone. I smiled faintly. Are you coming as officer or partner? Both. Efficient. Leon. I know, serious. She studied me. Do you want to see her? I thought about it. Want was complicated. I did not want Leela. I did not want her apology. I did not want her tears. But she was still part of the broken script. And maybe part of me, the original Leon, the old wound, needed to see her clearly one last time. I need to know which way she falls, I said. Maya understood. She did not like it. But she understood. We went together. The courtyard was quiet when we arrived. Rain had washed the stone clean. Streetlights reflected in puddles. Leela sat on a bench beneath a bare tree, wearing a coat too thin for the weather. She looked up when she saw us. Her eyes moved from me to Maya. Pain flickered. Then shame. Good. Shame meant she still knew the difference between wrong and wound. Maya stayed a few steps back. Close enough. Leela noticed. She came. I said yes. To protect you. To protect everyone from bad decisions. Leela let out a small, broken laugh. Then looked at Maya. I'm sorry. Maya said nothing. Leela swallowed. I accused you because I was jealous, because I thought if your reputation was damaged, Leon would come back to me. I knew it was wrong. Maya's voice was calm. Yes. Leela flinched. No comfort. Good. Maya was not cruel. She was precise. Leela turned to me. I sent everything. I know. I told my lawyer I'll cooperate. Good. And I'll sign the divorce. The words hung in the cold air. Finally, a simple sentence that should have happened thousands of disasters ago. I nodded. Good. Her eyes filled. You don't feel anything. I looked at her. Really looked. Leela Frost, the female lead. The woman, the original Leon, had turned into a religion. She looked smaller now. Not powerless, just human. A woman who had mistaken being adored for being loved, control for connection, and guilt for devotion. "I feel tired," I said. She cried. Quietly. "I thought if someone loved me enough, I wouldn't have to be afraid." Maya's expression shifted slightly. That sentence was honest. Deeply. Painfully. Leela continued, "Darius needed me. You worshipped me. Grandfather controlled me. Everyone wanted something. I thought that was love, being needed, being chosen, being impossible to leave." I said nothing. She looked at me. "When you left, I felt like I stopped existing." That was the bottom. Not Darius. Not jealousy. Not even cruelty. Leela had built herself out of other people's need. When I withdrew mine, she collapsed. I said, "Then learn to exist without being worshipped." She laughed through tears. "That sounds lonely." "It is at first." Maya stepped forward slightly. "But it's real." Leela looked at her. For the first time, not with jealousy. With something like envy. Or recognition. "You know how." Maya said, "I'm learning." Leela lowered her head. "I don't expect forgiveness." "Good," Maya said. Leela looked up, startled. Maya continued, "Expecting forgiveness too quickly is just another way to ask victims to take care of you." Leela's face turned pale. Then she nodded. "You're right." I almost smiled. Maya Vance, emotional surgeon. No anesthesia. Leela reached into her bag and pulled out an envelope. "Divorce papers." Signed. She held them out. I took them. The system rang. Ding. Toxic marriage route terminated. Reward plus 5000 merit. Female lead obsession reduced by 40%. Leela Frost redemption pathway opened. Redemption pathway. Not redemption. Pathway. Good distinction. Leela stood. She looked at me one last time. "Leon." "Yes." "Did you ever love me?" The original Leon answered inside my chest before I could. "Yes." "Too much." "Wrongly." "Painfully." I said he did. Leela froze. "He." I smiled faintly. "The person I used to be." She stared at me confused. Then nodded as if she understood enough. "I'm sorry to him too." The old Leon inside me went quiet. Not healed, but heard. Leela walked away. No dramatic collapse. No screaming. No begging. Just a woman walking into the consequences of her own choices. Maya stood beside me. "You okay?" I looked at the signed papers. Then at the wet courtyard. "Yes." This time I meant it more. Maya slipped her hand into mine. "Good." I smiled. "You're very fond of that word." "When it fits." We stood there until Leela disappeared around the corner. The rain began again. Light. Almost gentle. Selene Cho's second article dropped the next morning. This one named Silverline Patient Advocacy. Not Darius directly as the center. Not yet. Instead, it revealed a network of medical facilitators who specialized in helping wealthy recipients find willing donors under questionable circumstances. The article included anonymous case studies, leaked invoices, internal training phrases like family persuasion alignment, and legal experts questioning whether consent obtained under financial or emotional pressure should be treated as valid. The public reaction was immediate. Anger, shock, recognition. Thousands of comments appeared. This happened to my cousin. My employer pressured me to volunteer for testing. Why is this legal? Silverline needs investigation. Leon Hart's fund was right. Silverline responded within 2 hours. Their statement was polished. Soulless. Silverline Patient Advocacy operates within all applicable laws and supports patient access, family coordination, and ethical medical navigation. Any suggestion otherwise is defamatory. Translation: we have lawyers and no shame. By noon, Rowan called an emergency meeting. Attending: me, Rowan, Selene, Maya, Victor Vance by secure video, and Dr. Amara Sen, an independent transplant ethics expert connected through the personal network seed. Dr. Sen was calm, sharp, and visibly furious in the way only ethical professionals become when bureaucracy has been used as a weapon. She spread several documents across the table. Silverline does not directly force donors, she said. That is how they survive. They create pressure environments. Selene nodded. Family meetings, private consultations, psychological framing. Dr. Sen tapped one page. They call it alignment. They identify the vulnerable person, isolate objections, reframe refusal as harm, and create urgency. I leaned back. So emotional blackmail with letterhead. Precisely. Maya's expression was grim. Can we prosecute? Dr. Sen looked at her. Individual cases, perhaps, systemically difficult. The donors usually sign. Victor's voice came from the screen. Consent obtained under coercion is vulnerable. Rowan nodded. But proving coercion is fact-intensive. Silverline's model is built to avoid fingerprints. I smiled. Then we need fingerprints. Everyone looked at me. Selene's eyes sharpened. You have something. Not yet. Maya narrowed her eyes. Leon. I held up both hands. I'm not planning anything illegal. Victor said, that sentence is least reassuring from you. I ignored him. We have Darius's case, the forged forms, the intermediary, Leela's cooperation, Elise's kidnapping. The altered records, that gives us one chain. Rowan nodded. One strong chain. But Silverline will cut it off as rogue behavior. Selene said, they'll sacrifice the intermediary. Exactly. Dr. Sen leaned forward. You need evidence that the method is standard. The system flashed. Ding. Final corruption mission available. Mission: expose Silverline's standard coercion model. Objective: obtain proof of systemic practice. Reward: fate rewrite fragment X1 warning. High-risk narrative resistance expected. There it was. Third fragment. Final mission. Maya saw my expression. What? I looked at her. Then at the others. We need someone inside. Victor's face hardened. No. I blinked. I haven't said who. You were going to suggest yourself. Wells, no. Maya said at the same time, absolutely not. I looked between them. Are you two coordinating now? Maya crossed her arms. Victor said, for once she is correct. Maya glanced at him. He added, usually she is correct. She blinked. I looked at Victor. Was that growth? Focus. Selene said, undercover exposure is possible but dangerous. Rowan added, and legally delicate. I smiled. Then not me. Everyone paused. Maya looked suspicious. Who? I tapped the folder. Leela. Maya's expression changed. Victor leaned back slightly. Rowan looked thoughtful. Selene smiled slowly. Dr. Sen said, explain. Leela has a connection to Darius. She was involved enough to be believable, guilty enough to cooperate, and socially positioned as someone Silverline may still approach. If she offers herself as a panicked family member trying to clean up loose ends, they may reveal process. Maya's eyes narrowed. That puts her at risk. Yes. So she chooses. I looked at her. She owes accountability, but we don't force redemption out of her, we ask. Maya studied me for a long moment. Then nodded. Good. That single word from her meant more than the system reward I knew was coming. Victor said, I can arrange legal monitoring and controlled communication. Rowan nodded. With consent and law enforcement coordination, it may be viable. Maya said, I'll need to clear it with my unit. Victor looked at her. Can you? She met his gaze. Yes. A beat. Then he nodded. I believe you. Maya froze again. This man was really speedrunning emotional repair in the most awkward way possible. I almost clapped. Did not. Growth. That night after the meeting, the system forced me into a dream. At least I thought it was a dream. One moment, I was in my hotel room. The next, I stood in a white space filled with floating text. Pages. Thousands of pages. Scenes from the original novel. Leon begging Leela. Leon donating blood. Leon signing contracts. Leon losing his kidney. Leon disappearing. Leon returning. Leon forgiving. Leon raising another man's child. Leon smiling at the end, like suffering had become virtue. I stared at the pages. My stomach turned. So this is the script. The system answered. Not with a chime this time. With a voice. Neutral. Distant. Old. Correct. I looked around. You can talk. You are not ready to listen. That's condescending. Correct. I almost laughed. Even the system had attitude. The pages shifted. Other stories appeared. Not mine. Women forced to forgive abusive families. Men sacrificing bodies for ungrateful lovers. Children repaying parents who sold them. Workers dying for bosses who called them loyal. Again and again. Different names. Same logic. Love equals suffering. Goodness equals self-erasure. Forgiveness equals ending. I felt cold. What is this world? A narrative field corrupted by sacrificial reward structures. Speak human. Stories taught the world that the most abused person must save everyone else. Eventually, the world believed it. The pages burned at the edges. You were introduced as a disruption. I transmigrated by accident. No. The word landed hard. I went still. What do you mean, no? The pages rearranged. My original world appeared. My room. My phone. The novel on the screen. Me cursing the ending. Me saying, if I were him, I'd slap the plot until it apologized. The system spoke. Compatibility confirmed. I stared. You chose me because I was angry. Because you rejected the moral premise. Plenty of people would. Few would act. Fewer would remain capable of care afterward. That silenced me. The white space dimmed. 3 empty slots appeared. 2 filled with glowing fragments. 1 empty. Final rewrite authority requires 3 fragments. I know. Equivalent exchange will be required. There it was. The thing I had been avoiding. What exchange? The system did not answer immediately. Then the pages shifted. Maya appeared, laughing in the noodle shop. Burning chicken. Holding my hand. Kissing me beneath city lights. My chest tightened. No. Final rewrite authority can sever corrupted fate. It can restore autonomy. It can free this world from forced tragedy loops. What is the price? The system's voice remained neutral. The host must surrender the borrowed narrative identity. I froze. Meaning? Leon Hart's role will be rewritten. The transmigrator's claim may dissolve. My mouth went dry. Are you saying I go back? Possible. Possible. Outcome depends on emotional anchoring and world acceptance. I laughed once. Sharp. Humorless. You're telling me if I save this world, I might lose it. Yes. And Maya. The system showed her again. This time standing alone. No memory of me. No hand in hers. My breath stopped. If the rewrite rejects the anomaly, she may forget. No. The word came out like a vow. The system said nothing. I looked at the pages. At the old Leon's suffering. At the countless stories like his. At the world bent around the idea that victims exist to complete other people's redemption. Then I looked at Maya's image. This was the trap. Not Darius. Not Leela. Not Silverline. The final villain was the choice between personal happiness and systemic repair. Classic story nonsense. Sacrifice one love to save the world. Be noble. Disappear. Let everyone else heal. I smiled slowly. No. The system paused. Clarify. I reject the premise. The pages rustled. You chose me because I reject bad moral logic, right? Then listen carefully. If the final choice is save the world by erasing myself from the person I love, that is the same rotten script wearing holy clothes. The white space trembled. I stepped forward. I will expose Silverline. I will collect your fragment. I will rewrite fate. But I will not accept an ending where love demands erasure as proof of virtue. The system was silent. Then, alternative pathway not found. I grinned. Then farm harder. For the first time, the system glitched. A crack of gold light split across the white space. Ding! Host has rejected final sacrifice premise. Error, this response was not predicted. New hidden objective unlocked. Rewrite fate without self-erasure. Difficulty extreme. Potential reward unknown. I woke up in bed gasping. My phone was ringing. Maya. I answered immediately. Leon. Her voice was sharp with worry. I sat up. I'm here. You weren't answering. I had a bad dream. A pause. Then softer. Are you okay? I laughed quietly. There was her question again. This time it nearly broke me. No, I said. Silence. Then, do you want me to come over? Yes. No joke. No dodge. Just yes. I'm on my way, she said. The line ended. I sat in the dark room, breathing slowly. The final mission waited. Silver line. The third fragment. The rewrite. The price. And now, one impossible objective. Win without disappearing. A normal protagonist might have accepted noble sacrifice. Fortunately, I was not normal. I was the merit king. And I had built my entire second life on telling stupid plots no. Maya arrived 22 minutes after my call. Not 23. Not 21. 22. Which meant she had absolutely driven too fast, while planning how to lecture me for driving too fast in the future. Hypocrisy. Attractive hypocrisy, but hypocrisy. When I opened the door, she stood there in a dark coat, hair slightly damp from the rain, eyes sharp with worry. She looked me over once, then stepped inside. You look terrible. Good evening to you too. You said you had a bad dream. I did. Her gaze moved over my face again. No, you had something worse. I smiled faintly. Your observational skills are inconvenient. Sit. Yes, officer. She gave me a look. I sat. Not because I was obedient. Because she looked like she might physically push me onto the couch if I didn't. Maya sat across from me at first, then seemed to reconsider and moved beside me instead. That small decision almost broke me more than the dream. Not opposite. Beside. She placed her hands loosely in her lap. Tell me. I looked at her. The truth sat in my throat like glass. Where did I even begin? Hello, Maya. This world is a corrupted narrative field. I'm technically not the Leon you knew before. A supernatural merit system rewards me for breaking toxic story logic. If I collect 3 fate fragments, I can rewrite this world. Unfortunately, I might disappear from your memory afterward. Also, your burned chicken was a major emotional milestone. No. Too much. Too insane. But Maya had said she would listen first. So I gave her the truth in pieces. Small enough to hold. Sharp enough to matter. Maya, I said, have you ever felt like this world rewards the wrong people? She blinked. That's your opening. I'm warming up. She leaned back slightly. Yes, I have. Like people suffer, and somehow everyone calls that noble. Like victims are expected to forgive because otherwise the story feels unfinished. Her expression changed. Less confusion now. More attention. Yes. What if that isn't just society being awful? Maya was silent. I continued. What if something is wrong with the way this world bends around certain people? Around Darius, around Leela, around families like mine, around people being pressured to sacrifice themselves and then praised for vanishing quietly. She studied me. You're speaking metaphorically. I wish. Her eyes narrowed. Leon. I looked down at my hands. For once, no joke came. I don't think I belong here the way everyone else does. The room went still. Maya did not interrupt. So I kept going. I woke up as Leon Hart after reading his story. Not his biography, a story, a horrible one. In that story, he gave everything away. Blood, money, organs, dignity. He was used by Leela, by Darius, by his family. And at the end, the story called his suffering love. Maya's face had gone very still. Not disbelief. Not belief. Processing. Good. Terrifying but good. I forced myself onward. When I woke up, I knew what was supposed to happen. Then something appeared. A system. It rewarded me whenever I broke the script. Her eyes flicked across my face. Merit, she said quietly. I froze. What? You say that word sometimes when you think no one is listening. Of course I did. because apparently I was an idiot with supernatural points and no operational security. I laughed once. Weakly. Yes, merit. Maya inhaled slowly. Are you telling me you're from another world? I looked at her. Yes. Silence. Rain tapped softly against the windows. The city moved outside, unaware that my entire existence was currently standing trial in a hotel suite. Maya asked, and the Leon before you? There it was. The question I feared. I don't know, I said honestly. Some part of him is still here, his memories, his pain. Sometimes his feelings hit me like they belong to me. Sometimes I think I'm healing him. Sometimes I'm afraid I replaced him. Maya's expression tightened. Not at me. For me. That was worse. I continued, the system showed me the final price. If I use the full rewrite, I may lose this identity. I may go back, or vanish, or be rejected as an anomaly. Her face paled. And me. My voice dropped. You may forget. Maya stood. Not dramatically. Just suddenly, like her body needed movement before her mind could collapse. She walked to the window and stared out at the rain. I did not follow. I had thrown the impossible at her. She deserved space. Minutes passed. Long ones. The kind that stretch until you can hear every bad possibility breathing. Finally, Maya spoke. You should have told me sooner. Yes. I understand why you didn't. I looked up. She still faced the window. But I'm angry you carried that alone. My chest tightened. That's your reaction. She turned around. Her eyes were bright but steady. You just told me you may disappear, that this world may be some kind of broken story, and that you've been fighting something I can't see. Her voice trembled once, then steadied again. Yes, Leon, I'm angry you carried that alone. I stared at her. I had expected fear. Disbelief. Maybe distance. Not this. Not anger on my behalf. Maya walked back and stood in front of me. Can I see it? The system. Yes. I don't know. Try. Of course. Maya Vance found out reality had a supernatural interface and immediately requested evidence. I almost smiled. Almost. I focused on the panel. For the first time, I tried not just to open it, but to share it. Nothing happened. Then Maya reached out and took my hand. The panel flickered. Gold light sparked between our fingers. Maya's eyes widened. A translucent screen appeared between us. Not as bright as I saw it, but visible. System notice. External witness recognition attempted. Witness Maya Vance. Status emotional anchor. Authorization. Partial. Maya stared at it. Then slowly said, I hate that this proves you're not having a breakdown. I laughed. I couldn't help it. The laugh cracked something in my chest. She looked at the screen, then at me. This thing has terrible formatting. I know. And it calls me emotional anchor. Yes. That's rude. I thought it was flattering. It makes me sound like furniture. I was thinking lighthouse. She looked at me. Some of the fear softened. Not gone, but softened. The screen shifted. Warning, final rewrite authority requires 3 fate rewrite fragments. Current fragments, 2-3 final objective, expose Silverline standard coercion model. Potential cost, host narrative identity instability. Hidden objective, rewrite fate without self-erasure. Difficulty extreme. Maya read every word. Then read it again. Her hand tightened around mine. "Hidden objective," she said. "Yes. You unlocked that." I refused the sacrifice ending. Her eyes lifted. "Good." There it was again. That word. But this time it sounded like a vow. "Maya," I said, "I don't know if I can win." She sat beside me again, still holding my hand. "Then we define winning." I blinked. "What?" "You keep treating the system's options like they're law, but every major change happened because you refused the listed choices." I stared at her. She continued, "Darius gave you guilt. You refused. Leela gave you obsession. You refused. Your family gave you duty. You refused. The system gave you sacrifice. Refuse better." My mouth opened, closed. For once I had nothing. Maya Vance had just told me to argue with a supernatural fate machine more effectively. No wonder I loved her. The thought struck me clean and hard. I loved her. Not as strategy. Not as rebellion. Not as comfort. I loved her because she saw the shape of my cage and immediately looked for the hinges. "Maya," I said. She looked at me. "I love you." The words came out simply. No dramatic build. No fireworks. No system notification. Just truth. Her breath caught. For a moment, all her composure disappeared. Then she squeezed my hand. "I know." I stared. "That is a terrible response." Her mouth curved slightly. "I wanted revenge for all your impossible flirting." "That's cruel. That's consequence." I laughed. Then she leaned closer. "I love you too, Leon." The system flickered violently. Gold light spread across the panel. Ding! Emotional anchor reclassification complete. Maya Vance, anchor right arrow co-author variable. Effect, host narrative identity stabilization increased. Final rewrite hidden objective probability increased from 0.01% to 3.7%. I stared at the number. 3.7. Maya saw it too. "That's low." It was 0.01. "Then we improved." "You are terrifyingly optimistic." "I'm practical. 3.7 is not 0. I leaned my forehead against hers. For the first time since the dream, I breathed without feeling the knife in my ribs. Not safe. Not yet. But not alone. Leela arrived at Rowan's office the next morning wearing no white. That was the first sign of growth. No fragile dress. No saintly styling. No carefully wounded heroine image. She wore a dark coat, her hair tied back, face bare and pale. She looked like someone who had cried enough to become tired of herself. Good. Self-exhaustion is the first step toward accountability. Maya stood beside me. Not in uniform. Officially, she was there as liaison support through the broader investigation, with another officer handling direct procedural oversight. Unofficially, she was there because Leela had tried to torch her career, and Maya believed in looking people in the eye when they apologized. Rowan sat at the head of the table. Selene Cho sat to one side with a recorder, currently off. Victor joined by video because apparently powerful men enjoyed appearing on screens like final bosses. Dr. Amara Sen reviewed the documents. Leela sat across from us. She did not look at me first. She looked at Maya. "I'm sorry," she said. Maya's expression remained calm. "You said that already." "I know. I'm saying it again not because I expect it to change anything, because it should be said." Maya studied her, then nodded once. "Accepted as a statement. Not forgiveness." Leela swallowed, then looked at me. I'll help. I leaned back. You understand what that means. I help expose Silverline. You may implicate yourself. I know. You may lose family support. A bitter little smile crossed her face. My family support came with strings. I'm beginning to hate strings. Progress? Maya asked why now. Leela's fingers tightened around her bag. Because Darius used me, and because I let him. Her voice shook, but she held it together. I kept telling myself I was acting out of love, but love was just the prettier word. I was afraid of being unwanted, afraid of being ordinary, afraid Leon would stop looking at me like I mattered. I said nothing. She continued. When he did stop, I tried to punish the person he looked at instead. Her eyes moved to Maya. That was ugly. It was mine, not Darius's, mine. Maya's expression softened by 1 degree. 1. But for Maya, 1 degree was practically a standing ovation. Rowan cleared his throat. Miss Frost, if you agree to cooperate, everything must be monitored, lawful, and voluntary. You will not improvise. You will not conceal communications. You will not contact Silverline outside the agreed framework. Leela nodded. I understand. I raised a hand. I'd like to add one more condition. Rowan looked pained already. Mr. Hart. I ignored him. Leela, you don't do this to win me back. Her face tightened. I know. No, hear it clearly. If any part of you thinks suffering properly will earn love as a reward, stop now. That is the same disease in cleaner clothes. She went pale. Maya glanced at me. Victor's eyes sharpened on the screen. Leela looked down. For a moment, I thought she might break. Then she nodded. You're right. I often am. Maya elbowed me lightly. Leela almost smiled. Almost. Then why do I do it? She asked quietly. I looked at her. Maya answered before I did. Because it's right. Leela closed her eyes. A tear slipped down. Okay, she whispered, because it's right. The system rang. Ding. Female lead redemption pathway advanced. Leela Frost motivation shift. Possession right arrow accountability. Reward plus 3000 merit. World corruption mission progress 88% good. Not complete, but real. The plan was simple in concept and complicated in execution, which meant lawyers loved it and everyone else suffered. Leela would contact Silverline through the channel Darius had used. She would present herself as a frightened family member, trying to manage exposure after donor consent complications. All communications would be preserved. Law enforcement would coordinate. No one would be placed in physical danger. No secret warehouse nonsense. No dramatic solo meeting. No come alone. This was not that kind of operation anymore. This was paperwork with teeth. Leela made the first call under supervision. Her voice shook once at the start, then steadied. I need help, she said into the phone. Darius told me your team could handle consent problems quietly. The room went silent. The Silverline representative paused, then replied smoothly. Ms. Frost, we do not handle problems. We support families through sensitive alignment. Dr. Sen's eyes narrowed. Selene wrote that phrase down. Sensitive alignment. Disgusting. Perfect. Leela continued. What if the donor refuses after previously agreeing? The representative's voice warmed. A professional predator. Refusal is often emotional. With proper family framing, most donors return to their original intent. And if they do, A pause. Then we evaluate documented prior willingness, decision capacity, and emergency circumstances. Rowan's pen stopped. Maya's face hardened. Victor's image on the screen went very still. Leela swallowed. Darius said timing matters. The representative chuckled softly. That is true in many medical contexts. Not a confession, but close. The call continued for 9 minutes. 9 minutes of polished language. No direct threats. No open illegality. Just a vocabulary built to make coercion sound like care. Family framing. Emotional resistance. Consent preservation. Legacy obligation. Urgency alignment. By the end, I wanted to throw a chair through capitalism. Maya saw my hand curl. She placed her hand lightly over mine. Not stopping. Grounding. The call ended. The room stayed silent. Then Selene said, "That was horrifying." Dr. Sen nodded. That was standard practice language. Rowan looked at Victor. With internal documents, this becomes actionable. Victor said, "I'll get them." Maya looked at him sharply. Legally. Victor paused. Then sighed like legality was personally rude. Yes, Maya, legally. She nodded. I leaned toward her. Look at that family growth. Don't. Victor heard. I am still on screen. I know, I said. That was directed at you. I also know. Leela suddenly laughed. Small. Unexpected. Everyone looked at her. She covered her mouth. Sorry, it's just. She looked at me, then Maya, then Victor's irritated face on the screen. For once, this doesn't feel like the end of the world. I looked at her. No, just the end of a bad one. The legal machinery moved faster after the call. Not because justice was naturally efficient. Don't be naive. Justice is often an old machine with missing screws. It moved because Victor Vance put his hand on the wheel and politely implied he would buy the road if necessary. Within 48 hours, Silverline's licensing partners were under review. Vance Medical released an internal ethics audit. 3 former Silverline employees contacted Selene. Dr. Sen identified repeated consent irregularities. Rowan prepared civil filings. Prosecutors began coordinating across jurisdictions. The third Fate Fragment mission moved from 88% to 94%. Annoying. Close enough to taste. Not enough to win. During that chaos, Maya received a message from Victor. She stared at it for several seconds. I was sitting beside her in the hotel lounge, pretending not to read over her shoulder. I failed. Victor. Dinner, no staff, no agenda if you agree. I blinked. Is your father ill? Maya looked at me. Don't make me laugh, I'm anxious. Sorry. She looked back at the message. No agenda, she said quietly. He's never had no agenda. That might be the agenda. Leon. What, I'm helping. You are not. She typed. Find my apartment. Tomorrow you bring food. I stared. Maya Vance, did you just summon Victor Vance with takeout requirements? He wanted no staff. I love you. I know. Still terrible. Still wonderful. The next evening, Victor Vance arrived at Maya's apartment carrying 2 paper bags of food. No guards visible. No assistant. No aura of corporate conquest. Well, less aura. He stood in her doorway, looking deeply uncomfortable. Maya opened the door. They stared at each other. I sat on the couch, because Maya had insisted I stay. Her exact words were, "If you leave, I'll lose my nerve. If you talk too much, I'll throw you out." Clear boundaries. Healthy. Victor stepped inside. His eyes scanned the apartment. The plants. The books. The puzzle. The small kitchen. The life his daughter built without him. Something in his face shifted. Not judgment. Grief. He placed the food on the table. "I brought noodles." Maya blinked. "From Auntie's shop." "Yes." "How did you know?" Victor looked at me. I raised both hands. "I only told him it controls the city's best broth." Maya's mouth twitched. The three of us sat at her small table. Victor Vance, billionaire mountain. Maya Vance, police officer and daughter who escaped the mountain shadow. Me, transmigrated merit farmer, currently third-wheeling generational repair. The noodles were excellent. The silence was not. Finally, Victor set down his chopsticks. "Maya." She stiffened slightly. "Yes." I was wrong. The apartment went so quiet, I could hear the refrigerator hum. Maya stared at him. Victor continued, each word sounding like it had to fight its way through years of pride. "After your mother died, I believed safety was the only thing I could still give you. I confused control for protection. I told myself your anger was immaturity because admitting it was pain would have required me to look at what I caused." Maya's eyes shone. Victor's jaw tightened. But he continued, "You were not my failed heir. You were my daughter. You were grieving, and I made my fear heavier than your grief." Maya looked down. Her hands were clenched in her lap. I wanted to reach for her, but this moment was not mine. Victor's voice lowered. "I am sorry." Maya covered her mouth. For a moment, she looked 12 years old and 23 at once. The girl who climbed a wall to reach a library. The woman who stood before an internal review panel and refused to bend. She whispered, "Why now?" Victor looked at her. "Because you stopped waiting." That broke her. Not loudly. Maya did not collapse. She cried silently, shoulders trembling, face turned away as if still trying to protect dignity from her own father. Victor looked lost. Powerless. A billionaire with no acquisition strategy for tears. I kicked him lightly under the table. He glared at me. I jerked my head toward Maya. He hesitated. Then slowly, awkwardly, placed a hand over hers. Maya froze. Then she turned her hand and held his. Victor closed his eyes. Just for a second. The system rang gently. Ding. Major relationship repair achieved. Victor Maya pathway. Control accountability. Reward. Plus 5000 merit world stabilization increased. I looked away. Some victories deserved privacy, even when happening 6 feet in front of me over noodles. After a while, Maya wiped her eyes and pointed at me. "If you make a joke, I'll end you." I nodded solemnly. "I would never." Victor said he would. "I know," Maya said. I placed a hand over my heart. Family unity against me, beautiful. Maya laughed through tears. Victor's mouth curved faintly. The apartment felt warmer. Not fixed. Nothing that old fixes in one night. But something had opened. A window. A door. A hand unclenched. Later, as Victor left, he paused beside me in the hallway. Maya was inside packing leftovers. Victor said quietly, "You helped." I smiled. Careful, that sounded like praise. It was an observation. "Of course." He looked at me. If the final matter with your system risks you disappearing, tell me what resources you need. I froze. Victor's expression did not change. Maya told me enough. I glanced toward the apartment. Of course she did. Not betrayal. Trust. Shared burden. I looked back at Victor. You believe her. I believe my daughter. That answer hit harder than expected. Victor continued, and I have seen stranger things than men claiming fate is a contract. Have you? No, but it sounded impressive. I laughed. Victor's eyes sharpened. Do not disappear if you can avoid it. I'm trying not to. Try intelligently. Everyone keeps attacking my methods. They are attackable. He left. I stood in the hallway smiling despite myself. Victor Vance had just emotionally apologized, supported his daughter, and advised me not to vanish. The world really was rewriting. Line by line. The breakthrough came from a former Silver Line employee named Jonas Reed. He was not brave at first. Most whistleblowers are not. Bravery is not a personality trait. It is a moment when fear loses an argument. Jonas came through Selini's channel, then Rowan verified him, then Maya's unit arranged formal cooperation. He had worked in internal compliance, which meant he had seen everything and approved nothing. He brought documents, training manuals, internal message templates, risk ratings for resistant donors, a chart titled Family Persuasion Pathway, Emotional Alignment Strategies. When I saw that, I stared at the page for a full 10 seconds. Then said, I need to sit down before I commit furniture violence. Maya pushed a chair toward me. Sit. I sat. Growth. The manual was worse than expected. Not graphic. Not openly illegal. That was the horror. It was clean. Professional. Designed by people who never raised their voices because they had learned how to make others do the damage. Sections included identifying donor guilt triggers, using family hierarchy, managing refusal narratives, preserving prior consent language, creating urgency without direct threats, avoiding explicit coercion terms. Selini looked pale with rage. Dr. Sin removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. Rowan said, this is enough. Victor on video again said, enough for regulators, enough for prosecutors, enough for civil action. Maya looked at Jonas. Why come forward now? Jonas swallowed. I saw the article, then the Darius case. I used to tell myself Silverline helped families, but, he looked at the manual, we had scripts for breaking people down without calling it breaking. His voice cracked. My sister asked me once if my job helped people. I said yes, I don't want to keep lying. The system appeared. Ding. Systemic proof acquired. Silverline Standard Coercion Model exposed. World Corruption Mission Progress, 100%. Reward, plus 15000 merit. Fate Rewrite Fragment X1. Current Fate Rewrite Fragments, 3-3 Final Rewrite Authority unlocked. The third fragment appeared. Gold. Bright. Terrifying. The 3 shards rotated in the system panel, forming a broken circle. For a moment, the room disappeared. Not physically, but fate leaned close. The system spoke in my mind. Final Rewrite Authority available. Activate. No. Not yet. My hand tightened under the table. Maya noticed immediately. She reached for me. What is it? I looked at her. Third fragment. The room fell silent. Victor's eyes narrowed from the screen. Rowan looked confused but wisely said nothing. Selene whispered, "Is that good?" I laughed softly. "It should be." Maya's hand covered mine. "Not here," she said. She understood. The final choice was not something to make under fluorescent lights beside a stack of coercion manuals. We finished the meeting. Legally. Properly. Documents secured. Statements scheduled. Silverline's public collapse began before sunset. Selene published the exposé. This time, there was no vague implication. There were documents, training language, whistleblower testimony, medical ethics analysis, connections to Darius's case. Silverline's statement came 1 hour later. Then a revised statement. Then silence. Regulators announced investigation. Hospitals suspended partnerships. Families came forward. Victims spoke. The internet rage became something larger than gossip. It became recognition. People began saying, "No one owes family their body. Consent under pressure is not consent. Love is not sacrifice on demand." The world shifted. Not completely. Not magically. But enough that the corrupted logic cracked across the surface. The system kept ringing. Merit rewards. World stabilization. Narrative correction. I muted it. Yes. Apparently, you can mentally mute a supernatural system. Useful feature. Should have found it sooner. That night, Maya and I returned to my hotel suite. Victor offered security. Maya accepted partial support, which for her was basically emotional vulnerability with a badge. Rowan told me not to make public statements. Selene told me to prepare for the storm. Leela sent one message. I saw the article. I'm going to give a full statement tomorrow, not for you because it's right. I stared at that. Then replied. Good. Maya saw and smiled faintly. She's learning. Slowly. That still counts. The city outside was electric with scandal. Inside, the room was quiet. The final 3 fragments hovered in my vision. Waiting. Maya stood beside me. Show me. I unmuted the system. The golden circle appeared between us. This time brighter. Maya could see it clearly. Final rewrite authority. 3 fate rewrite fragments acquired. Activate to rewrite corrupted narrative law. Effects. Break sacrificial love logic. Sever forced tragedy loops. Restore autonomy to affected characters. Remove protagonist halo distortions. Stabilize world fate. Cost. Host narrative identity instability. Predicted outcome. 62% chance host returns to original world. 27% chance host memories fragment. 10% chance host remains but emotional bonds weaken. 1% unknown. Hidden objective. Rewrite fate without self-erasure. Current probability, 7.4%. Maya stared at the number. 7.4. It doubled. It's still terrible. Better than my odds against your burned chicken. She looked at me. Do not joke your way out of fear. I swallowed. Caught again. I'm scared. Her expression softened. I know. If I activate it and vanish, you won't. You don't know that. No, she said, I choose that. I laughed weakly. That is not statistically sound. Neither are you. Fair. She took both my hands. Leon, listen to me. The system says hidden objective probability increased because I became a co-author variable, right? Yes. Then maybe the answer isn't you deciding alone. I stared. She continued, the corrupted logic says one person sacrifices themselves for everyone else. So don't. Let everyone affected choose against it with you. The system flickered. I looked at the panel. The unknown probability pulsed. Maya saw it. Her eyes sharpened. That's it. What? You've been farming merit by refusing toxic scripts. The final script is solitary sacrifice, so break it with collective refusal. My breath stopped. Collective refusal. Not one victim saving everyone. Everyone rejecting the premise together. The system glitched. Gold cracks spread through the interface. Error, alternative pathway detected. Requirement unknown. Calculating. Calculating. New condition identified. Final rewrite without self-erasure requires. Key narrative victims voluntarily reject sacrificial role. Key beneficiaries reject entitlement. Emotional anchor maintains host identity. Host rejects martyrdom at activation. Probability updated. 7.4% right arrow, 41% I stared. Maya's face lit with fierce triumph. There. I exhaled shakily. 41. Still bad. Much better bad. We need the key people. I nodded slowly. Leela, my family, maybe even Darius. Maya's expression tightened. Darius may not cooperate. He doesn't need redemption. He needs to reject entitlement. And if he refuses, then we find another way. The system pulsed again. Notice, primary beneficiary Darius Vale remains unresolved. Final rewrite stability incomplete. Of course the final knot was Darius. The man who had tried to turn my body into emergency inventory. The fragile prince with no halo left. The broken beneficiary of the sacrificial system. I rubbed my face. I have to talk to him. Maya's hand tightened. With protection. Yes. With legal oversight. Yes. With me nearby. I looked at her. Yes. She nodded. Good. There was that word again. Not comfort. Command. Blessing. Boundary. I looked at the golden circle. For the first time, the final rewrite did not look like an execution. It looked like a door. A dangerous door. A possibly stupid door. My favorite kind. Darius looked smaller in custody. Not physically. He was still the same height. Same delicate features. Same pale face. But without luxury lighting, family protection, Leela's devotion, and narrative gravity, he looked like a young man who had mistaken fear for destiny. Maya stood outside the interview room with another officer. Rowan sat beside me. Darius's attorney sat beside him. Everything recorded. Everything proper. No dramatic alone scene. No villain whispering through bars. We had grown as a genre. Darius looked at me. His eyes were tired. You came to gloat. I sat across from him. No. Then why? To ask you a question. He laughed softly, still pretending to be noble. I gave that up around the time everyone wanted my kidney. His mouth tightened. Good. Still reactive. Still him. I placed one sheet on the table. Not evidence. A statement. Simple. One paragraph. Darius read it. His face twisted. You want me to say I had no right to your body? Yes. You want me to say no one owed me sacrifice? Yes. You want me to say my fear didn't justify what I did? Yes. He laughed. Bitter. Ugly. Why would I give you that? I leaned back. Because it's true. His eyes flashed. Truth alone was not enough. Not for him. So I changed tactics. Darius, do you know what your problem is? His attorney sighed. Rowan also sighed. Maya behind the glass probably sighed spiritually. Darius sneered. Enlighten me. You think admitting wrong means you lose the last piece of yourself. His face changed. I continued. You built your whole identity around being the one they chose. Then I came back and suddenly everything felt borrowed. Instead of grieving that, you tried to make me disappear. He stared at me. Silent now. You were afraid they'd stop loving you if they saw me, I said. But Darius, they saw you clearly at the end because of what you did, not because I existed. His jaw trembled. Just once. You don't understand, he whispered. I do. No, you don't. I woke up in a life where everyone loved you more than the person whose life you had. His eyes reddened. And I had to decide whether that made you my owner. He looked down. The room felt heavy. No system chime. No reward. Just two men sitting across from the wreckage of a family's failure. Darius whispered, I was scared all the time. I know. If I wasn't sick, they might not need me. If I wasn't gentle, they might blame me. If I wasn't pitiful, they might remember I didn't belong. I said nothing. There it was. The machinery inside him. Not innocence. Not excuse. But truth. He looked up. So I stayed pitiful. His laugh cracked. Then I became good at it. His attorney shifted. Darius ignored him. I hated you before I met you. I know. You are proof. Of what? That I was temporary. I looked at him. You were never temporary because of me. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, tears had gathered. No performance this time. No audience to manipulate. Only exhaustion. I wanted your life, he said. You had it. I wanted it to stay mine. So you tried to take the parts that were left. He flinched. Then nodded. Small. Almost invisible. But real. The system pulsed. Ding. Primary beneficiary self-recognition initiated. Awaiting entitlement rejection. Darius looked at the statement again. His hand trembled. If I sign this, it doesn't change what happens to me. No. I'll still be prosecuted. Yes. The family won't go back. No. Leela won't come back. Probably not. He laughed weakly. You're terrible at comforting people. I've been told. He stared at the paper. Then whispered, what do I get? There it was. The last hook. The system waited. The story waited. Old logic offered him one final deal. Sacrifice truth for benefit. Admit only if rewarded. I leaned forward. Nothing. His eyes lifted. You get nothing, no love prize, no reduced guilt from me, no clean ending, you get the truth. That's all. The room was silent. Darius stared at me for a long time. Then something in him folded. Not beautifully. Not nobly. Just tired of standing crooked. He picked up the pen. His attorney said, Darius. Darius shook his head. No, I need to. He signed. Then underneath the printed statement, he wrote one extra sentence by hand. Leon Hart did not owe me his body, his life, or his suffering. I acted like he did because I was afraid, and that was wrong. The system flared. Ding! Primary beneficiary entitlement rejected. Final rewrite without self-erasure conditions. Key victims, pending. Key beneficiaries, complete. Emotional anchor, active. Host martyrdom rejection, pending. Probability updated. 41% right arrow, 68% 68. I almost laughed. Darius slid the paper back. His face looked empty. What now? I took the paper. Now you face what you did. He nodded. As I stood, he spoke again. Leon. I paused. I'm sorry. I looked at him. There were many things I could have said. I could have mocked him, rejected it, accepted it, destroyed him with one last line. Instead, I said the only true thing. Be sorry enough to stop lying. He lowered his head. I left. Outside, Maya waited. She searched my face. Well, 68%. Her shoulders loosened. Good. I smiled faintly. You're going to wear that word out. Not until we win. Rowan came out behind me, holding the signed statement like it was both legal evidence and a spiritual artifact. What exactly did we just accomplish? He asked. I looked at Maya. She looked at me. I said, we made the plot uncomfortable. Rowan stared. I billed too much for that sentence. The next gathering did not happen at the Hart Mansion. I refused. Too many ghosts. Too much expensive furniture that had witnessed stupidity. Instead, we met in a community hall funded by the Merit King Foundation. Simple chairs. Plain walls. Bright lights. No chandeliers. No family portraits. No inherited power looming over anyone's shoulders. Present were Vivian, Nora, Elise, Leela, Celeste, Edmund, Maya, Rowan, Dr. Sen, and me. Victor waited outside. Not because he was excluded. Because Maya asked him to let this room belong to the people harmed by the sacrificial logic. He agreed. Growth. Annoying, impressive growth. I stood at the front. The system hovered in my vision. Final rewrite pathway required. Key victims voluntarily reject sacrificial role. Potential key victims: Leon Hart, Leela Frost, Elise Hart, Vivian Hart, Nora Hart, Celeste Hart. Others affected by silver line logic. I looked at the room. This is going to sound strange. Nora raised an eyebrow. Stranger than the past week. Fair. Maya stood beside me. Not behind. Beside. I continued. Every one of us participated in a rotten idea, some as victims, some as beneficiaries. Some as bystanders, some as cowards, some as idiots. Elise raised a hand weakly. Do we have categories? You're recovering, don't volunteer. She lowered her hand. A tiny laugh moved through the room. Good. They could still laugh. That mattered. I said the idea is simple. Love means sacrifice. Family means obedience. If someone suffers enough, everyone else gets a clean ending. No one spoke. Because everyone recognized it. Leela looked down. Vivian wiped her eyes. Nora's jaw tightened. Celeste trembled. Edmund looked at the floor. I continued, I need each of you to reject that, not apologize to me, not perform guilt, say what you will no longer accept. Maya's hand brushed mine. Grounding. Vivian stood first. Of course she did. Actress courage. Still courage. I reject the idea that loving Darius meant hurting Leon, she said. I reject using guilt as proof of loyalty. I reject looking away because the truth makes me uncomfortable. The system pulsed. Victim refusal registered. Vivian Hart Nora stood next. I reject the idea that logic without compassion is fairness. I reject treating a person's body as a resource because the outcome seems efficient. I reject hiding behind procedure when the procedure is cruel. Victim refusal registered. Nora Hart Elise stood slowly. Her hands shook. I reject being small so other people don't get angry. I reject helping someone hurt another person because I'm afraid to choose. I reject thinking apology matters more than change. Victim refusal registered. Elise Hart Leela stood. Her face was pale but steady. I reject being worshipped. I reject needing someone to suffer so I can feel loved. I reject jealousy as an excuse to harm. I reject calling possession love. Maya's expression softened. I felt something shift in the room. Victim refusal registered. Leela Frost Celeste stood with difficulty. Edmund reached as if to help her. She shook her head. Stood on her own. I reject the idea that motherhood means choosing one child to comfort and one child to sacrifice, she whispered. I reject asking forgiveness because I cannot bear guilt. I reject calling silence peace. Her voice broke. I should have made room. The system pulsed brighter. Victim refusal registered. Celeste Hart Edmund stood last. For a man like him, standing in a room without authority was probably the hardest exercise of his life. He looked at me. I reject the idea that providing money gives me the right to demand bodies, obedience, or silence, he said, voice rough. I reject treating family as an institution before treating them as people. I reject the belief that control can prevent loss. He stopped, then added quietly, I reject what I became. Victim refusal registered. Edmund Hart the system flared gold. But one line remained. Host martyrdom rejection, pending everyone looked at me. Of course. Final speech time. I hated final speeches. Actually, no. I loved them. But this one mattered too much. I looked at Maya first. Then at everyone else. I reject the idea that because I was hurt, I must either become cruel or disappear nobly, I said. I reject forgiving before I'm ready. I reject revenge as my only identity. I reject being useful at the cost of being alive. The room blurred slightly. Not tears. Probably. I reject the ending where I save everyone by erasing myself. The system shook. Gold cracks spread across the air. Everyone felt it this time. Vivian gasped. Nora stepped back. Elise grabbed Vivian's hand. Leela stared upward. Celeste whispered something like a prayer. Maya took my hand. The system's voice filled the room. Not in my head. Everywhere. Final rewrite without self-erasure conditions met. Probability updated. 68% right arrow 92%. Activate final rewrite authority. The golden circle appeared before us. 3 fragments spinning. A door made of broken story law. Maya looked at me. Your choice. I squeezed her hand. No. The system paused. Clarify. I looked at the room. Our choice. The circle flared. Maya smiled. Then yes. One by one, the others nodded. Vivian. Nora. Elise. Leela. Celeste. Edmund. Even Rowan, who looked deeply offended by metaphysics but nodded anyway. I laughed, then reached toward the light with Maya's hand in mine. Rewrite. The world broke open. When I said rewrite, I expected light. Maybe thunder. Maybe a majestic system announcement. Maybe a giant cosmic pen crossing out all the garbage plot points and writing something better with dramatic calligraphy. Instead, the world shattered. Not metaphorically. The community hall cracked apart like glass. The walls split into shining fragments. The ceiling lifted away. The floor vanished beneath our feet. And yet none of us fell. We stood suspended in a white gold void, surrounded by pages. Millions of pages. Some were mine. Some were Darius S. Some were Leela S. Some belonged to people I had never met. A young woman signing a medical consent form while her mother cried beside her. A son agreeing to work himself sick because his father called it duty. A wife forgiving betrayal because everyone told her anger was ugly. A brother donating blood again and again because refusing made him ungrateful. Stories. No. Script. Rotten scripts. All written in different handwriting, but carrying the same disease. The wounded person must pay for everyone else's peace. Maya's hand tightened around mine. She could see it too. Everyone could. Vivian covered her mouth. Nora stared with wide, analytical horror. Elise cried silently. Leela looked like she had just recognized the inside of her own mind and hated the wallpaper. Celeste whispered, "What is this?" The system answered, "Not just to me. To all of us." Its voice filled the void. "This is the narrative field." Edmund's face hardened automatically, because men like him hear cosmic voices and still try to look in charge. "What does that mean?" The system replied, "The world remembers what it rewards." Pages turned around us. I saw the original ending again. Leon Hart, hollow-eyed and smiling. Leela beside him. Darius gone. A child not his. A family pretending the wreckage was redemption. And the narration called it love. My stomach twisted. Maya stepped closer. "That won't happen." The system pulsed. Original fate rejected. The page burned. Not with fire. With correction. The fake happy ending dissolved into gold dust. For a moment, I felt something inside me exhale. The old Leon. Not gone. Not fully. But relieved. Then another page appeared. Darius crying in Celeste's arms. Everyone forgiving him because he was pitiful. That page burned too. Another. Leela throwing herself into suffering to prove she had changed. Burned. Another. Celeste demanding forgiveness because guilt hurt too much. Burned. Another. Edmund burying everything under money. Burned. Another. Maya losing her career because powerful families disliked her integrity. Maya's face went cold. Victor was not in the void with us, but I could almost feel his future corporate violence from here. That page burned brightest. The system spoke again. Forced tragedy loop severing. Gold light spread outward. The pages trembled. For one beautiful second, I thought it was working. Then the void darkened. A black line split across the gold. The system's voice distorted. Error. Of course. Because nothing in this cursed genre could end cleanly. The burned pages began reforming. Not exactly as before. Worse. Sharper. The old scripts did not die easily. They twisted themselves into one final shape. A page appeared in front of me. Blank at first. Then words wrote themselves across it. The anomaly saved the world. Then he returned to where he belonged. Those who loved him remembered only the lesson, not the man. Maya read it. Her fingers dug into mine. No, the system said. Host narrative identity unstable. Corrective removal initiating. I laughed. It was not a happy laugh. Corrective removal. That's a fancy way to say you're kicking me out. The rewritten field cannot fully stabilize around an external anomaly. Then stabilize harder. Insufficient authority. Then borrow mine. Host authority is the anomaly. Maya stepped forward. Then borrow ours. The void paused. The system flickered. Maya's voice was calm, but beneath it was steel. You said I'm a co-author variable. You said the others are part of the rewrite. Then stop treating him like a single error. He is connected. The page trembled. The words blurred. I looked at her. Maya, she did not look away from the page. No, I'm not letting a badly designed fate machine steal you after making us do group therapy in a cosmic waiting room. Even in the middle of possible erasure, I almost smiled. God, I loved this woman. The system replied. Connection acknowledged, insufficient anchor strength. Nora suddenly stepped forward. What determines anchor strength? The system pulsed. Memory, choice, recognition, narrative acceptance. Nora adjusted her glasses despite standing in a void. Then tested. The system paused. Clarify. Nora's voice sharpened. You keep making declarations. Show your criteria. If this is a system, it has conditions. If it has conditions, they can be met. I stared at her. Nora, are you arguing contract terms with fate? Yes. Vivian wiped her tears and stood beside her. She's good at that. Elise nodded shakily. Terrifyingly good. Leela took a breath and stepped forward too. He changed my story, she said quietly, not by loving me, by refusing to let me keep using love as an excuse. The page flickered. Celeste stood next, trembling. He is my son, she whispered. I turned to her. She looked at me with tears streaming down her face. I know I have no right to say it like it fixes anything. It doesn't, but he is, not because I earned him. Because I failed him, and he still exists beyond my failure. The black words on the page blurred further. Edmund stepped forward. I recognize Leon Hart as independent from family debt, he said. Very Edmund. Formal. Legalistic. Almost ridiculous. Then his voice roughened. And as someone I wronged. The page cracked. The system spoke. Recognition increasing. Maya turned to me. Your turn. My turn. Yes. For what? To stop acting like everyone else can anchor you while you prepare to vanish dramatically. I blinked. I was not, you were. I opened my mouth. Closed it. Fine. Maybe I was. A little. Old habits. New body. Same bad genre. The page waited. The void waited. Maya waited. I looked at the words. The anomaly saved the world. Then he returned to where he belonged. I stepped forward. No. The page shook. I reject the idea that belonging is decided by origin alone. I reject the idea that because I came from somewhere else, nothing I built here counts. The gold light brightened. I am not the original Leon. I won't pretend I am, but I carry his pain. I answered his fate. I defended his body. I gave him the refusal he never got to speak. The old Leon stirred in my chest. Not as resentment this time. As presence. A quiet hand over mine. I continued, voice steady. I am also myself, the man who woke up angry, the man who farmed merit like a lunatic, the man who fell in love with Maya Vance, the man who chooses this life not because fate assigned it, but because I made it. Maya's eyes shone. I turned to her. And I reject any ending where loving you becomes proof that I have to leave. The page cracked down the center. The system flared. Final rewrite conflict. Host martyrdom rejection confirmed. Co-author anchor active. Group recognition active. Original host pain integrated. Self-erasure probability falling. Then the void screamed. Not sound. Pressure. Every page around us whipped into a storm. The black text fought back. Scenes flashed. Me waking in my original room. Maya forgetting my name. The Hart family remembering only a vague brother. Leela redeemed through tears. Darius pitied into forgiveness. Silverline reborn under another name. The story trying to fold itself back into familiar shapes. Maya grabbed my other hand. Look at me. I did. The storm battered around us. Her voice cut through everything. Your name. Leon Hart. Your choice. To stay. Your anchor. You. Her eyes narrowed. Not enough. I understood. She was right. Not just her. That would make her my entire reason. Too heavy. Too unfair. Too close to the old disease. I took a breath. My anchor is my choice, I said. Maya is part of it, so is the life I built. So is the truth we exposed. So is the future I refuse to surrender. The system flashed gold. Maya smiled. Good. The storm split open. The 3 fate rewrite fragments appeared above us, spinning faster and faster until they formed a complete circle. Not perfect. Cracked. But whole because of the cracks. The system's voice changed. Less mechanical. Almost human. Final rewrite authority recalibrated. Sacrificial ending rejected. Collective autonomy pathway confirmed. Activating rewrite. The gold circle expanded. Light swallowed everything. The last thing I felt was Maya's hand in mine. The last thing I heard was her voice. Stay. So I did. I woke up to the smell of burnt toast. For one terrifying second, I thought I was back in my original world. Then I opened my eyes. Hotel ceiling. City skyline. Expensive curtains. My phone on the nightstand. Maya standing near the kitchenette, glaring at a toaster like it had committed perjury. I stared at her. She turned. Our eyes met. Silence. Then she said, "Don't say anything about the toast." My entire body went weak with relief. I laughed. Not my usual laugh. Not sarcastic. Not sharp. A laugh that nearly broke in half on the way out. Maya crossed the room quickly. I sat up just as she reached me. She grabbed my face with both hands. You remember. I covered her hands with mine. Yes. Everything. Yes. Her breath shook. You stayed. I leaned my forehead against hers. I was instructed. She closed her eyes. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then she hit my shoulder. Not hard. Emotionally hard. You scared me. I scared myself. You were fading. I was. Her face tightened. For a second in the light, I couldn't feel your hand. My humor vanished. Maya swallowed. Then you said my name. Not out loud, I don't know how, but I heard it. I touched her cheek. What did I say? Her eyes softened. You said I'm still here. I smiled. Efficient. You're impossible. Still. Her mouth trembled. Still. She kissed my forehead. Soft. Brief. Grounding. Then she pulled back and pointed toward the kitchenette. I made breakfast. I looked at the smoke. You made evidence. Leon. Sorry. I got up, walked to the toaster, and inspected the damage. Toast deceased. Maya defensive. Me alive. World apparently rewritten. Not bad. The system did not appear. I paused. Opened my mind the way I usually did. Nothing. No panel. No shop. No merit counter. No warnings. No sarcastic supernatural vending machine. I felt strangely naked. Then on the table my phone buzzed. A single notification appeared. No app name. Just text. Final system, notice rewrite complete. Sacrificial narrative law severed. Autonomy restoration active. Host identity stabilized through collective recognition. Merit system dissolving. Final balance 0. Final assessment. You did not save the world alone. That is why you kept it. Goodbye, Leon Hart. The message vanished. I stared at the screen. Maya came up beside me. Is it gone? Yes. How do you feel? I considered. No system. No points. No floating rewards. No cosmic scoreboard measuring every insult. Just me. Just consequences. Just mourning. I feel unemployed. Maya stared. Then laughed. A real laugh. The sound filled the room better than sunlight. I smiled. Then beneath the relief, something else moved. A quiet ache. The old Leon. I placed a hand over my chest. Maya noticed. What? He's quiet. The original Leon. I nodded. Is that bad? I listened inward. No rage. No old pleading. No desperate hunger to be chosen. Just a sense of release. Like someone had finally set down a burden and walked into another room. No, I said softly, I think he's resting. Maya took my hand. Good. There was her word again. This time it felt like a blessing. The rewrite did not erase accountability. Thank God. If I had gone through cosmic litigation just for everyone to wake up forgiven, I would have filed a complaint against existence. Darius remained in custody. Silverline remained exposed. The Hart family remembered everything. Leela remembered everything. Maya remembered everything. Victor remembered enough to call me at 8:12 a.m. I answered, Mr. Vance. You're alive. Good morning to you too. Maya. Also alive. Maya leaned close and said loudly, I'm here, Dad. There was a pause. Victor's voice changed. Softer. Good. I looked at Maya. She looked at me. We both pretended not to notice the emotional growth. Victor continued, Silverline's board is collapsing. 3 executives resigned before breakfast. Regulators are moving. Prosecutors requested evidence from Vance Medical and Dr. Sen. Excellent. Also, your foundation received 70,000 new submissions overnight. I froze. My what? The Merit King Foundation. That name was never official. It is now. Maya, did you hear that? I'm a public institution. Maya took the phone from me. Dad, don't encourage him. Victor said, impossible, he encourages himself. I pointed at the phone. He knows me. Maya ignored me. Victor added, there is another matter. The Hart family requested mediation. I groaned. Already. Maya looked at me. Victor said, not legal mediation, personal. That sounds worse. It likely is. Maya handed me back the phone. Victor's voice became dry. Try not to cause a second metaphysical event. No promises. He hung up. Maya crossed her arms. You should go. To the Hart family meeting. Yes. I sighed. You're choosing emotional maturity for me again. Someone has to. Rude. Accurate. She stepped closer. You don't have to forgive them. I know. But if they're finally ready to speak honestly, you may want to hear it. I looked at her. When did you become the wise one? I always was. You were distracted by my uniform. Still am. Leon. Emotionally distracted. She shook her head, but she was smiling. The Hart family meeting happened that afternoon. Not at the mansion. Good. Vivian arranged a private room at a quiet restaurant. Neutral ground. No family portraits. No servants. No Darius. Present. Edmund. Celeste. Vivian. Nora. Elise. Me. Rowan in another room because trust but verify. Celeste looked better than before. Not happy. Not peaceful. But clearer. Like guilt had stopped drowning her and started making her stand. Edmund looked tired. Vivian looked nervous. Nora looked prepared. Elise looked like she might bolt, but had decided not to. I sat. No one spoke for a moment. Then Elise blurted, I brought fruit. Everyone looked at her. She pushed a small container across the table. Cut fruit. Apples. Oranges. Grapes. Arranged carefully. Her hands shook. I know it's stupid, she said quickly. I know it doesn't fix anything, I should have knocked back then. The old memory moved through me. A hallway. A plate. A girl turning away. I opened the container. Picked up a grape. Ate it. Elise started crying immediately. I sighed. Don't cry into the fruit, it'll get salty. She laughed through tears. Vivian covered her mouth. Nora looked away. Celeste sobbed once. Even Edmund's eyes reddened. Damn it. Fruit was dangerous. Vivian spoke next. I'm stepping back from my agency for a while. I blinked. What? I built my whole image on being adored, I think. She gave a small, painful smile. I think I learned too much from this family. Nora nodded. I'm restructuring the family office. Medical decisions, inheritance access, and personal accounts will no longer be used as pressure tools. I stared at her. That sounds healthy and boring. Good. You've been spending too much time with Maya. Nora almost smiled. Celeste looked at me. I started therapy. That surprised me more than anything else. She twisted her hands together. I don't know how to be your mother now. Maybe I lost the right to be, but I want to learn how to stop making my guilt your responsibility. I said nothing, because that was actually good. And because it hurt. Edmund cleared his throat. I owe you restitution. I immediately raised a hand. If this becomes a kidney pricing conversation again. No, he winced. No, I mean legally, financially, publicly. The inheritance structure will be corrected. Darius's access will be suspended pending case resolution. Your position as biological heir will be formally acknowledged. I leaned back. There it is, money. His face tightened. Then he said, quieter, it is the language I know. I am trying to learn others. That shut me up. Annoying. Growth everywhere. Very inconvenient for maintaining righteous mockery. The room fell silent. Finally, Celeste whispered, Can we ask for another chance? I looked at them. All of them. The family that had failed Leon. The family that had fed Darius's fear. The family that had treated me like an intruder in my own bloodline. They were not magically fixed. The rewrite had not turned them into saints. Good. Saints are suspicious. They were just people sitting in the wreckage, finally admitting it was wreckage. I'm not moving back, I said. Celeste nodded quickly. I'm not pretending nothing happened. Edmund nodded. I'm not calling you Mom and Dad because one meeting had fruit. Celeste's eyes filled, but she nodded again. Elise whispered, Fair. I looked at the container of fruit. Then at them. But we can have lunch again. Celeste covered her mouth. Vivian started crying. Elise cried harder. Nora blinked several times and pretended she wasn't emotional. Edmund looked down at the table. I pointed at all of them. This is not forgiveness, this is lunch. Nora nodded. Understood. Vivian whispered, Thank you. I sighed. Do not make lunch dramatic. Elise sniffed. In this family. Fair. Leela's public statement came 2 days later. She did not wear white. She did not cry prettily. She did not stand beside her grandfather. She sat alone at a plain table with her lawyer and read from a statement she had written herself. I watched from Maya's apartment. Maya sat beside me. Auntie's noodles sat on the coffee table. Unburned. Excellent. Leela looked into the camera. I participated in coercive pressure against Leon Hart. I filed a false complaint against Officer Maya Vance out of jealousy and fear. I allowed my feelings for Darius Vale and my own insecurity to become excuses for harming others. She paused. Her hands trembled. But she continued. I believed love meant being needed. I believed being desired gave me value. Those beliefs do not excuse what I did. I will cooperate with legal proceedings and accept the consequences of my actions. Reporters shouted questions. Do you still love Darius? Do you want Leon Hart back? Did the Frost family pressure you? Leela looked exhausted. Then she answered one. I don't think I knew what love was. Silence. Then she stood and left. No dramatic collapse. No redemption music. No instant forgiveness. Just accountability. Maya picked up her noodles. That was good. I nodded. For her. Do you forgive her? No. Maya nodded again. Do you hate her? I thought about it. No. That's something. It is. On screen, commentators were already tearing the statement apart. Some praised her. Some mocked her. Some called it PR. Some said she was brave. The world loved turning accountability into spectacle. But something had changed. A lot of comments said the same thing. Apology doesn't erase harm, but accountability matters. She shouldn't be forgiven just because she cried. This is bigger than romance. No one owes their body for love. I smiled. The rewrite held. Not perfectly, but enough. Darius accepted a plea process weeks later. Not because he became noble, because the evidence was overwhelming. But during his formal statement, he did something no one expected. He did not perform. No tears. No fainting. No fragile pauses. He read plainly. I manipulated my family's guilt and fear. I participated in efforts to pressure Leon Hart into medical sacrifice. I helped create conditions where his consent could have been fabricated. I used illness, real and exaggerated, to control people around me. He stopped. His face was pale, but his voice stayed steady. I was afraid of being abandoned. That fear does not excuse what I did. I watched the recording later. Alone. Maya offered to stay. I said I needed to see it by myself. Darius looked into the camera near the end. I told myself Leon owed me because his existence threatened mine. That was false. Leon Hart did not owe me his body, his life, his suffering, or his silence. He looked down. I am sorry, I do not ask forgiveness. The video ended. I sat in silence. The old Leon inside me did not rage, did not weep, did not reach. He simply remained quiet. I whispered, "There, you heard it." There was no answer. But something eased. Not dramatic, not magical, just a knot loosening after years of being mistaken for bone. Maya knocked softly and entered. She did not ask if I was okay. Good. Sometimes okay is too small a word. She sat beside me. After a moment, I leaned into her shoulder. She rested her cheek lightly against my hair. Neither of us spoke. That was enough. 6 months after the rewrite, the world had not become perfect. Shocking. People were still selfish. Families still guilted each other. The internet still formed opinions faster than evidence. Rich people still hired lawyers with faces like knives. But something had changed. Silverline collapsed under criminal investigations, civil suits, regulatory action, and public fury. Several hospitals revised donor consent policies. Dr. Sen led a national ethics commission. Selene Cho won awards and pretended not to enjoy them. The Merit King Foundation became real despite my protests. It offered legal aid for medical coercion cases, independent donor advocacy, emergency counseling, whistleblower support, and public education around consent. Rowan became foundation counsel and sent invoices that made me consider becoming a villain again. Nara joined the board. Vivian became a major donor and used her platform to support coercion survivors. Elise volunteered at intake twice a week, mostly making tea and learning not to apologize for existing every 6 seconds. Celeste attended therapy. Edmund funded the foundation without asking for naming rights, which was frankly heroic for a man like him. Leela entered a long legal cooperation process and began working with advocacy groups privately. Not as a spokesperson, not as a redeemed heroine, just as someone doing repair quietly. Darius served consequences. His illness was treated through lawful medical channels. No stolen bodies. No forged consent. No family altar. As for me, I became annoyingly busy. Meetings, interviews, foundation work, legal reviews, public speeches, and dating Maya Vance, which remained the most dangerous activity of all because she continued seeing through me with no permit. One evening, after a foundation gala I had tried to escape 3 times, Maya found me hiding on a balcony. She stepped outside, wearing a dark blue dress and an expression that said she knew exactly where I would be. You ran away. I strategically relocated. You were supposed to give closing remarks. I opened enough. She came to stand beside me. Below, city lights spread like a second sky. You did well tonight. I shook hands with 47 people, and only insulted 2. I know I was proud. I smiled. Maya leaned against the railing. For a while, we watched the city. Then she said, "Do you miss it?" What? Your original world. The question came gently. No jealousy. No fear. Just care. I looked at the skyline. My original father. The martial arts school. My old room. My phone. The life I had left without goodbye. Yes, I said. Maya nodded. Do you want to go back? I turned to her. No. Her eyes searched mine. I continued, I miss it. That doesn't mean I belong there more than here. She took that in, then smiled faintly. Good. I laughed. One day I'm banning that word. No, you're not. No, I'm not. She stepped closer. Leon. Yes. Are you happy? I thought about making a joke. Obviously. Reflex. Defense. Brand identity. But Maya deserved the true answer. So did I. I looked at the city. At the foundation lights behind us. At the woman beside me. At the life that should have been impossible. Yes, I said. Then, because honesty still felt too exposed, I added, it's uncomfortable. Maya smiled. Growth usually is. That sounds like something a therapist would say. You should get one. I have you. I am not your therapist. You are much scarier. Correct. We stood in comfortable silence. Then Maya reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a small plastic container. I stared. Is that the mango pudding container? You kept it. I said I'd return it. Maya, that was 6 months ago. I'm thorough. My chest warmed. She handed it to me. Inside was not pudding. It was a folded note. I opened it. It said, Dinner, my place. No gala speeches, no cosmic rewrites, just us. I looked at her. Is this a date invitation? Yes. Officer Vance, are you seducing me away from charity obligations? Absolutely. I should report this. To who? I looked toward the gala doors. Rowan. He bills hourly. Good point. Maya took my hand. Come on. I let her lead me away. No system reward appeared. No merit points. No glowing panel. Just her hand in mine. And that was better. A year after the rewrite, I returned to the martial arts school. Not my original one. This world's version. An old building on the edge of the city where kids learned discipline, footwork, self-defense, and how not to cry when doing horse stance. I bought it. Naturally. My father from my original world would have either cried or charged me rent. Maybe both. I turned it into a community center connected to the foundation. Self-defense classes. Legal education. Counseling referrals. Youth programs. A place where people learned that strength was not the same as domination. Maya taught weekend safety workshops. The first time she demonstrated a wrist escape, half the class fell in love with her. Understandable. I stood in the back, jealous of children. She saw my face and rolled her eyes. After class, a little boy asked me, "Are you really the Merit King?" I crouched. "Unfortunately." "Do you have superpowers?" "Yes." His eyes widened. "What are they?" I leaned closer. Saying no. He looked disappointed. "That's boring. Most useful powers are." Maya laughed behind me. The boy ran off. I stood. Maya crossed her arms. Teaching children rebellion. Healthy boundaries. Memo. I looked around the training hall. Mats. Wooden staffs. Sunlight through high windows. Laughter. Footsteps. A new life built from broken scripts. Then the front door opened. A man stepped inside. Middle-aged. Broad shoulders. Familiar posture. My breath stopped. For one impossible second I thought no. It couldn't be. My father. Not Edmund. My real father. Or this world's version of him. He looked around the hall, then at me. His eyebrows drew together. "You the owner?" I stared. Maya noticed immediately. "Leon." The man walked closer. "I heard you teach martial arts here." My throat tightened. "Sometimes." He looked me up and down. Then snorted. "Your stance is sloppy." A laugh burst out of me. Half joy. Half pain. Entirely ridiculous. Maya stared at the man, then at me. The man continued, "What are you laughing at? You look like a man who got kicked in the head by a donkey." I covered my face. Of course. Of course fate would not give me a clean reunion. It gave me this. Perfect. Painful. Absurd. I lowered my hand. "What's your name?" "Gareth Wung." Not my father's exact name. Close enough to hurt. Close enough to heal. He nodded toward the training mats. "You hiring instructors?" I smiled slowly. "Depends. Can you teach horse stance without causing lifelong emotional damage?" He frowned. "What kind of weak question is that?" Maya whispered, "Oh no." I grinned. "Master Wung, you're hired." He looked suspicious. I didn't agree yet. "You insulted my stance. That's basically an interview." He grunted. "Kids these days." He walked toward the mats as if he already owned the place. Maya came beside me. "Are you okay?" I watched him correct a student's foot placement with gruff precision. "Yes," I said softly. This world did not give me back what I lost. Not exactly. But it gave me echoes. And sometimes echoes are not replacements. Sometimes they are reminders that love can take new shapes without betraying the old ones. Maya slipped her hand into mine. "Good." I groaned. "There it is." She smiled. "Always." At the far end of the hall, Master Wung shouted, "Who taught these children to stand like wet noodles?" I raised my hand. "Technically me." He glared. "Then you need training too." Maya laughed so hard she had to turn away. I sighed. A billionaire foundation founder. A rewritten protagonist. A man who defeated fate. And somehow still not safe from horse stance. Fine. Maybe that was fair. The story had tried to make me a sacrifice. Then a villain. Then a martyr. I refused all of it. In the end, I became something much more troublesome. A man with a life. A woman who chose me. A family rebuilding slowly. Enemies facing consequences. A foundation with too much paperwork. A martial arts instructor who might actually kill me with leg training. And no system left to reward me. No points. No missions. No glowing screen. Just choices. Every day. Again and again. Which honestly was much harder. But also much better. Because this time, the ending was not written for me. I was writing it. And Maya, standing beside me, was already correcting my grammar. Master Gareth Wung was a disaster. Not in skill. In skill, he was terrifying. The man could correct a student's stance from across the room with one glance. He could hear lazy footwork like a musician hearing a wrong note. He could make a group of teenagers stop talking by simply picking up a wooden staff. But as an employee, disaster. He arrived early, left late, insulted everyone equally, refused to use the scheduling app, and once told a wealthy donor that his posture looked like a folding chair abandoned in rain. The donor increased his donation. Apparently, rich people paid extra for authenticity. I stood at the edge of the training hall one morning, watching Master Wung make a group of students hold horse stance. Sweat dripped. Legs trembled. Souls left bodies. I felt nostalgic. Then Master Wung pointed his staff at me. "You boss boy, join them." I looked behind me. No one. Tragic. "Master Wung," I said seriously, "I'm a foundation director now. My legs are administrative." "Your legs are weak." The students laughed. Traitors. Maya stood near the back wall, wearing workout clothes and an expression of deep personal enjoyment. I looked at her. "Are you going to defend me?" "No." "Chosen partner. Chosen witness. Cruel woman." I stepped onto the mat. Master Wung kicked my feet wider. "Lower." I lowered. "Lower." "I have knees." "Use them." The students laughed harder. 5 minutes later, my legs began negotiating surrender. 10 minutes later, I saw my ancestors. 15 minutes later, Maya walked over, crouched in front of me and smiled. "How's administrative leg theory?" I withdraw the paper. "Good." I glared. "You enjoy my suffering too much." She tilted her head. "Not suffering, character development." Master Wung grunted. "She understands." I pointed at him with a shaking hand. "You two forming an alliance is betrayal." Maya stood and patted my shoulder. "Hold 5 more minutes." I fought fate. "And now you fight gravity." Gravity won. When Master Wung finally released us, I collapsed onto the mat with the students. A little girl beside me panted, "Are you really the guy who saved everyone?" I stared at the ceiling. Rumors exaggerated. "You look weak." "I am emotionally strong." She considered this. Then said, "My grandma says people who say that are usually weak." Smart child. Dangerous future. Master Wung barked, "Again tomorrow." Everyone groaned. I groaned loudest. Maya offered me a hand. I took it. She pulled me up easily. Too easily. "Officer Vance," I whispered, "have you been secretly training?" "Yes." "For what?" "To drag you away from bad decisions." I looked at her. "That requires cardio." "I know." We walked out of the training hall together. Behind us, the students started practicing self-defense drills. Their laughter filled the room, bright and alive. I looked back once. A year ago, This world had tried to turn bodies into offerings. Now this room taught people how to keep their bodies their own. Not a bad rewrite. Lunch with the Hart family became a monthly event. At first it was awful. Not hostile awful. Worse. Careful awful. Everyone spoke like they were walking across thin ice, wearing expensive shoes. Celeste asked if I wanted soup 3 times. Edmund corrected himself whenever he started giving instructions. Vivian brought gifts, then panicked that gifts looked like bribery. Nora brought spreadsheets about foundation impact metrics, because apparently emotional bonding could be measured in quarterly reports. Elise brought fruit every time. Every single time. The second lunch, I said, "Elise, if you keep feeding me fruit, I'll develop moral pressure to become healthy." She looked horrified. Should I stop? I sighed. No, bring pineapple next time. She did. That was how tradition began. The lunches did not fix everything. Nothing did. Sometimes Celeste cried too quickly. Sometimes Edmund went silent when feelings entered the room. Sometimes Vivian overapologized. Sometimes Nora tried to solve grief like a management issue. Sometimes Elise still flinched when people argued. Sometimes I looked at them and remembered every message, every demand, every time they made the original Leon feel like an intruder. But sometimes, Celeste asked about my day and did not make the answer about guilt. Edmund came to the training center and quietly funded equipment without putting his name on anything. Vivian invited Maya to a film premiere and treated her like family without forcing the word. Nora helped build a donor rights database that saved real people from coercion. Elise sat beside me during lunch and said, "I got scared today, but I spoke up anyway." Those moments mattered. Not because they erased harm. Because they proved change was not just a statement. It was repetition. Awkward, imperfect, unglamorous repetition. One afternoon, after everyone else had left the private dining room, Celeste stayed behind. I knew because she kept folding and unfolding her napkin. A rich person distress signal. "Leon," she said. I paused at the door. "Yes." She stood. "I wanted to ask you something." I braced. "If it's about moving back." "No," she shook her head quickly. "No, I know better." Good. Therapy was working. She stepped closer but stopped at a respectful distance. "I found some of your old things, from before you came back to us. Your adoptive mother sent them after the truth came out, but I never gave them to you." My expression cooled before I could stop it. Celeste's eyes filled. "I know, it was wrong. I think I was afraid that if you had proof of another home, I would have to admit I wasn't your only mother." I said nothing. She handed me a small box. "I'm sorry, I should have given this to you years ago." I took it. Inside were simple things. A faded cloth bracelet. A small carved wooden tiger. A school photo. A letter in rough handwriting from Leon's adoptive mother. My fingers stopped on the letter. Celeste whispered, "She loved you." My throat tightened. "Yes." Celeste nodded, tears falling. "I'm glad she did." That sentence did not fix anything. But it was the first time Celeste had not treated love like a competition. I closed the box. "Thank you." She smiled through tears. "You're welcome." Then she left. I stood alone in the room for a long time. The original Leon's memory stirred. A farmhouse kitchen. Hands rough from work. A mother placing extra food into his bowl. A father pretending not to worry. A brother laughing. A little sister chasing chickens. Not a lesser life. Not a stolen life. A life. I held the box carefully. When I told Maya later, she listened quietly. Then she said, "Do you want to visit them?" I looked at her. Leon's adoptive family. The people who raised him. In all the chaos, I had donated money, built roads, funded schools, but I had avoided going back. Because what if they looked at me and saw someone missing? What if they saw that I was not fully the boy they raised? Maya took my hand. "You don't have to go today." "I know. But you want to." I sighed. "You are extremely annoying when correct." "Then be annoyed in the car. I'll drive." And that was how Maya Vance kidnapped me into emotional closure. Legally, probably. The village was smaller than I expected. Or maybe wealth had distorted my sense of size. The road leading in was new asphalt, funded by the donation I had made before the rewrite. Children rode bicycles across it. An old man sat under a tree smoking. Chickens crossed the road with more confidence than most executives. Maya parked near a low farmhouse with blue window frames. My chest tightened. Leon's memories rose like dust in sunlight. A woman shouting from the kitchen. A man repairing tools in the yard. A teenage boy stealing roasted sweet potatoes. A little girl crying because her hair ribbon broke. Home. Not mine. But also mine. The door opened before I could knock. A woman in her 50s stood there. Sun-darkened skin. Work-rough hands. Sharp eyes. She stared at me. Then the basket in her hands fell. "Leon." My throat closed. Maya stood beside me, silent. The woman stepped forward slowly, as if afraid I would vanish. Then she grabbed me and hugged me with enough strength to threaten my ribs. "My boy," she sobbed. "My boy came home." I froze. Then carefully, slowly, hugged her back. Leon's adoptive mother. Mara. Not elegant. Not wealthy. Not polished. Real. Warm. Crying into my shoulder like no time had passed, and all time had passed. A man came out next. Tomas. Leon's adoptive father. He stood frozen for 1 second. Then turned away. Wiped his face. Turned back. "You finally remembered the road home," he said gruffly. I laughed, but it broke. "Yes." "Good, your mother cooked too much." Myra hit his arm. "You old fool, don't scold him at the door." Then she pulled Maya inside too. "And you, pretty girl, come eat. Are you his girlfriend?" Maya looked at me. I looked at her. She smiled faintly. "Yes." Mara's eyes lit. "Good, he used to be so stubborn. Does he still talk back?" Maya said constantly. Tomas nodded gravely. "Then he's healthy." I stared. This family is also against me. Myra pushed me toward the table. "Eat first, complain later." Lunch was loud. Simple. Perfect. Myra kept putting food into my bowl. Tomas pretended not to stare at me. My adoptive older brother, Caleb, arrived halfway through and punched my shoulder so hard Maya nearly stood up on instinct. "You rich brat," Caleb said, eyes red. "Took you long enough." I rubbed my shoulder. "I missed you too." His wife brought their little son, who hid behind her legs and asked if my car could fly. I said no. He looked disappointed. Understandable. Then Leon's adoptive younger sister, June, arrived. She was no longer the little girl from memory. She was grown, sharp-eyed and crying before she crossed the threshold. "You idiot," she said. "Hello to you too." She hugged me. Hard. Everyone hugged hard here. No wonder Leon's body had survived so much. Farm family grip strength. Throughout the meal, no one asked why I had changed. No one asked why I had stayed away. No one asked for money. Mara only touched my face once and said, "You look lighter." That almost destroyed me. Because she was right. After lunch, Tomas took me outside. Maya stayed inside helping Mara, despite my warning that she could burn water under pressure. Tomas and I stood by the fields. The wind moved through the crops. For a while, he said nothing. Then, "You carry yourself differently." I looked at him. "Do I?" "Yes." "Bad." "No," he squinted at me, like a man who fought something and stopped fighting himself. I laughed quietly. "Something like that." He nodded. "We heard about the scandal." "Hard not to." Mara cried when she saw the news. I looked down. "She thought you suffered alone." "I did for a while." "And now?" I looked toward the house. Through the window, I saw Maya smiling as Mara showed her something in the kitchen. "No," I said, "not now." Tomas nodded. "Good." Everyone loved that word. He placed a rough hand on my shoulder. "You had two homes. Don't let foolish rich people make you think that means you had none." My eyes burned. Damn old man. Accidental wisdom. I nodded. "Yes." When we left that evening, Mara packed so much food into the car that Maya asked if we were feeding a police unit. Mara hugged Maya and whispered something in her ear. Maya blushed. I immediately became alert. What did she say? "Nothing." "Maya. Drive. You're hiding evidence." "Correct." In the car, I looked back at the farmhouse until it disappeared. The ache remained, but it no longer felt like a hole. More like a root. Something connecting me downward. Not trapping me. Holding me. Leela Frost did not become my friend. This is important. Some stories love turning every painful person into a smiling member of the final dinner party. No, absolutely not. Leela and I did not have coffee chats. We did not laugh about old misunderstandings. She did not become like a sister. Disgusting. But she did change. Slowly. Quietly. Without demanding applause. Her false complaint against Maya remained part of the official record, though her cooperation reduced the consequences. She paid fines, issued corrections, and stepped away from the Frost family's public business for a while. Her grandfather, the legendary old man who had once forced our marriage, tried to drag her back into controlled respectability. For the first time in her life, Leela refused. Not dramatically. Not by running into rain. She simply moved into a smaller apartment, hired her own therapist, and began working under Dr. Sen's advocacy program, not as a spokesperson, but doing administrative work no camera cared about. Filing documents, scheduling donor rights consultations, listening training, basic unglamorous work. The kind of work that did not let her be adored. Good. One day, Maya and I visited Dr. Sen's office for a foundation partnership meeting. Leela was at the reception desk, wearing a plain sweater and typing with intense concentration. She saw us. For 1 second, the old awkwardness returned. Then she stood. "Leon, Maya." Maya nodded. "Leela." I nodded too. "Reception suits you." Maya elbowed me. Leela actually smiled a little. "It's okay, it does." That surprised me. She continued, people yell at receptionists a lot. Yes, I used to be one of those people. Also yes. Maya elbowed me again. Leela looked down, then back up. I'm learning not to make my discomfort everyone else's emergency. That was a sentence therapy had definitely helped build. Good sentence, though. Maya said, that's good. Leela's eyes softened. Thank you. Not desperate. Not hungry. Just grateful. Later, when we left, Leela walked us to the elevator. Before the doors opened, she said, Leon. I looked at her. I found the girl. I froze. What? The original you thought was me. The one who helped him when he was young. My chest tightened. Maya's hand brushed mine. Leela said softly, it was June. My adoptive sister. A memory flashed. A little girl tying cloth around a boy's injured hand after a fight. A child's voice saying, don't cry. If you cry, I'll cry too. Leon had remembered kindness. The novel had twisted it into obsession. He had mistaken the wrong girl. Then built a temple around the mistake. I closed my eyes briefly. Of course it was June. Not a goddess. Not a destined female lead. Just family. Just a child being kind. Leela continued, I thought you should know. I opened my eyes. Thank you. She nodded. I'm sorry I let myself become the answer to a story that was never mine. That was probably the truest thing she had ever said. The elevator arrived. Maya and I stepped inside. As the doors closed, Leela bowed her head slightly. Not submission. Not performance. Acknowledgement. The doors shut. I stood silently. Maya squeezed my hand. You okay? Yes. And strangely I was. The old Leon's mistaken love had finally found its real shape. Not romance. Gratitude. Family. A ribbon around an injured hand. A memory returned to the right person. That mattered. Darius's health worsened during his legal proceedings. That was the truth. Not exaggerated. Not staged. Real. For a while, people online argued about whether he deserved treatment. That made me angry. Not because I forgave him. Because bodily autonomy was not a prize for good behavior. If I believed no one owed him their body, I also had to believe he did not lose the right to ethical care because he had been cruel. Dr. Sen arranged for him to be placed properly on transplant lists according to medical law. No shortcuts. No forged consent. No family pressure. No urgent alignment. Just the system everyone else had to use. He waited. Like ordinary people waited. Maybe for the first time in his life. He wrote letters during that time. To Celeste. To Edmund. To Vivian Nora Elise. To Leela. To me. I did not read mine for 3 weeks. Then one evening, Maya placed it on the table and said, you don't have to open it, but you keep looking at it like it's going to bite. It might. Then I'll supervise. I opened it. The letter was short. Not dramatic. Good. Leon, I don't know how to apologize without making it another performance, so I'll keep this plain. I hated you because I thought your existence meant mine was false. That was my fear, not your fault. I wanted people to choose me, so I made them afraid not to. I wanted to live, so I treated your life as available. I was wrong. I do not ask you to visit. I do not ask you to forgive me. I only wanted to write the truth once without trying to win anything from it. Darius. I set the letter down. Maya waited. I stared at it. Do you believe him? She asked. I believe he meant it when he wrote it. That's not the same as trust. No. Do you want to reply? No. Then, after a moment. Maybe later. Maya nodded. Darius eventually received a lawful transplant from a deceased donor through proper allocation. It was not dramatic. No family member collapsed with guilt. No one was forced. No one became a saint. The surgery was difficult. He survived. Recovery was long. His sentence and legal consequences did not vanish because he was sick. Good. Illness explained fear. It did not erase harm. Years later, I heard he worked with prison medical ethics programs during part of his sentence. Not publicly. Not heroically. Maybe sincerely. Maybe because guilt needed somewhere to go. I did not chase the answer. Some arcs are allowed to continue without you watching. Victor Vance was terrible at being normal. He tried. That made it worse. The first time he came to Maya's apartment after the apology dinner, he brought flowers. Not one bouquet. 6. Maya stared at them. Dad. Victor looked defensive. You like plants. These are not plants. This is a floral incident. I whispered, a beautiful crime scene. Maya elbowed me. Victor ignored me. Mostly. He began inviting Maya to dinner without agendas. At first, she said no half the time. Then 1/3. Then sometimes she said yes. He learned to ask about her work without trying to solve it. This took months. Once Maya told him about a difficult case, and Victor immediately said, I know the commissioner. Maya stared. He stopped. Then said with visible pain, would you like me to only listen? She said yes. He looked like someone had asked him to breathe underwater. But he did it. Progress. He also started tolerating me. Not liking. Tolerating. Then, unfortunately, liking. He expressed liking through threats disguised as advice. Leon, your foundation's financial controls need strengthening. Good morning to you too. I sent recommendations. You sent a 40-page audit. You're welcome. Temporary tolerance has become aggressive mentorship. Do not flatter yourself. Maya watched us argue one evening over dinner and said, you two know you enjoy this, right? Victor and I both said, no. At the same time. Maya smiled. Family repair was strange. Not soft. Not easy. But sometimes it looked like a billionaire learning not to command his daughter, a former transmigrator learning to accept help, and a policewoman pretending she was not touched when both men looked at her before ordering food. 2 years after the rewrite, I decided to propose. This was dangerous. Not because I feared Maya would say no. Well, maybe a little. Maya was not a woman you surprised lightly. If I arranged a flash mob, she would arrest the musicians for public disturbance. If I hid a ring in food, she would call it a choking hazard. If I made a grand public speech, she would walk away out of principle. So I asked Auntie from the noodle shop for advice. Auntie listened seriously while kneading dough. Then said, don't be stupid. Can you narrow that down? She likes simple. I know. She likes honest. I know. She likes you somehow. That hurt. Auntie pointed flour-covered fingers at me. You talk too much. For proposal, talk less. Terrifying advice. But wise. I bought a ring. Simple. Elegant. No diamond large enough to require engineering approval. Then I invited Maya to the training center after hours. The room was empty. Mats clean. Lights warm. Rain tapping against the windows. Full circle. Because everything important in this life seemed to happen near rain, noodles, or poorly supervised martial arts. Maya arrived in uniform, tired from work. She looked around. Why is it so quiet? I murdered the schedule. Leon. Rescheduled, sorry, legal wording. She narrowed her eyes. You're nervous. No. You are. I fought a supernatural rewrite. You're still nervous. Different threat category. Her expression shifted. She knew. Of course she knew. Maya Vance could detect emotional, whether through concrete. I took her hand. No speech yet. We walked to the center of the mat. This is where Master Wang nearly killed my legs, I said. Romantic opening. I was told to talk less. By who? Auntie. Good woman. I took a breath. Maya, before I met you, I thought survival meant refusing everyone loudly enough that they stopped reaching for pieces of me. Her face softened. You taught me refusal wasn't the same as loneliness. You taught me trust could stand beside me without becoming a chain. You saw every ugly part of the script and still chose to help write something better. I reached into my pocket. Her eyes shone. I knelt. Not because romance demanded it. Because this choice deserved reverence. I don't need you to save me. I don't want to own your future. I'm not asking you to become my reason for living. I opened the box. I'm asking if you'll keep choosing tomorrow with me. Maya covered her mouth. For once, no immediate answer. No sharp comeback. No good. Just tears. Then she laughed softly. You really listened to Auntie. I cut 4 paragraphs. Thank God. Maya. She knelt too. That startled me. She took my face in her hands. Yes, she said, but I'm not letting you kneel alone. I laughed. She kissed me. The ring almost fell. Very graceful. Very us. From the dark corner of the room came loud clapping. We both froze. Master Wang stepped out. Auntie from the noodle shop stepped out beside him. Then Vivian. Nora. Elise. Celeste. Edmund. Victor. Myra and Tomas. Caleb, June, Dr. Sen, Selene, Rowan. I stared. Maya stared. Victor looked proud of himself. I pointed at everyone. What is this? Maya slowly turned to me. You didn't arrange this. No. Everyone pointed at Auntie. Auntie shrugged. Proposal needs witnesses, not flash mob witnesses. Maya looked at her. Then burst out laughing. I looked at Rowan. You too. He said, I was told there would be contracts. Victor said there will be. Maya wiped her tears. Dad. What? Prenuptial agreements are responsible. I stood, still holding the ring box. Can we have 30 seconds of romance before financial governance? Nora raised a hand. I support financial governance. Elise said, I support romance first. Vivian cried into a tissue. Celeste cried harder. Edmund pretended not to. Mara hugged Maya. Tomas told me my kneeling posture was acceptable. Master Wang said, could be lower. I nearly threw the ring box at him. Maya took the ring and put it on. Herself. Of course. Then she held up her hand. Everyone cheered. Not because fate demanded it. Not because suffering had earned a reward. Because two people chose each other, and the people around them were learning how to witness joy without owning it. That was better than destiny. Our wedding was small, by rich family standards, which meant only 80 people and enough security to protect a minor summit. Maya refused a giant cathedral. I refused any venue with red wedding room trauma energy. We chose the training center courtyard. Flowers, lanterns, simple chairs, Auntie's noodles for the late-night meal. A very expensive cake Victor pretended not to care about. Master Wang cried during the ceremony and claimed it was allergies. No one believed him. Rowan reviewed the marriage documents 3 times. Nara reviewed them twice more. Maya threatened to handcuff both of them to a chair. Vivian gave a speech. It was beautiful, only slightly theatrical. Elise brought fruit. Of course. Celeste gave me a small pin that had belonged to the Hart family, then said, "Only if you want it." I accepted. Edmund shook my hand, then awkwardly hugged me. Progress remained physically uncomfortable. Mara hugged me and said, "Your mother would be proud." Then corrected herself. "I am proud." I hugged her tighter. Tomas told Maya, "If he acts foolish, send him to the farm." Maya said, "I will." Victor walked Maya down the aisle. Their relationship was not magically perfect. But when they reached the front, he looked at her and asked softly, "Ready?" She said yes. He nodded, then placed her hand in mine. Not giving her away. Not transferring ownership. Just trusting her choice. His eyes met mine. "If you make her unhappy," Maya said, "Dad." Victor stopped. Then sighed. "Old habits." I smiled. "I'll protect her choices." Victor nodded. Good. Everyone loved that word. The ceremony was simple. No vows about eternal sacrifice. No promises to become one person. No dramatic, "You are my everything." Maya's vow. I choose you freely. I choose myself freely. I choose the life we build not because it is easy but because it is ours. Mine. I choose you without asking you to disappear into me. I choose tomorrow with you. I choose honesty even when jokes are easier. I choose to stay. Maya's eyes filled. You better. I was instructed. She laughed. We kissed. No system rang. No fate cracked. No villain interrupted. No one demanded blood. Honestly, it was refreshing. At the reception, Auntie fed Victor noodles and told him he looked too thin. Victor Vance, one of the richest men in the country, accepted the bowl without argument. Growth. Master Wang forced half the guests into a stance competition. Vivian won among the Hart siblings. Nora filed a protest. Elise laughed until she cried. Maya danced with me under lantern light. I can't believe nothing exploded, I said. The night is young. Don't curse us. She smiled. Happy. I looked around. At the people who had harmed and changed. At the people who had loved and stayed. At the woman in my arms. At the life I had fought for. Yes. Uncomfortable. Less. Good. I groaned. She kissed me before I could complain. Fine. The word could stay. Years later, people still asked about the Merit King. Some made documentaries. Some wrote books. Some got the story wrong. Very wrong. One version claimed I was a cold mastermind who planned everything from the beginning. False. I improvised wildly. Another claimed Maya was a secret heiress who used me to rebel against her father. Maya considered suing. Rowan begged her to let him. She refused. Growth, unfortunately. Someone even wrote a romance novel, loosely inspired by the scandal. The male lead was described as brooding, silent, and emotionally restrained. I was deeply offended. Maya laughed for 10 minutes. The foundation grew. The training center expanded. Medical coercion laws changed slowly, then faster. Not because of one man. Because victims spoke. Doctors listened. Lawyers fought. Families learned. Reporters exposed. And enough people finally said, no. No one owes suffering as proof of love. No one owes silence as proof of loyalty. No one owes their body because someone else is afraid. That became the real rewrite. Not magic. Memory. Repeated until it became culture. As for me, I still sometimes dreamed of my original world. My old father shouting at students. My old bed. The phone screen glowing with that terrible novel. Sometimes I woke up missing him so sharply I could not breathe. When that happened, Maya would roll over, half asleep, and place a hand on my chest. Still here. No words needed. One morning, years after everything, I found an old notebook in the training center office. It belonged to one of the students. Inside, written in messy handwriting, was a story. A silly story. A boy entered a world where everyone wanted him to be quiet, but he learned to say no so loudly the sky changed. At the bottom, the student had written, "The end, maybe." I stared at it, then laughed. Maya walked in carrying coffee. What? I showed her. She read it, then smiled. Smart kid. The ending says maybe. As it should. I looked out the window. Students were arriving. Master Wang was already yelling. Auntie had dropped off breakfast. Victor was scheduled to attend a foundation board meeting and would pretend he disliked it. The Hart family lunch was next week. Mara had sent vegetables. Leela had published an essay on accountability that did not mention me once. Darius had completed his sentence and was working quietly in patient ethics administration under supervision. Life continued. Messy. Unfinished. Real. Maya handed me coffee. Ready. For what? She nodded toward the training hall. Today. I smiled. There it was. The only mission left. No system. No points. No fate fragments. Just today. And tomorrow after that. And the next page waiting. I took her hand. Yes. We walked into the noise together. Behind us on the desk, the student's notebook remained open. The last line looked less like an ending now. More like an invitation. The end, maybe. Good. Because the best stories do not end when the suffering stops. They begin when people finally learn they do not have to suffer to deserve love. And as for me, Leon Hart, former tragic male lead, retired merit farmer, husband of Maya Vance, survivor of terrible plots, enemy of forced organ donation, occasional victim of horse stance, had finally become something the original story never allowed. Not a martyr. Not a villain. Not a spare part. A man with a future. And I intended to be very annoying in it. 10 years later, people still called me the Merit King. I personally thought the name should have expired after 5 years, like yogurt. Unfortunately, the internet disagreed. By then, the Merit King Foundation had branches in 12 cities, 3 countries, and one extremely aggressive rural town where Auntie opened a noodle shop inside the legal aid center because, according to her, people fight better after soup. Correct. Maya became chief of special investigations. Victor Vance pretended he was not proud and failed so badly even the family dog noticed. The Hart family still invited me to lunch every month. Elise still brought fruit. Nora still brought spreadsheets. Vivian still cried at emotionally inappropriate times. Celeste called before visiting now, which was growth. Edmund once said, "I'm proud of you," then looked so uncomfortable I almost called emergency services. As for Leela, she became a donor rights advocate and never once asked me for forgiveness again. Good. That was how I knew she had changed. Darius finished serving his sentence and lived quietly. He sent 1 letter a year. I read some. I ignored some. Peace, I learned, did not require constant emotional attendance. And Maya Vance heart still burned toast. 10 years. 1 powerful police career. 1 billionaire father. 1 husband who survived fate itself. And still, this woman could turn bread into evidence. One morning, our daughter stood in the kitchen, staring at the smoking toaster. She looked at Maya, then at me, then asked, "Dad, is this breakfast or a crime scene?" I placed a hand on her shoulder. "My child, today you become wise." Maya crossed her arms. "Leon." I immediately straightened. "Yes, Chief." She narrowed her eyes. Our daughter whispered, "Dad, are you scared?" I leaned down and whispered back, "Fear is healthy." Maya heard us. Of course she did. She always heard everything. Then she smiled. That same dangerous, beautiful smile from the first time she saw through all my nonsense. "Both of you," she said, "training hall, horse stance, 10 minutes." Our daughter gasped. I gasped louder. "Marriage was a trap," I said. Maya picked up the burned toast and dropped it into the trash. "No," she said, "marriage was the rewrite." I looked at her, at our daughter, at the sunlight spilling across the kitchen, at the life that once should have been impossible. And for once, I had no sarcastic answer. "Well, almost none." I took Maya's hand and smiled. "Fine, but if I suffer, I'm earning merit." Maya squeezed my hand. "There's no system anymore." I sighed. "Then this family is financially irresponsible." Our daughter laughed. Maya laughed too. And just like that, 10 years after I broke the script, I realized something. The best ending was not revenge. It was not fate rewriting. It was not even winning. The best ending was waking up every morning in a life no one had to bleed for. A life chosen freely. A life loud with laughter, terrible toast, monthly fruit, legal paperwork, noodle soup, and horse stance. The story once tried to make me a sacrifice. Instead, I became a husband, a father, a menace, and honestly, that was worth more than every merit point in the world.